nor exist. A 60s block that should have been condemned in the 70s, but was somehow still trading. The owners didn't seem to want to attract any customers. The single light above the door didn't cut away at the darkness. Windows painted over. No sign outside. Rooms above the bar. But you'd have to be desperate to even consider drinking downstairs, let alone sleeping upstairs. A decent walk from the main road through Stowe, that nothingy village somewhere between Edinburgh and Galashiels, and not far from the reopened train station. But it wasn't going to attract anyone from further afield. Chunk sat in the cold van, waiting, freezing his nuts off. He was always the one who waited. He preferred it that way. There are those who plan and those who do. Not that he minded the doing, but planning was where he excelled. Didn't even have the radio on in case some old sod complained. The nearby houses were also dark. Down past the health centre and the primary school, a gang of lads played on the all-weather pitches. Tonight's forecast was going to challenge that intention. He tooted on his vape pen and got a nice burn of hash. Good stuff. Kept him mellow, level. And he needed to be mellow and level. He opened the door and stepped out into the cold night air. Aye, the magnetic Go Mobile signs were good. Made it seem like they were installing a phone mast. They'd slip them off later and the police would be away looking for someone else entirely. The pub's front door opened, and a big man walked out. Hat and gloves, big black coat that barely covered his belly. Narrow eyes scanning the area. He approached Chunk, making eye contact, then breaking it. Crossed the road, then walked around the van and got on the passenger side. He's still inside. Chunk hopped back in the driver's side. Cool. He waited for the fat git to shut the door. Baseball didn't. He just grabbed his bat and cradled it like a child with his blanket. Boys gone Raj. Showing the odds at the barman. Won't be long. Uh-huh. The door burst open, and a man spiraled out onto the street, stood right in the middle of the road, shouting and pointing back at the pub, his voice echoing off the nearby houses. Baseball laughed. Bit early for that on a Wednesday, eh? Burns night. Huh? Tonight's Burns night, you tube. Is it? Doubt the bard would be proud of that prick. Their target turned his back on the bar, then trudged on along the cold street. He stopped and shouted back at the pub. Curtains twitched over the road. Chunk waited for them to settle again, then put the van in gear and drove off, following him. Baseball kept the door open all the way, only widening it as they passed, trapping their target between the van and a wall. He turned to face the van. What the fuck? Baseball jabbed his bat in his face, caught the bugger right on the nose, and he stumbled back against the railings. Baseball hopped out and tore open the side door, the metal rumbling as it slid. Absolutely Baltic out there. Chunk reached over and shut the passenger door. He didn't need to do anything, just had to sit there. Baseball helped their target into the back, then slid the door shut. A thump on the wall behind Chunk, then another. Off we go. Chunk slipped it into gear and drove off through the village. Not a panicked escape, but a leisurely drive. The kind that said, "Nothing to see here, officer. Just fixing a phone mast." Not that there would be any cops about at this hour. Still, you didn't want to raise any suspicion. Chunk stopped at the crossroads where a new bookshop was opening and took a toot on his vape stick. A bookshop? In this day and age? Here? The village was moving up market, that's for sure. The Stage Hall Arms would soon follow, doing food and wine rather than beer and violence. The A7 was empty, so he lumbered over, past the post office and the cafe, then around the bend and up the steep incline, which the van wasn't too keen on. He hoped Baseball was okay with the angle of the ascent, and also the lack of speed. If he wasn't, he'd tell him. Chunk passed the national speed limit sign at the end of Stowe and took it to an easy 40 as he headed up into the darkness, just his headlights lighting the frosted grass and stone walls hiding trees on both sides. The drum roll of a cattle grid, then he was following the bends, keeping to the exact middle of what passed for a lane. At least there were two here, unlike some of the roads nearby. Really exposed up here. During the day you could see for miles to the hills in the distance. Now though, Chunk managed to pick out some lights, but he couldn't even see Lauder up ahead. A sign warned, "Young lambs on the road." Chunk just saw old sheep, huddled together on the other side. Must be freezing for the poor buggers. He saw the spot on the right, so he slowed and steered the van into the car park. He grabbed his head torch from the door pocket, and it slotted onto his bonds. He left the engine running and got out into the freezing air. He slid the side door open, and Baseball was sitting there, cross-legged like some violent Buddha. His eyes flashed open. "All right." Their target lay on the wooden floor, hands and wrists tied together, mouth taped up. Chunk reached for his ankles. "Bagsy this end." Mug. Baseball grabbed his hands, then slid out of the van. Reached behind to slide the back door shut and almost dropped the target. "How far is it?" "Couple 100 meters. Chunk reached up to switch on his head torch, making the purple heather glow red. Much less peripheral illumination, and it didn't kill his night vision. Thing wouldn't be visible from 4 meters away, let alone all the way over to the road. "Come on then." He set off, keeping a tight grip on their target's feet. "What did you do to him?" Baseball was stomping between the gorse and heather ahead. "What do you mean?" "He's out of it. Just hit him with the bat." "That's it? Saying I'm a liar?" "No, just maybe a bit less hard next time, eh?" Chunk spotted it. A little hollow surrounded by some big stones. Not far now. There. He let go and their target tumbled into the middle, landing face down on the heather. Chunk hopped in and turned him over so he was at least staring up at the stars. Checked the ankle and wrist bonds were tight enough. Baseball was already walking back, relying on his phone torch. Chunk made eye contact with the target. Didn't know the guy's name. Hoped he never learnt it. He gave him a shrug, which was the only thing he could offer, then turned and walked back to the van. "Chunk!" Baseball's voice was a sharp call. His phone was off. "Down!" A car was hurtling along the road, fast enough to catch the police's attention, fast enough to be the police. Chunk turned off his head torch and ducked low. The headlights swept over them, but the taxi drove on, its signage glowing in the night. Big man taxis. Chunk waited for the red lights to recede. Took ages. Freezing! And he didn't even have gloves on, or a hat. Brassic! The lights disappeared, leaving the swishing of the car's tires on the gritted tarmac. "Let's go." Baseball's voice was lost in the darkness. Chunk switched his torch back on and sped on towards the van, and its warmth. He opened the driver door and got in, just as the snow started to fall. Chapter 2. Rory Tate checked his watch. 8 o'clock on the dot. No sign of her. Hands gripped the steering wheel, though he wasn't going anywhere. The car was dark and silent, the engine off. The warm air still lingered, flavoured with the fresh fragrance tree. Smelled like a new computer. That sweet, piney scent you got from new electronics. Gorgeous. But like his mother warned him, it was probably what was the word? Carcinogenetic? Aye. The scent was probably carcinogenetic. But fuck it. He soaked it up all the same. The park was all lit up. Little cones of light focused on the benches dotted along the path at the side heading towards the playground. The fire station next door was cast in darkness. Snowflakes flashed in the lights, flurrying down to the ground. And it was lying. Always did in Gala. As soon as the snow was forecast, that was it. Expect delays, disruptions, massive ones. You'd think the town would be used to it, but nope. Every time. Getting brutal now, actually. Could barely see the path or the grass in those little bulbs of light. Just the carpet of 2 white snow. Still no sign of her. Aye. This was a mistake. He should get back home. Leave her for another time. But it had been such a long, slow build-up and taken so much effort. And he might never get another chance. If he walked away now, she might change her mind. He was gripping the steering wheel like he was strangling someone. So he let go. Just sat there. Trapped by his indecision. No! There she was. Walking through the park, hood up, arms wrapped around her thin body. Jeans tucked into boots, not exactly dressed for the snow. The offer of a lift in a warm car would be very welcome in this weather. Was it her, though? He got out his mobile and unlocked it. Opened straight to her schoolbook profile. The photo he'd analysed so many times. Her bright eyes, her blonde hair, her school uniform. She was perfect. Unblemished like the snow. He looked up again and tried to cross-reference the profile image with the figure trudging through the snow towards him. She stopped 3 benches in and swept snow off the seat with a gloved hand, then perched on the metal, leaning forward, hands stuffed into her coat pockets, breath misting in the air, shivering. The bench he'd suggested, far enough from either entrance, he could watch her from over here and suss out the surroundings. Aye, it was her. Tate sat there for a few minutes, watching, soaking in her innocence, imagining things he shouldn't, but couldn't help. She swept her gaze across the park, her head tilting through the full angle, the sleeping cars like minute markers on a clock. She was looking for him, getting fed up maybe, her hope diminishing. He looked at her schoolbook account again on his phone and felt a trickle of sweat running down his back. He checked the messages again. See you there, honey. Kiss, kiss, kiss. That generation were obsessed with their text messages. To them, a full stop was like a punch in the mouth. Rory Tate remembered getting his first Moby 25 years ago. He read the message again, and his mouth went dry at that word. Honey. He'd got inside her mind. She wanted him as much as he wanted her. He reached into his pocket and touched the tube of lube, just in case. Then the knife, also, just in case. And the Viagra pill. Not that he needed it usually, but he didn't want to leave anything to chance. At his age and in his condition, it was a crapshoot, so he wanted to cut the odds. He picked up the bright blue Tango Ice Blast he'd had to drive to the Spar for, up in deepest, darkest Langley. He parked next to the bloody cinema. Guess what they did in there? And the vape cartridges, the ones her mum wouldn't buy her, the reason for their meeting. He took a glug of ice-cold water and set the water bottle back down. Decision time. Now or never. Well, now or another time. But that queasy feeling returned. There might not be a better time. She was here now. She was a fly in his web. But might not be that way forever. Anything could happen. He had her now. Forget about tomorrow or next week. Now. Fuck it. He opened the door and got out onto the frozen street, then nudged it shut again. Could barely hear the cars on the main road. He tucked his hands into his pockets and walked over to the park entrance, his feet crunching on the brittle snow, the sound deadened. He stopped in the entrance, in the darkness between two streetlights, and watched the snow falling. It was like he was in a film, meeting his beautiful girlfriend. Nervous and desperate. He set off across the park, his hungry gaze focusing on her. Not far away now. He had to keep tearing his gaze away. Didn't want her to see that hunger. Didn't want her to feel like she had any power in this. This wasn't her decision to make. Didn't even look at her as he sat next to her, his heart like a thundering drum solo. Hey, Callie. He laid the vape cartridges down on the bench between them, then the Tango Ice Blast. How you doing? I'm good. Her voice was different to what he'd expected. Deeper, without the softness of youth, like she was putting it on. He looked around, and an adult woman sat there. His guts squirmed. He reached for the cartridges. She grabbed his hand, tight, firm, squeezing. Rory John Tate. My name is Detective Sergeant Jolene Archer, and I'm arresting you for child group... Two big men appeared at the entrance. Cops. Fuck! He wrestled his hand free and shot to his feet, then ran off through the snow, back towards the entrance in his car. Something cut into his ankle. He went down, spinning and rolling through the virgin snow. He pushed up to his hands and knees. Something thumped his arse and he fell forward again. He reached over for the bench, touching the freezing metal, then rolled over. She was standing over him. You sick bastard! She kicked his balls, and he squealed. The big men were coming towards him. They must have seen that. The other two entrances were swarming now with cops. Someone must have seen it. Tate raised his hands in the air. This isn't what you think it is. It's precisely what I think it is. Jolene had her cuffs out, reaching out to his wrist. You were gonna... He jerked to the side and lashed out with his fist. She danced back, then pushed forward, locking her leg into the back of his knee and pushing him flat down again. His cheek touched the snow, pressing into the hard ground below. The cuff wrapped around his wrist. Fuck! Chapter 3. D.I. Rob Marshall sat back in the chair and yawned, closing his eyes. He didn't try to hide it, just let it all come out. Let it rasp, overtake his whole body, then it finished with an He opened his eyes again, licked his lips, and looked across the table at Rory Tate. Greasy, dark hair slicked back, but silver roots exposed. Lines on his forehead like someone had scraped grout from between them. Tate wouldn't look at either Marshall or D.S. Rakesh Sayal. Hadn't even laid his eyes on his lawyer. The guy was fucked. And he knew it. Marshall leaned forward. Sorry if it feels like I'm not enjoying this, but I really am. It's not often we catch someone like you in the act like that, especially in the snow. You were either brave or stupid. Maybe both. Tate narrowed his eyes at him. Brown irises, but yellowy white scarred with red. He'd done a lot of living in 38 years. Marshall waited for something. Anything. But he didn't get it, so he folded his arms. Here's how it'll play out, Rory. Within minutes of this interview ending, you'll be charged with indecent communication with a child and attempted group... What? Tate cracked his elbow off the table. Looked like it hurt too. Indecent communication? We've got all the messages between yourself and the child in question. Indecent? I didn't say anything indecent, and that woman was no child. Marshall gave him a few seconds of stony face. Oh, Rory. There were plenty of messages. No! Tate thumped the table. Check my phone. We have, Rory. Online and on your device. Why do you think you... There's nothing on there. Marshall laughed. Look, just because you delete a message on your app doesn't mean it's deleted from the other user's phone, and it certainly doesn't delete it from the server. Police Scotland has priority access to Schoolbook for cases such as this. Grooming children. Tate's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, swallowing down his guilt. I never sent anything. You did. Marshall nudged Sayal on the arm. Show him. Sayal slid a photo across the table, face straight. This is your penis. No, it's not. Tate didn't even look at it. This is utter bullshit. You sent it to Kelly Jane on Saturday night at 1:13. That's not my cock. If it's not, then you've got access to a stash of photos of the same penis. Sayal pushed another 5 pages across the table. They've all got the same mark on the left side. He paused. I imagine that's actually on the right. Must have cut it somehow. Masturbating, probably. Another 5 sheets of the same member. Anyway, that's where our general warrant here comes into play. He tapped the stack of paperwork. Allows us to take a picture of yours for comparison's sake. I'm betting they match perfectly. When you're in court, there's going to be a lot of discussion of your phallus. Photos of your plonker will go to every juror. Fuck! Tate slumped forward. Fuck! He stank of sweat and second-hand booze, twitching, slicking back his hair, staring into space. Marshall let him stew in his filth for a minute, then cleared his throat. Going back to my previous statement before I was so rudely interrupted. After you've been charged with that offence and a few others, you'll spend the night in the cells here. Then you'll be shipped off to Selkirk to plead in the morning. He raised his finger. You won't have to show your ding-dong in court at this juncture. Tate covered his eyes with his hand, slowly shaking his head. You'll be at His Majesty's pleasure as a child molester. A convicted child molester. I'm not! Christ! We could sit around and talk about paedophiles, hebephiles, whatever. Get really technical about which flavour of nonce you are. Bottom line, though, is most people don't discriminate like that. Kelly's 13. She's legally a child. Because, let's be honest, not even a jury of other child molesters would believe you were there innocently or that you hadn't sent her those unsolicited photos of your wanger. The evidence is super tight. You're a child molester who was picked up for chatting up a 13-year-old girl online and for sending her photos of your John Thomas. Presumably you were drunk, but that's no defence. When you woke up, you probably had a visit from the Onion Man and... The Onion Man? Aye. The wee fellow who sits on the edge of your bed after a night on the sauce and whispers into your ears about all the shameful things you did. He made you realise what you'd done, so you deleted the photos from your account. Thought you'd solved the problem. But it wasn't just once, was it? We've got photos of wee Rory standing to attention on Thursday night, Friday and Saturday. Tate was digging the heels of his hands into his eye sockets. Thing you need to focus on, Rory, is that Kelly Jane didn't know what to do with that message on Thursday. You obviously didn't notice any difference in her messages on Friday. What happened was she spoke to her mum and showed her the photo of your Willie. And her mum, bless her, didn't hesitate in calling us. Since Friday morning, my colleague here, Marshall patted Sayal's arm, has had control of Kelly Jane's schoolbook account. You were chatting to him, not Kelly Jane. You declared your love to him. You sent him photos of your chopper. But you didn't know that, did you? Didn't even notice. Just focused on the desire for an underage girl to meet up, and you arranged to meet her in the park tonight with a Tango ice blast and the vape cartridges her mother wouldn't let her have. Tate sat back in the chair, glancing at his lawyer, but he was fixated on his legal pad. Tate slicked his hair back, didn't say anything. Rory, we want to know what you were going to make her do in exchange for all of that. No comment. Kiss. Cuddle. No comment. Had you put something in the ice blast? No comment. We're getting it analysed by forensics. They'll find whatever compound you put in there. No comment. Or do you prefer it to be consensual? Keep them straight and then you know it's love. No comment. Okay. So you're playing it that way. Right. Marshall sighed. I imagine whatever you were planning has something to do with a knife, lubrication jelly and a Viagra pill. Would have thought an alpha male like yourself wouldn't need medical assistance, and you'd be very keen to demonstrate your prowess via the... No comment. Was she the first? What? Was Kelly Jane your first victim? No comment. Do you always go for pubescent females, or are you open to other ages? No comment. Is she the youngest? No comment. Oh, God. Is she the oldest? No! What about boys? Fuck off! Rory, I notice you're not denying any of this. Would you like to deny it? No comment. You don't want to offer an explanation? Maybe go through how this is all some sort of mistake? No comment. Come on. I'd love to hear it. And you know, not mentioning it now could harm your defence, such as it is. No comment. If that's how you're going to play it, then we'll just have to charge you and prosecute you. Good thing for society at large is it means you'll be on the sex offenders register for life. Means that any time something happens in this area of that sordid nature, like, say, a child going missing or someone being raped, then you'll be spoken to. And people will know you're on the register. They'll know you tried to abduct a 13-year-old girl after you sent photos of your penis to... I wasn't going to abduct her, just wanted to speak to her. That actually seemed like the truth. Tate wasn't the sharpest operator, but he wasn't a caveman who clonked his victim on the head and carried them off. No, he was a case of arrested development, years of repressed sexuality trapped in amber, swallowed down by booze and pills. Not that it excused anything, but it helped Marshall crawl into the cesspit of his mind and see where he could be manipulated. So Marshall sat back, arms folded. Just a nice wee chat, aye? That's all I wanted, just to see if it was genuine. Genuine? Aye. I was never going to go through with anything. Just wanted to warn her off. Tell her about the evils of meeting men online. Fortunately, Rory, the law doesn't care what you were going to do or not do. Nope, The law's pretty clear you can't invite a child to do those things for any reason, and you certainly can't show up like you did, with the knife, the lube, and the Viagra. Sayal cleared his throat. And the tango ice blast. Marshall kicked the bottom of Sayal's chair, then cracked his knuckles. Rory, I've got a request to make. Tate looked up at him, mouth hanging open, eyes full of hope. What? Rory, you're a drug dealer. Marshall raised his finger again. Don't try denying it, please. We've got 6 separate witness statements that'll convict you on that score, over and above your child sex stuff. And drug offences are in an interesting place. They're going tough on them just now. But we both know, Rory, that you're low level in your organisation. Street dealer. How you sell from your flat on Scott Street. But if you were to give us some information on your supplier... Tate's eyebrows shot up. I'll get off with it. Marshall laughed, arching back to bellow up at the ceiling. A performance, sure, but when he looked back at Tate, it seemed to have worked. Don't be daft. He wiped a hand over his mouth. The Procurator Fiscal doesn't offer deals to child abusers, especially for a locked-in conviction like this. This is a solid charge, one that'll help our statistics. And when we're finished digging into your messages, I bet we'll discover Kelly Jane wasn't the only one you've been sending photos of your Willie to. He left a long pause, watching Tate sweating in the hot room. Rory, the best you can hope for is a lower sentence on the drug charges, with a placement recommendation that takes you to a better spot. A placement recommendation? One thing you're going to have to accept, Rory, is you'll be spending a lot of time at the pleasure of our new king. If you help us, we can get you into a prison that's closer to a Premier Inn than a Mad Max sequel. But it's only closer, okay? You won't feel like you're in a hotel, but you won't be in Barlinnie. Tate flinched at the name. Not that it was that bad these days. Still, hard-won reputations had a habit of persisting. Where are you talking? Marshall shrugged. Somewhere like Inverness, maybe? Sayal scowled. Oh, God, no. I wouldn't go there. Far too many nonsense. Marshall fixed him with a raised eyebrow. Sure? Sayal laughed. Aye, quite right. Mr. Tate here would fit right in there. Marshall nodded along with it. Suppose we could suggest HMP Grampian up in sunny Peterhead. Oh, it's new enough. Still got that fresh paint smell, and not too many child sex offenders have been killed there. Yeah. Marshall scratched his chin. Addywell would be an option, right? Sayal stroked his chin. Privately run, and chances are nobody who Mr. Tate knows will be there. More importantly, the chances anyone there knows him will be even slimmer. He left a pause. And it's in West Lothian. Close enough to home that your family can visit you. Your wife and your daughter, for instance. He frowned. Remind me how old she is again. You. Tate swallowed something down. So, I'd be able to go to one of those places. Marshall raised his hands. Depends on what you give us. Sayal scratched at the stubble on his chin. I mean, if it was me, I'd cooperate the hell out of this. I know I'm screwed, but the recommendation of getting one of those places, I could rest easy at night, serve my sentence and get out again. Otherwise, I'd be risking one of the other prisons. I'm sure they're all great. Lots of friends to make, chance to read books and do a ton of exercise, and you get to have sex 3 times a day whether you want it or not. Fuck you! Tate banged both fists off the table. Fuck the pair of you! I'm not saying anything! Marshall smiled. So you're not going to play nice? No! Even though you've sent dick pics to a girl the same age as your daughter? Even though you tried to pick her up? Fuck you! Tate wasn't going to bite. Just sat there, scratching at the table. No amount of twisting and turning would get him to open up. Not tonight, anyway. Well, Rakesh, can't say we didn't try. I'll give you one last chance in the morning, Rory. But you better wear your best court suit. Actually, it'll probably be Friday now, so you'll have the pleasure of spending the day meeting the great and good of Gal as they come and go. Marshall took his time getting to his feet. Go on, Sergeant. Let's get home. I've got a lovely new memory foam mattress that's like sleeping on a giant marshmallow. Sayal opened the door and led them out into the corridor, then pushed it shut. Think he'll bite? Marshall shook his head. Someone like that, he'll be looked after inside. Even if he's a nonce? Even so. He'll deny it all forever, say we framed him, no matter how strong the evidence is. Trouble is, whoever's running the show for him would normally promise to look after his wife and kid while he's rotting away. And when he gets back out, he certainly won't be dealing again, but he'll get some shitty work to do. Driving a lorry full of heroin from the channel, maybe. He'll be expendable, but he'll know he'll get looked after because he's already been looked after. Trouble is, he's a child molester, so it's possible he'll be cut free. And if he blabs, he won't live to testify. Sayal stared into space, shaking his head. Rakesh, I know this isn't exactly why you got into the police, but it's another evil bastard off the street. That's very positive. The ob's suite door opened, and Jolene stepped out. Did well in there, Rob. She patted Sayal on the arm. You too, Shunty. You're the one who did brilliantly, Jolene. Marshall smiled at her. You caught him. Shunty did most of that. Who knew you could sound so much like a 13-year-old girl, Rakesh? Sayal shrugged. I watch a lot of anime. A shiver ran up her arms, goosebumps pockmarking her flesh. Freezing! Gonna get in the shower for like an hour? She skittered off along the corridor. See you tomorrow. The obsuite door opened again, and Pringle stepped out, clutching a white mug that read, I wish this was gin. You've left your effing mug! He looked Marshall up and down. Oh, she's gone. He handed the mug to Sayal. Make sure you clean that and put it in our special cupboard, would you? And thank you, Rob. I know you're up to your eyeballs in the devil's earwax, but you stepped up to the all-you-can-eat buffet plate here. Marshall tried smiling through it all. This is D.I. Elliott's investigation, so I feel a bit odd picking it up. Shame she isn't here to see the results of her work. We can't all go to strategic meetings up in Edinburgh, can we? Pringle barked out a loud laugh. Tate and his solicitor would have heard it in the interview room. Anyway, it's time to learn the subtle art of delimigation, Rob. This is a chance to build up the skills of my team, vis-a-vis doing the things I don't enjoy like attending meetings. Marshall wondered which meetings would be coming his way in the ancient art of delimigation. All the same, sir, it's, Robert, the cold truth is Andy actually wants in on those meetings, so she can have it. Besides, this is a bread and butter case, open and shut. A dirty nonce chatting up a child. You did the doings, didn't you? Supervised her team as well as your own. A teenaged lassie isn't being abused right now, and nobody expected our target to start chatting up a 13-year-old on schoolbook, so we had no choice but to jump. Marshall was just glad he hadn't been delimigated to sit in on those meetings, which were as far from active policing as you could get. How do you want to play it now? Pringle clicked his tongue a few times, then laughed at some stray thought. We'll let him stew in his own juices until he's nice and tender. Mr. Tate will soon appreciate that life inside as a sex offender isn't going to be all roses and champagne. Perhaps he'll reconsider our offer when his bumhole is large enough to stick 20 vape cartridges up. Another laugh. Until then, we've got one less subhuman piece of shite to contend with. He's not going to be stealing any oxygen on the outside. He whistled again. The thing is, the drug gangs we think he's involved with are pretty brutal. Gala's not that big a town, but it's getting worse and worse. Not just locals anymore. An Albanian mob were using a florist in St. Boswell's to smuggle drugs in. When we shut that down in the brewery in Selkirk, it's still coming in. One less arsehole on the street is the result we can be proud of. He clapped Marshall on the arm. You can get off home, but don't do anyone I wouldn't do. Not that it leaves a lot. He smacked Sayal's arm. This is your result as much as Andy's, though. You've been working your tight wee nuts off. Thank you, sir. Sayal raised his eyebrows, then checked his watch. I'm supposed to be heading to a burnt supper tonight. That'll be tough for a vegan. Pringle smirked at Marshall. How do you know someone's a vegan? He paused nowhere near long enough. They tell you! He laughed again. Supposed to be a one myself. Sayal frowned at him. Aren't you doing dry January? I am, but my take is the 25th is a free pass. Nobody in Scotland is dry on Robbie Burns Day. Pringle winced. Like I say, the worst part will be getting some decent food. Veganuary is a worst nightmare. Sayal smiled at him. How's that going? I'd say your meal plans have been useful and saved my life this month. But I tried one, and it felt like I was eating cardboard, and not the tasty kind. What are you eating? Chips. Chips? Aye. Sayal laughed. You're just eating chips all month? Aye. They're vegan. Sayal's lips twisted up. Are you doing them at home? God, no. Get them from McDonald's or the chipper. Those are cooked in animal fat. Oh, for crying out loud! Pringle wrapped his arms around his torso. I'll have to go back to your cardboard meal plans. Thing is, Shunty, your people aren't good at that sort of thing. Sayal's eyes bulged. My people? You mean Indian? God, no. Glaswegian. You Ouija's could burn water and you're stubborn enough to stick with it. He clapped Sayal's arm with less velocity than a moment ago. Get yourselves home. He strolled off along the corridor. I'll arrange for Tate to be charged in the morning. Let him marinate overnight. Cheers. Marshall watched him go. He gets worse, doesn't he? Not my words, sir. Sayal rubbed at his neck. Listen, I've been meaning to speak to you, Rob. Huh? I don't fancy you, if that's what you're wondering. Marshall hadn't. What's up? It's just that, I've been on the job a year, and I need to know how I'm doing. Thing is, Rakesh, I think you're doing fine, but Elliot's your line manager. She doesn't give a shit what Dr. Donkey here thinks, so you'll have to discuss it with her. Sayal nodded, then walked off. Shoulders slumped. Chapter 4. Help. The snow swallows up the sound. Maybe I didn't even make it. I'm so cold. My lips must be blue. Another shiver erupts, sailing up from my stomach, up my chest, and makes my teeth clatter together. I can still taste blood. Those fuckers hit me with a baseball bat. Jesus! I try to speak again, but another shudder rattles through me. I'm lying on heather, rough and scratchy. That's all I know. Help! I definitely heard that. Definitely. Shit. Can anyone hear me? What's that? A light, a few 100 meters away, ghosting through the darkness. 2 lights, in fact. A car? A car! The sound softened by the snow, but it's crunching towards me. I try to move my arms again, but my wrists are locked together. Same with my ankles. At least if I can get my hands free, I can stand, right? Then I can just hop over to the road. Can't be far, but it's too tight. Whoever did this, they knew what they were doing. The car passes in a blur of red, along with my hope. It's a few 100 meters away. Not far. Not far at all. I need to get up again. Get to my feet. But there's nothing to... No way to... So cold. I feel it deep in my bones now. Another shuddering shiver rides up the whole length of my body. Maybe I can just roll over there. I try that. 1 full turn, and I roll back the way. Shit. I'm in some kind of hollow, like a golf bunker. But there isn't a golf course around for miles. Is it that one down by Gala? Torwood Lee, I think. No, the road's too far from that. Actually, you know what? The air isn't that cold. The ground is. And the snow. But the air, it's not bad. I'm not shivering anymore, so I give it another go at rolling. Almost. No. I tip back into the hollow, facing up at the sky. The falling snow looks so beautiful, tumbling down in giant chunks, like parachutes. I stick my tongue out and taste the gorgeous, fresh flakes. I'm warm now. It's glorious. Fucking glorious. You know what? I want a flying saucer to come down and take me up. There must be tons of them flying around, everywhere, using the darkness as cover when there's nobody watching for them, like in that film, where it was dancing around in the clouds. Nah. I'll just keep going on this mortal coil. Wait this out. I'm okay. It might be cold, but I'm not. Not anymore. I'll be able to wait this out until first light. If someone's using that road in the middle of the night, then hopefully more will use it in the morning. They'll see me, even if I just sit up. I'll be fine. I'll be more than fine. And I'll find who did this to me, catch them, turn the tables and do the same to them, like the other film, the Korean one with the octopus. Because nobody does this to me and gets away with it. Maybe dying won't be too bad. If this is it, I've had a good life. Good enough, anyway, to avoid going to the other place. I'll get to meet my maker, have a nice chat with him, reflect on the mortal life and the eternal life I'll now have. But will I go there? Will I really? I go to church every Sunday. I say a prayer before bed. I've been good. I know I've been a bit naughty at times, but who hasn't? Surely St. Peter will see me as someone who has at least tried to do the right thing, and that's got to count. I'll go to heaven. I know I will. Just shut my eyes now. Rest them. They'll need to be working well to take in the Almighty, or I'll need to be refreshed for the morning when I track down the first carts. I try to get up again, and actually manage it this time. Thank God. I'll walk home now. Thing is, Mummy will be really cross with me. I've skinned my knee. It doesn't hurt, but I know I've ripped my trousers. She's going to kill me. The pain in my knee doesn't stop me from running, though. I'm running faster and faster, and I'm so warm and toasty, and the sun's in the sky, and I'm climbing towards it. And its rays are wrapping all around me, like Mummy's cuddle and... Chapter 5. Forget about snow piling up at the side of the road. Here, it covered both carriageways. The bus Marshall followed along the road to Clovenford's cut ruts into the fresh powder. He hoped the distance he was keeping was safe enough. Working in London for so long, and in Durham, meant Marshall had forgotten all about winter in the borders. It might be southern Scotland, but it was high enough above sea level to fit snugly into the Highlands, which meant some years the snow lasted for months until spring thawed it all out. He hoped this wasn't one of them. Bloody chucking it down now. Giant flakes drifting until the bus's wake sucked them in. Round that last bend and they were in Clovenfords, one of those blink-and-you'll-miss-it villages, stretched out on both sides like pizza dough, climbing up the hills it was wedged between. The bus pulled in opposite the hotel, which looked warm and inviting. But Marshall shot right past it, then left towards home. Their estate was covered in a thick crust of snow. All the houses seemed to look out on each other, giving no privacy. He pulled up in front of the garage and the tiny flat he called home. It didn't feel like a home. Still, he didn't have to be here long. Just a year or two until his sister and niece were settled, then he'd decide where to live his life. The lights were on in the flat, and he could just about make out Zlatan's soft shape and sharp eyes looking down at him, wondering why Marshall was stupid enough to go out in the snow. Some of us have to work for a living, sonny. The house itself was dark, just a light on in the back casting a glow across the snowy garden. Hard to make out the shape of it in the blackness, and he hadn't lived here long enough to etch it into his brain. Marshall got out and scurried across the snow and took it slowly, climbing the spiral stairs leading up to his door. His hands were freezing, and he struggled to get the key in the lock, like some drunk on a Saturday night. He managed to get it open, and the heat wafted out. Something snaked around his ankles. Meow. Curt enough to show how hungry Zlatan was. Marshall dumped his laptop bag and kicked off his shoes, already soaking from the melting snow. Okay, sonny, just let me get myself straight. He took off his coat and hung it by the door. His tiny little place would be fine for a weekend's break in the Tweed Valley, but spending a year or two here? Bollocks! Either he'd left the bedroom door open, or Zlatan had forced it again to lie on his bed all day. Fair play to the lad. At least the bed still looked made from this morning. The other door was shut, thankfully. He didn't want the big guy getting into the staircase that led down to the main house's kitchen. He filled the kettle in the sink and set it to boil. Too late for a coffee, but a decaf tea would be fine. Zlatan hauled his way up the cat-climbing post in the window, back to where he'd been earlier. Meow. He set off across the counter, rammed with a microwave, fridge and an air fryer Marshall still didn't quite trust. He went over to the fridge and found tonight's dinner. Own-brand microwave lasagna. At least it wasn't the value range. He put it into the microwave and started it, then tipped out some biscuits into Zlatan's bowl. Cat ate better than him, that was for sure. Marshall sat on the sofa, the only furniture he'd bought for the place, the only furniture he'd been allowed to buy, or had space to fit it in. Glad he hadn't been the one getting it up those stairs. He should put something on Netflix, but he couldn't be bothered. He reached over to the coffee table and lit the candle, dousing the flat in a sweet vanilla scent. Place seemed like a home when it smelled nice. His phone rang. One day, he'd be able to shut that thing off when he left the station. But that wasn't today. D.I. Andrea Elliott calling. He still needed to update that contact card, didn't he? He answered it and sat forward in his chair. Evening, Andrea. To what do? You arrested him, didn't you? Tate. Right. More territorial pissings from her. Either Jolene or her husband on the front desk at Melrose was the leaker. We did. It was a case of speak now or forever hold your peace. Pringle supported my call to arrest and charge. Congratulations! She silently fumed down the line. These bloody meetings, Marshal. I can feel brain cells dying in that room. It's worse for you than drinking 5 bottles of vodka and smoking 80 a day in a room made of asbestos. What did you charge him with? Usual. Leaving another interview until the morning. Why? Just wouldn't mind having been there to see it. You're more than welcome to take over. I'll have a word with Pringle then. Elliot sighed. Sweet dreams, Dr. Donkey. Click. And she was gone. Aye. That was going to help Marshall's shoddy sleep pattern no end. He didn't give a shit about office politics, but it gave several shits about him. The microwave pinged, and he hauled himself to his feet. Just shut the fuck up! The shout came from below. Even in the flat above the garage, he could still hear his sister and niece going at it hammer and tongs. Just not usually this loud. Marshall walked over to the inner door and unlocked it. He stepped out into the staircase and climbed down, emphasizing each step. Thea was in the kitchen at the bottom, squatting in front of the freezer. Well, I won't wait up! She turned around to face him. Almost the same height as him, but about a third of his weight. Her lopsided blonde bob showed she had an AirPod in one ear. Uncle Robert? You can just call me Rob, you know. Feels weird. Right. He smiled at her. Where's your mother? She's out. Again? I know. Said she had a date after work. Straight out. Thea nibbled at her thumbnail. Bit worried about it. Why? Just her dating again after what happened with Dad. It's a bit soon, don't you think? Listen, I've known my sister all of her life, and she doesn't take any nonsense from anyone. She'll be fine. Take your word for it. She held up the tub of ice cream. Want some? Got my tea in the microwave just now. Okay, but do you want some ice cream, Uncle Robert? He smiled at her. Fine, I'll have some. Thea got out a couple of bowls and softened the tub in the microwave. Marshall took in the kitchen. The yellow units needed a bit of refreshing, but only if you went up close to them. The table was far too big for the room, but Jen was far too proud to leave it at their old place. Thea scooped some ice cream out into the bowls. You could bring your pot noodle down and eat somewhere a bit more civilized than up there. Marshall took the bowl. Thanks. Though civilized is stretching it when Mum's in a strop. Thea sat on the bench. Which is all the time. The truth was, Marshall liked the family dynamic. Spending time with him, even when Jen was annoying, made him feel that little bit centred, and eating a meal with him avoided some rubbish from the microwave upstairs. He smiled at her. Spoon? Crap! She slapped a hand to her forehead. Marshall got them one each out of the drawer and had to pull the bench out on his side so he could get in. Who were you shouting at on the phone? You heard that? I think your granny and Melrose heard it. My granny and Dumfries too? She spooned the melting ice cream. It was Dad. Right. What's up with your dad? What's not? She splattered the spoon flat against the ice cream. He's a selfish narcissist. That's a tautology. She looked up. Eh? All narcissists are selfish, so you don't... Right, smart arse. Marshall took a mouthful of his ice cream and let the salty caramel melt on his tongue. He tried to switch off the psychologist part of his brain, something that usually took wine or gin. It's good that you're speaking to him. Is it? Of course. Thing is, I was supposed to go there tonight, right? But he's pulled out, again. He's seeing another floozy. I mean, I know I shouldn't use that word, but... She swallowed down a big mouthful of ice cream without tasting it. We never really got along, but he is still my dad, so I do want to see him. But when he doesn't want to see me, I mean, Jesus. I thought I was being disloyal to Mum, but it's not exactly hard to choose sides here, is it? Mum does everything for me, and I'm so grateful for it, but Dad, he's... Her head slumped forward over her bowl. Thea, me and your mother never really knew our dad. He buggered off when we were pretty young. Haven't seen him since. Not trying to say count your blessings, but it sounds like you're giving your old man a fair crack of the whip, which is all you can do. What does your mum... The landline blasted out loud enough to drown out his thoughts, let alone his words. Marshall squinted at the phone handset resting on the sideboard. Mum calling. Gran's the only one who uses that thing. Thea grabbed her bowl and got up. See you later. Aren't you going to get that? I've got homework to do. She sashayed out of the room and popped in the other AirPod. Marshall dropped his spoon into the bowl with a rattle and walked over to pick up the phone. Hi, Mum. Robert, is that you? No, Mum. It's Uncle Ian. Cheeky sod. Is your sister in? No, she's out tonight. Right. Well, I was just checking to see if you're going to be able to make it. Make what? It's Grumpy's birthday tomorrow night. Their paternal grandfather, a mad old coot who was still clinging on in his 90s, and who did not give a single shit. Marshall loved him for it. I'll make sure we all make it. That's brilliant, Robert. Thank you. Click. And she was gone. Typical Mum. Marshall picked up his bowl and ate the rest of his ice cream, watching the snow falling outside. How could none of them know what happened to Dad? Dad was stretching it. That Nirvana song about trying to have a father but instead had a dad. Kurt Cobain had it the wrong way around. All their father had done was provide sperm that happened to be in the right place to fertilize 2 eggs at the same time. Wherever he was, Marshall hoped their father was happy. Maybe he should talk to Thea more about her dad before her irritation became full-blown daddy issues. Hell, he should talk to her father, sort him out, make him see what he was doing to his daughter. His mobile buzzed in his pocket. Motion detected. He tapped the notification and a video filled the screen. Someone was lurking on the exterior stairs, hood up, thick coat on. Marshall dumped his bowl in the sink and went over to the door. Jen wouldn't let him install cameras that covered the whole house, and he'd listened to her, but there was no way he was going to leave his own entrance exposed like that. He went out into the freezing cold and spotted footsteps leading over from the road. The metal resonated. Definitely someone lurking out there. Shite. Was it an associate of Rory Tain? Marshall crept over in his socks and started up the stairs. Didn't have his baton with him or his pepper spray, just his fists. They'd have to do. He clambered up slowly, his feet freezing, fists balled. Someone lurched out and kissed him full on the lips. Kirsten stood there, wide-eyed and smirking. Her natural hair colour was back, the dark brown sucking in the light. You look like you've seen a ghost. It's been a few weeks, and his heart was still thumping from the threat, but it did that flipping over thing he still got every time he saw her. You could have texted me rather than just showing up. She laughed. Why? Is your wife inside? She's out at her book club with Meg and Claire, Sarah and Sarah. Kirsten rolled her eyes. All the Sarahs, eh? I would have come and picked you up, that's all. Maybe treated you to dinner. Marshall opened the door for the second time that night and went in. What brings you here? Had a meeting about the refitted gala. Basically, I'm going to have to sort stuff out that has gone to shit since I moved back to Edinburgh. Sally's not exactly cutting the mustard. Marshall slid off his sticky, cold socks and walked through to the bedroom and tipped them into his washing basket. And Sally won't. Kirsten grabbed him and kissed him deeply. Chapter 6. A wall of white noise hit Marshall, and he opened his eyes. The clock read 6:30, but the alarm hadn't gone off yet. The door opened, and light burst out of the bathroom, silhouetting Kirsten. She padded over to the bed and jumped on top of Marshall. Hey, you. Morning. Marshall couldn't stop himself from yawning. How did you sleep? This mattress, Rob? I want to marry it. I thought you weren't the marrying kind of girl. Well, I am now. Wow. She flopped down and lay next to him, wrapping her legs around him. How did you sleep? Like a log. Another yawn grabbed hold of him. With a chainsaw in it. That bad? Lot going on in my head, Kirst. She fanned out her hair. You can talk to me. It's just picking up Elliot's slack while she fannies about in meetings up in Edinburgh. Tell me about it. The other reason I'm down here. Eh? Those are drugs meetings, aren't they? Drug investigations still need forensics, and Elliot is causing absolute bloody havoc with her complaints, asking for the moon and a bloody stick, and getting it with 2 sticks even. So you're avoiding her? He smiled. Mature. She play-punched his arm. Watch it, Buster. I'm half serious. But it is Elliot, so I'll let you off. You know she put in a formal complaint about Sally, right? No. Elliot thinks she's a drunk, which she might be. Kirsten buried her head in the pillow. I hate managing people. It's just constant stress. Aren't you getting any support for that side of things? From James Anderson. Aye, right. He's not exactly hands-on. Okay. Never met the guy. Do you want my advice? I'll take anything, Rob. I'm desperate. Okay. Sally, you've got 2 options. First, you get help for your addiction and we're all sorted. Second, I'll performance manage you out of the door. She either admits she has a problem, or if there isn't one in her mind, then she's just shite at her job and you can boot her out. That's cold. Been a line manager for 10 years. Marshall shrugged. You're dealing with a bad, mad and sad triangle. Bad is that she's inept at her job, so you add training. Mad is she's a disgruntled employee, so you add discipline. And sad? There's some other noise in her life or just general interference, so you add therapy. Don't get paid enough for this shite, Rob. Rather just help catch the bad guys. You and me both. He leaned over and kissed her on the mouth. I really like you being here, Kirst. I liked being here. She put a finger to his lips. But let's just take it a step at a time, okay? That's what we're doing, isn't it? Felt like you were getting a bit too lovey-dovey. Marshall swallowed something down. Felt like he was doing a lot of that. I'm not going to change who I am. I know. And I'm not either. Look, the reason I haven't seen you for 2 weeks is, well, you were staying at mine every night, or I was staying here for, 2 weeks. That's okay, isn't it? Is it? She shook her head, hair scraping against her pillow. I just don't know, Rob. I just don't know. That same impasse. They were both stubborn sods. Marshall reached over and stroked her arm. Okay, we've both got work today, but how about getting something to eat tonight? Go down to the hotel. The food in there's really good. Good beer and wine too. She smiled. Let's do that. Marshall's mobile blasted out. He groaned as he rolled over. Phone call at this time is never good. He grabbed it off the charging mat and checked the display, hoping it was about being in a car accident that wasn't his fault. DCI James Pringle calling. Aye, scratch that hope. Marshall lay down and answered. Morning, sir. What's up? Got a suspicious death taking the high road between Stowe and Lauder. Need your arse up there. Toot sweet. Chapter 7. Marshall stepped off the bottom rung of the staircase, and his welly crunched into crisp snow. He felt the cold through the sole. Sorry, but there'll be wellies in your size at the station. He hurried across the dark drive towards his car. Kirsten came to a crunching halt next to him. Yeah, your roller skate isn't going to cut it. Marshall's car might have been great on the streets of London, but it wasn't cut out for a boarder's winter, and it was covered in about a foot of snow, unlike Jen's SUV. Some pheasant and cat prints dotted the garden. He peered into the house. No sign of anyone inside. Thea would be getting up soon, but Jen would usually have a pot of coffee on the go by now. Hey, you two! Marshall swung around. Jen was hopping down from her VW Tiguan. Good to see you. She crunched over and wrapped her arms around Kirsten. What's up? Called out to a case, Jen. Marshall frowned at her. Where have you been? Me? Just been to get some bacon and rolls from the shop in Gala. Marshall didn't mention the lack of human prints in the snow. Her love life and her daddy issues were none of his business, until it was. Would I be able to? You look like you've had some bedroom action. Kirsten was smiling at Jen. Right? Jen deflected it back with a sly wink. You two can talk. Least we're open about it. Aye, to me. Jen yawned into her fist. Anyway, bacon rolls? Not today, thanks. Marshall pointed at the car. Jen, I need to get up to the Stowe Lauder Road. Any chance I can borrow your car? Jen raised her eyebrows and rolled her tongue across her teeth. Rob, I've got a 4x4 because nurses need to get to work wherever the weather. She prodded a finger into his chest. Like cops do. Your roller skate here isn't going to cut it, is it? Marshall swallowed down the anger about his choice of car. Jen, please, I'm desperate. She sighed. You can take it, but on one condition. Deal. You didn't ask what the condition is. Jen! Right. Jen held up her mobile. Got a text. School's closed today, so I need you to drop Thea at Mum's on. I can't do that. Come on, Rob. I'm doing you a massive... I'll do it. Kirsten crunched across the snow. Jen, you drive Rob up, then I'll take Thea over to Melrose. Chapter 8. Jen drove along the Stowe Lauder Road, the long ridge running between the villages, still dark with no sign of the sun rising, just the occasional flash of sheep huddled together on the moorland. Lights twinkled on the hills in the distance. She pulled in at the start of the convoy of police cars, pretty far away from the centre of the action. "Here." "Thank you for dropping me off." "Don't mention it," Jen sighed. "See you later." Marshall opened the door and got out of Jen's car into the freezing cold, gripping his bag and wrapping his jacket extra tight. Didn't help any. Jen shot off along the road, going way too fast. Aye, he was going to pay for that. Marshall stepped through the virgin snow towards a groove cut through it, the result of scores of feet trampling across to the crime scene. The CSI tent was glowing in the morning gloom, flapping in the stiff breeze up here, a few 100 meters from the road. Marshall trudged on across the snow towards it, hard going, and so bloody cold. His phone torch wasn't cutting it, but the one thing a pool car would be good for was all the crap in the boot, including a military flashlight that would light up the moon. What he wouldn't give for one just now, a packet of refreshers or half a Mars bar. He stopped outside and took the log from the crime scene manager. "How are you?" A big guy, with thick stubble and a thicker Dublin accent. Marshall didn't recognise him. He needed to remedy that. Couldn't be a DI who didn't know at least 3 personal things about each member of the wider team. Then it clicked. Marshall smiled at him. "Liam, right?" "PC Liam Warner at your service, sir." He nodded slowly, his eyes glowing. "Glad you remember me, sir." "We worked in a case 3 months ago, right? Down near Hike. I tried to remember everyone I've worked with." "Oh, right. Yeah, sure. That's a good way to be, sir. Some of them here, they don't act the same way." The police tape was flapping in the wind, but the movement didn't seem to be raising the temperature any. "That's something that needs to be remedied then." Marshall smiled at him and handed the clipboard back, then stepped through. Not far to the inner locus, with a much bigger operation securing the scene. Someone was glowering at him, half in a suit. DS Jolene Archer. "Boss?" "Morning, Jolene." Marshall grabbed one from the stack and stepped into the trousers. Easier said than done with size 13 wellies on, which were covered in snow. "Absolutely perishing up here." "I've still not got warm from last night." "Last night?" Marshall frowned. Then he got it. "Ah, right. Tape." She nodded. "Heard they charged him with 7 counts?" "Good." She was still scowling. "Who was that who dropped you off?" "Oh, nobody," Marshall swallowed. "My sister's car." "Ah, okay." Spies everywhere. "Did you get the pool car?" "The Land Rover, yeah. Don't really know how to drive it, but it seems fine." "Good." Marshall finished doing up the zip. "What have we got here then?" "Body in the snow, Rob." Jolene snapped her goggles to her forehead and secured her mask on her chin, already speckled with snow. Marshall attached his goggles and mask to his head. Bastard things never fitted him properly. He took in a deep breath. "Let's see then." Jolene signed them in and entered the tent first. A few people in there, one of them whistling like a drunk uncle. Pringle. He winked at Marshall and gave a drunk uncle's camera shutter click. "Time was, a murder down these parts would be a once-in-a-decade thing." Marshall ignored the 5 or 6 others in there and squatted next to the body, just as a camera flashed. A woman lying face down, the snow covering her clothes and much of the heather. Her head was buried in the stuff. It hadn't melted from her body heat, though those arc lights would do the job soon enough. She wore a little black dress. No sign of her shoes or a coat. Pringle snorted. "Okay, Sally. Are you happy to lift her out?" A crouching figure looked up. "Sure thing. Trev? Jay?" 2 big lumps knelt down at either end of the body, while the photographer aimed his camera. They lifted and flipped her over onto her back. Marshall got a better look at her. Pale face, but blood on her nose and lips. Raven hair, shoulder length. "Oh, shit." Sally stepped into the hollow and bent down. A second body lay there, no longer underneath her. A man. Jeans, t-shirt and a thin jacket. Adidas trainers, not exactly dressed for the elements either. His nose was flattened like pastry and spattered with tomato ketchup. "Let's have a look at this guy then." South African accent, meaning Dr. Belu Owusu. She stood there, but her eyes were flashing all over the corpse. Marshall looked at both of the bodies, some aspect of his training forcing him to focus on the aggregate, on similarities and differences, rather than treating them as individuals. The main thing he noticed was both were bound at the ankles and wrists. "My God, it's like they've been dumped and left here." Owusu voiced his thoughts. "Give me a second, guys." Marshall watched her go about her work. "Have they frozen to death, or did they die first?" "That's what I'll find out." Marshall felt that throbbing in his skull. Questions were piling up here, and he needed to answer some. He focused on Sally as she checked through the male victim. "Any ID? Wallet, purse?" "Can't see anything, sorry." She took her gloved hands away from the male's pockets. "He looks so peaceful, almost like he's smiling, despite the broken nose." She was right. Whoever he was very well preserved and definitely had a smile filling his face. Marshall got out his phone and took a photo. Looked pretty good, nowhere near bad enough to worry about a complaint when he showed it to anyone. He reached over to snap one of the women. "You don't need to do that, Rob." Owusu pointed at the body. "I know her. Dr. Louisa Baird. She's an oncologist at Borders General." "Okay." Marshall nodded at Jolene. "We need to get out there and speak to people, but we also need to identify the second victim." "On it, Rob." She left the tent. "Gadzooks." Pringle got to his feet with a few clicks and followed her out of the tent. Marshall didn't feel like he had much choice but to do likewise. Outside, he tore off his goggles, thick with steam, and the mask, letting him breathe in the fresh, cold air again. Jolene was crunching across the dark snow towards the hub of activity by the cars. "Dr. Marshall, there's obviously a connection here, but..." "What?" Pringle put a hand to his chin. "Let's focus on identifying him first, sir." "Drugs." Marshall savoured the cold on his face. "You think this is drug-related?" "Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Pringle was already unzipping his suit. "We have a problem with drugs down here in the sticks, you know. If one was to get too deep in debt by, say, getting high on your own supply, then you very swiftly become..." He whistled and dragged a finger across his throat. "Persona non grata. Gangs often beat the crap out of people and drop them into the wilds, then let them walk back to town. Next time they do it, it'll be that bit further out. They usually get the message after that. And if they don't..." Marshall could see it, but he could also see 100 other explanations. "I want us to keep an open mind on this lot, sir. Could be any number of explanations." "But it's clear someone killed them, right?" "Very. Who found them?" Pringle let his suit hang free and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Shunty!" A snowy figure wandered over, wrapped up in several layers. A fragment of Sayal's face poked out of his hood. What's up, sir? Where's the boy who found them? What about him? Sayal frowned. Wait, them? I thought it was a woman, not a non-binary. No, Shunty. Plural them. It's a woman. Female oncologist at Borders General. But she was lying on top of a man. Oh. Sayal's frown deepened. Just finished speaking to the man who found them. He thumbed behind him. Jim Thompson lives in Clovenfords, just driving through to catch a train from Berwick to London, which he was never going to. His lips twisted together. Wonder if I should speak to the train company and get his ticket refunded. Pringle laughed. Shunty, give him the crime number and let him do the working. But he's helping us, sir, and I have offered him a lift to Berwick. You what? Pringle shut his eyes. Come on. He grabbed Sayal's sleeve and led him away. Let's see if he recognises the victims. Marshall was going to follow them, but Jolene was waving at him just by the long row of cars, so he trudged over to her. Heavy going, and it felt like it was getting worse, despite the clear conditions. Must have been the cold wind drifting it. What's up? The guy who manages the site has just turned up. What site? It's a sheep farm. She pointed south. See them? The sky was starting to lighten to a brash purple, and the whole landscape was a white Christmas. Just a month late. The range of hills was like a wedding cake, the snow all smoothed out by the wind. 3 wind turbines stood there like giant statues, their blades moving in the breeze. A 4th was just half a central nacelle with no sign of any. On a plane it'd be a propeller, but here he had no idea. Work was going on nearby, presumably the base for a 5th. A large area was fenced off. This was going to be a sizable operation when it was finished. Okay, I see now. He's managing a wind farm. Aye, an active installation. Remember the Stramash in the papers about it? This is a notoriously difficult area to get planning for that kind of thing. Low fly area here and tons of NIMBYs around. She set off towards the road, and a man leaning against a Range Rover. Mr. Talbot? That's me, aye. Tall guy, dressed for the weather in at least 3 layers. So hard to tell how big he was. A thick scarf covered his throat, green bobble hat, arms folded, the fingers of his thick gloves flexing. He lifted his hat and showed silvery hair, spiked like it was the 90s. A long cut on his temple, fresh but scabbed over. His dark eyes stared at her, then followed her gaze up to his forehead. He pulled the hat down. Got into an argument with a rotor blade. Right, that was it. A rotor. The blade won. He laughed, then waved a hand at the turbines. Still, the beautiful beast spinning away is quite the thing now, eh? If Marshall had to place his accent, he'd guess at a low G postcode. Inner Glasgow. You're not local, right? Given, born and bred, aye. Much nicer now, though, eh, no? Commute down here on a Monday morning and stay in a caravan. Another wave towards the worksite. Too cold right now, so I'm in the Stage Hall Arms in Stowe. Not great, but it's cheap enough, and mostly warm. Marshall gave Talbot a smile. Doing a good job by the looks of it. Tell that to the boss, eh? Talbot chuckled. Do these all over Scotland. Did another one on the hills to the south a few years back. One turbine there supplies all the electricity in Stowe. Another does most of Gala, and all the money from it goes to the community here. This new lot is next generation, and will do most of the central Borders and southern Midlothian once it's all up and running. Marshall raised his eyebrows. That seems adventurous. Not really. Hardly any people live there, but this lot are absolute monsters. I won't bore you with the technical details, but they generate a lot. Halfway through, but should have finished in October, but we've had to delay it into winter because of issues with the Chinese manufacturing. Bit of COVID shutting down the factory, then a royal pain in getting all the parts here within 6 months, but tell you, we should be building them in this country. But hey-ho, who am I? Just some numpty from Govan who installs the buggers. Getting double the money for this one, it's not a bad thing. But being out in this weather, 10 times wouldn't be enough. Total nightmare. But the landowner won't listen. That'll be Blainsley Shawmains, eh?
Pringle had appeared from somewhere, rubbing his hands together and smiling at him. Talbot took a step back from him and kept them both equally distant.
That's right, Napier Rattray.
Marshall felt that little tickle at the back of his neck.
I know his son from school.
Pringle screwed up his face.
You were at school with Balfour Rattray?
Aye. Marshall could see this being another Pringle rabbit hole, so he focused on Talbot.
How many people have you got working here? 16. We gonna get out today?
Marshall waved at the snow.
You're gonna work in this? Time and tide waits for no man and all that.
Talbot shifted his gaze between them.
Mate, if we're not working, I need to get on the phone and tell the team, then explain to the boss.
His eyes settled on Marshall.
So?
Not my call. Marshall gestured to Pringle. Sir?
Aye. Just so long as you keep speaking to my guys.
Pringle waved over at the site.
Do you have any security cameras over there? Just got them inside to make sure the tools don't go walkies. We'd still appreciate access to it. No problem. And thank you.
Talbot walked off and took out his mobile, then eased off his gloves with his teeth. Jolene had her phone out. I'll get on top of that, sir. She walked off, calling someone. Pringle was watching Talbot talking on the phone.
What's your thinking here, Dr. Donkey?
Marshall shrugged.
He's a guy who works here, right? Doesn't know anything.
Okay,
but I was asking you about...
Pringle sighed.
Young man, you're going to have to explain why the offspring of a landowner is going to a comprehensive school with you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you didn't come from money.
I was raised by a single mother, if that's what you mean. There's no stigma attached now, sir. Marshall felt the blood tickling his veins. The trick to dealing with Pringle was to just wind him up and keep winding him up until he found some new shiny. Truth is, Napier tried to avoid all pretension by sending his son to a comprehensive. Remember him coming in to talk in an assembly once. Being nobility should mean acting nobly and not acting like a knob. Got a big laugh from the kids, but not from the teachers. Truth is, Balf had been expelled from Edinburgh Academy and St Mary's in Melrose, so he didn't really have a choice.
That's an explanation, I suppose.
A car pulled up not far away from them. DC Jim McIntyre was behind the wheel, practically filling the driver's side. Kirsten got out of the passenger door. She jogged over to them. Morning, gents. Pringle looked her up and down.
To what do we owe the pleasure?
I'm going to muck in and make sure we avoid any more complaints.
Well.
Pringle smiled.
I appreciate it.
Thankfully caught Jim McIntyre at the station. Kirsten stomped her wellies. Gather Shunty isn't permitted to drive in this weather.
Pringle laughed. Not after last time, no. Or the time before.
McIntyre says Shunty insists he delegated driving to McIntyre. Quoting you, Sir Pringle.
Cheeky beggar.
See you later. Kirsten set off towards the tent. I'll get the body shifted to Borders General.
Good having some competence on the case. Pringle leaned in close. You're in charge here, okay? I'm happy to PUFO.
Pick up, fuck off. Aye, Marshall didn't need to be told twice. We'll do what I can, sir. I know you're used to tracking serial offenders, and this is obviously another serial. No, sir. This technically isn't a serial killer. It's barely a spree killer. Marshall tried to slow down. Stop winding him up. Just dealing facts. No, it is a spree. Two in close proximity in the same location. But I can't profile that. This case has 2 bodies and no leads. Pringle clapped his arm. You'll have to do the shoe leather work most cops have done on the way up. Are you? Jim. Dr. Owusu emerged from the crime scene tent, and Pringle practically skipped across the snow to meet her. Marshall followed, trying not to shake his head. Probably died of exposure. Owusu took off her gloves and dumped them in the discard pile, already overflowing and covered in snow. Both of them were stiff. Body temperatures are very low. So they froze to death. Heart failure from hypothermia. She raised a finger, which needs to be confirmed. Pringle nodded along with it. They say freezing to death is one of the more peaceful deaths, almost euphoric. Owusu smiled at him. Once you get past the bitter cold part at the start and the shivering stops, they say you feel warm, almost intoxicated as the brain begins its slow temperature drop. She dumped her suit onto the discard. Now, I know what you two are going to ask, and yes, they were dumped at different times. Pringle tilted his head to the side. Go on. I'd estimate her time of death at 3 a.m., give or take. Need to do a full post-mortem to check, obviously. For him, it's hard to say because of proximity to her. But he was earlier than her. I'd say 3 to 4 hours earlier, plus or minus 2. Pringle frowned. So she was dumped on top of him after he was already dead. Marshall couldn't even consider that. Dying on top of a freezing corpse. Your last moments being the heat sucked out of you by a dead body. Were they killed by the same person? Not my call, but I'd say it's the same M.O. Left there, wrists and ankles bound, and someone knew there was a body already there. So yeah, I'd suggest this is intentional. Owusu smiled at them both. Off the record, of course. Now, I'll get on with the post-mortem as soon as the bodies arrive, okay? I've cleared my calendar. Thank you. I'll get DSIL to focus on identifying the victim. Marshall looked at Owusu. You said you knew the victim? Just professionally. There's a channel from oncology to pathology when things don't go to plan. But I do know Louisa's husband. Chapter 9. Jolene managed to find a space at the back of some shops. She let the engine die, but didn't speak. The car didn't sound too healthy, and smelled a lot worse. Still, it was a 4x4, so they'd got down to Gala reasonably easily. Well done getting the good pool car. She smiled at Marshall. Cheers. The sun was almost up now, but still hid behind the hills east of Galashiels. Not many people out on Overhaw Street. A narrow lane jammed between the town's 2 main shopping roads, Channel Street, with its former chain stores gradually being replaced by smaller concerns, and Bank Street, with its boutiques, gelato parlours and vegan cafes. All this one had was a nightclub, a grim pub, a takeaway, and 3 law offices. Marshall leaned forward to tie up his shoelaces. He wouldn't need those wellies here, thankfully. Getting the buggers off inside the car hadn't been easy, though. You okay to lead in here? I've done my time in the trenches, Rob. She opened the driver door and let the cold air in. Marshall got out onto the street. Are you implying I haven't? Not you. You've been a DI for longer than I've been a cop. She meant Sayal then. That old chestnut was still roasting on an open fire. Jolene crossed the road and entered the office of Baird and Cruikshank. The signage swayed in the breeze, the maroon and white colours of the town's rugby club. Rugby and the law usually went hand in hand, especially in these parts. The door was stiff and needed a good nudge. Marshall stepped into the reception area, cramped and dark with decor a few decades too old. Jolene was over by the desk. She turned around and beckoned for Marshall to follow her through a door, which led to a maze of corridors. No sign of any staff, just the sounds of people talking, somewhere. Eerie as hell. Jolene rapped on a door marked with, Hugo Baird, partner. Come! A deep voice, but less a shout, a more loud speaking. Jolene opened the door and stepped into a square box. Hugo Baird was on his feet, hand outstretched, big grin on his face. Tall and broad with a thick head of hair streaked through with grey. His face was beetroot red. Hi there. His gaze was like an eagle's, shifting back and forth between them, like he was trying to figure out who was the easier prey. How can I help? Marshall had expected the office to face the back of the shops on Channel Street, but somehow it looked out into a garden, with walls on all sides. 3 sets of tables and chairs out there for lunch in the warmer months or smoking in the colder ones. Right now, it looked like snowmen and snowwomen were using the tables for their annual meeting. Police, sir. Jolene held out her warrant card. DS Jolene Archer, DI Rob Marshall. Need a word about an important matter. Hugo let out a deep and resonant sigh. Listen, I'm far too busy with work, so can you come back later? Or can I put you in touch with a colleague? Sir, we need to have a word. The sort that might be better done with you sitting down. Hugo tilted his head to the side. What do you mean? He wasn't going to sit, was he? Jolene looked at Marshall, and he gave a nod. She fixed Hugo with a soft look. Sir, I'm afraid we found a body this morning, which we believe belongs to your wife. Hugo just stood there, frozen like a rock. His forehead flickered. What? We believe she died during the night, sir. Hugo collapsed back into his chair and rolled back until it hit the cabinet. You're sure it's her? A colleague was able to identify her. Hugo stared into space for a few seconds. Well, I know what you're thinking. He stared at Marshall. The grieving widower was gone, replaced by a patter merchant lawyer. Gleaming eyes, and not from tears. I'm twice her age. More than that still. Lou's 32. I'm 65 next month. Spent too much of my life building up this business and not enough building my private life. Then I met her. Whirlwind romance, married, and I was a dad within a year. The boy's 4. He's in the kindergarten at St Mary's. Big boys' school next year. We live in Lauder, south end of the village. Lots of our neighbours commute to Edinburgh by car or on the train from Stowe. But we both work locally. Of course, it's different since the pandemic. Most businesses are remote a good chunk of the week. Marshall cleared his throat and waited until he got eye contact. Did you know of anyone your wife might have had issues with? Issues? God, no. What about at work? We don't talk about work, hers or mine. But I know what you're asking, and all I can say is Lou's a pillar of the community. I mean, who can get angry with an oncologist? Sure, she's lost patients to cancer, but she's the kindest woman in the world and always looked after them, often to the detriment of her own well-being. She does runs and walks for a couple of charities she's involved with. What about her family? Mother lives locally. Father passed away a long time ago. Hugo laughed. I know what you're thinking. He'd be about my age. Jolene smiled. I wasn't thinking that, sir. Must be a horrible shock. It is. It is. Hugo got up and walked over to the window. Lou's very family-focused. We spend a lot of time with our cousins and my nieces and nephews. Do a lot of walking in the hills. Fair amount of nice dining locally. Trips into Edinburgh. Weekends are always full. Make sure when I close that door on a Friday, I don't have to open it again until Monday morning. The boy plays mini rugby. Take him swimming too. All the usual stuff. He stared hard at them. Lou's just well loved. His voice was close to breaking, but he still didn't cry. Marshall stood there, listening to it all, processing it or trying to. Did you report her missing? Hugo shifted his focus to the signed rugby shirt in the cabinet. I didn't know she was. Do you mind me asking why? Of course not, but his jaw was clenched tight. While I was rolling up my sleeves to get on with work, Lou was at a function last night. We're up against it this month. Lots of things needing done by April, and this is the crunch time. I worked until midnight, then went straight to bed. Up at 6 to drop the boy off at kindergarten. Snowed, didn't it? But I battled in here to get the work done. I'm blessed with a diligent staff who share my passion for the law. Jolene was struggling to hide her skill. You didn't notice your wife hadn't come home? We sleep in separate rooms and she was on a later shift today. Lou's a horrendous snorer, and I'm a very light sleeper. Jolene was frowning. I take it your son wasn't home alone last night? God, no. We have a live-in nanny, or an au pair, I think you're supposed to call them now. Bingo. Wouldn't be the first man in his position to trade the lady wife in for a new model, as the rugby club banter would go. What's her name? Becky. Becky Ferguson. Jolene scribbled it down, then looked back up. She's a gap-year student. Comes from Forres up in the Highlands. Not great, but she's getting there. Off to St Andrews in the summer. Mine and Lou's room are either side of the boys and hers is opposite, so at least one of us will hear him crying in the night. But it's her job to get the little monster up and ready in the morning. I drive him to school come rain or shine. He laughed. Or snow. Jolene flashed a smile. Do you know where your wife's function was last night? I don't. Hugo walked back over with agility, then grabbed his desk phone. Alison, can you consult my wife's itinerary for yesterday, please? He stood there, smiling, listening. Thanks. He put the phone down again. Lou was at a burn supper last night. Did she drive there? I don't know. Marshall shook his head. How can you not know? It's fairly common, Inspector. She won't know my movements day to day, but her car wasn't there this morning. Sir, this is about your wife not coming home. How can you? Look, I have a pressing appointment waiting in reception. They've been getting increasingly unhappy, so we need to park this matter for now. Chapter 10. D.I. Andrea Elliot strolled through the bustling corridors of St Leonard's police station. Weird being back to her old stomping ground in Edinburgh. She stopped outside the meeting room door and took a deep breath. The cold, sterile walls echoed her feelings. She knew she needed to keep numb to this, and not rise to whatever bullshit the drug squads threw at her. There, centred again. She knocked on the door and entered the cramped, windowless meeting room. The hum of fluorescence above combined with the scent of stale coffee and old paperwork. The tables were arranged in a square, and the 3 detectives from the drug squad looked up from their laptops, their faces etched with the marks of the gritty world they navigated daily. 2 of them looked back down again. DCI Ryan Gashkori, though, acknowledged her arrival with a curt nod. A man who had weathered many storms throughout his long career, but who bore the scars on his face. A roadmap of creases and lines. Those piercing blue eyes held a steely determination and daft cheekiness, but the dark skin surrounding them hinted at countless sleepless nights. He held out a stubby hand and seemed to rise up to be closer to Elliot's height. "Just you today, eh?" "Just me," Elliot shook it. "Pringle couldn't be asked." "You didn't think to bring anyone else?" "Unlike you, Ryan, I don't need backup and can handle myself." "Aye. Good one." Gashkori sat back down again and checked his watch. "Thought the Golden Child would be coming too." "That's better than his last nickname, and drugs aren't his particular strong point. What with the number of times he's buggered up a strategic investigation? And those long months seconded to your team? Nope. Scott's in Tenerife, or Lanzarote. Can't remember which." "Can't beat a bit of winter sun. What about that new pet of Pringle's? Marshall, is it?" "He's holding the fort down there." "Not like you've got many crimes there. Bit of shoplifting, nonsense and arson, right?" "I wish." "Have a seat then, Andy. Coffee's on the way." Elliot smiled as she sat. Felt like she was in an interview. Whether it was for a job or a police one, she hadn't made her mind up. Gashkori shut his laptop lid and cleared his throat loud enough for the lackeys to look up. "All right, let's get started then. How did you feel yesterday's session went?" "As well as I expected." "The queen of the backhanded compliment. Did we get to where you needed to?" "I got what I needed out of it. Up in the surveillance on the harbour at Eyemouth should help." "Excellent." Gashkori leaned back in his chair and stuffed his hands into his pockets. Only took a few seconds for the keys to start jingling. "Now we've got yesterday's crap out of the way, let's focus on the dish of the day. Gary Hislop." Elliot winced. Just the name had a physical reaction with her. "That wasn't on the agenda." "No. I chatted with my super afterwards, and she feels we need to move on this." "Bloody hell." She sighed. "Your meeting, Ryan?" "Brass want us to circle the wagons and agree a strategy across us and drugs and you lot in the murder squad. For our part, we've been tracking him for years, monitoring him for months. We believe Hislop's the key to cracking open a larger operation, a sinister one with tentacles all over the country. But we think the heroin flooding Scotland just now centres around him." Elliot frowned. "Ryan, I understand your concerns, but we don't have enough to nail this guy." She was keeping her voice measured, but firm. "All you really have are rumours and innuendo. We need something solid, something irrefutable. We can't risk tipping him off after a half-baked investigation." Gashkori bristled, his jaw clenching. "Andy, our view is we can't sit on our hands any longer. There's a bloody epidemic out there, and this guy's at the centre of it. We need to press ahead now." "That your view, or are you getting leaned on from above?" "Leaned on?" "Aye. We both know how this is all about politics. with a capital P. If it was just the office variety, you wouldn't be getting me to traipse up here, would you?
Can't deny it. UK election coming up in the next 18 months, probably. Want to tighten this all down.
Still, you've got to agree that going after Hislop now would be a mistake.
Elliot's right.
The detective to Gashkori's left. Older guy, dressed in the standard uniform of a well-worn suit and a tie dotted with various stains.
I'm not saying we shouldn't move on Hislop, but we need to be sure we have enough evidence to make it stick.
See why I don't need anyone else with me, Ryan? Your lads are making my point for me. She grinned at him and let it settle for a few seconds. He's right, though. If we move too soon and with a flimsy premise, we could spook Hislop and he'll disappear. Or worse, he starts chasing our lot. Remember what happened in Glasgow last year? Tried to go after the big dog and ended up getting bitten. Big Cal Taylor's still in hospital.
Gashkori slammed his fist on the table. We've got to do something.
Agreed, but arresting him now. We need a major lead to act, some irrefutable evidence. Have you got anything?
No, but every day we wait, more people die.
I know that. You know that. But we haven't even got enough to bring him in for questioning. If he comes in, he'll be out within the hour, and nobody enjoys looking stupid.
But if we got him on the record, that could be the break we needed.
That's a gamble. Pure and simple. The Americans would call it a Hail Mary pass. We do need to get him in, but I'm insisting on a more cautious approach.
Gashkori laughed. You're insisting, are you?
Advocating. Respectfully. She brushed her hair back. Look, Ryan, I get it. You lot have been watching Hislop for ages, and you're itching to take action. You're frustrated and you want to make a dent in the drug trade ravaging our communities. But if we go off half-cocked, we risk jeopardising the whole thing.
Okay.
Gashkori slipped off his jacket and hung it on the back of his chair, then started rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal the hairiest arms Elliot had ever seen.
Here's what we'll do. You and me in a room for a week. We'll look through all the evidence, all the stuff you've got, those assaults and abductions, all the stuff we've got, those dealer interviews and surveillance logs, and we'll prepare a case to take to our superintendents. They'll make the final call. We all want the same thing here. We just need to figure out the best way to get it done.
Elliot shifted her focus between them. She knew she had one on her side. Gashkori would never go against his own proposal, leaving another one who could go either way. A draw or a victory. Not bad odds for an away game. He looked young enough to be persuaded of the folly of his boss's ways. Fine. She picked up her chair and carried it around to sit next to Gashkori. Show me your moves, Ryan.
He laughed. You're getting as bad as that boss of yours.
Nobody's that bad. Her phone chimed in her pocket. Then again, she got it out to check it. Pringle, calling. Speak of the devil, and he shall whistle nonsense in your ear. She got up and walked over to the door to answer it. Morning, sir. I'm just with Ryan Gashkori.
Thanks for taking that one off me, Andy. I believe in you.
That was new. Okay, thanks.
Trouble is, I need you to turn around, Bright Eyes, because your help is required down here with a double murder.
Chapter 11. Park this matter for now. Marshall couldn't get the words out of his head by any other means, so speaking them might work. How can... But Jolene was already out of the car. Marshall made sure Jolene had stuck the official police business sign in the windscreen and followed her out into the biting cold. Wouldn't be the first time she'd forgotten, and he'd rather avoid dealing with the council over parking again. Borders General Hospital was unusually quiet. Just 2 desperate patients sucking on cigarettes in the shelter, though there was more snow inside than out. Poor sods watched them walk past them towards the building, whose layers of sandstone and pink breeze blocks made it look like a different sort of cake than the surrounding hills. Marshall entered the building and spotted the path to oncology, marked out by a green arrow pointing deep into the hospital. "What's your take on Hugo Baird?" "He's a creepy, red-faced old perv." Jolene stopped at the bottom of the stairs and winced. "Sorry, I didn't mean that." "Look, it's okay to express your feelings like that. If nobody said something that everyone thought, then we get into trouble." "Why is he creepy?" "He's literally old enough to be your dad," she smirked. "Round this way, he might even be your dad." "That's a bit harsh." "Okay, then in Hoik maybe." She started up the stairs, skipping up 2 at a time. "It's called a joke, Rob." Marshall followed at a slower pace, but was relieved to not lose any breath as he climbed. Jolene held the door for him. "Seeing as how we're being honest, what's your take on him?" Not knowing where his wife was last night is a red flag to me. I can get not wanting to see her body, but throwing himself into his work like that. So he's clearly a workaholic, someone who can't switch off, whose life is based on that office and that business he's built up. She glanced over as they walked. "Do you think he's a suspect?" "He's on the list for certain. I think their marriage doesn't quite stack up. And that's just from an initial chat." "Not to mention the live-in nanny old enough to be his granddaughter?" Something Marshall agreed with. "That and them sleeping in separate rooms." She stopped, hands on hips. "I do that." "What?" "Our son sleeps with us most nights, and it winds my husband up something rotten. He works shifts as a fireman in Hoik. Sleep's precious to him. So we switched to him sleeping in wee Joe's room and him in with me." "Listen, I'm sorry if..." "I get it, Rob. You're judging people." "No, I don't know." "What gets me is how he couldn't really explain it. With us, it's temporary. When Joe's older, he'll be back in his bed and it'll be back to normal. I hope. And there's something we need to dig into here." Her mobile blasted out, and she checked the display. "Better take this." Before Marshall could complain, she marched off back the way they'd come. Aye. He'd put his foot right in a big pile of steaming shite there. He walked through to the oncology ward and smiled at the receptionist, a middle-aged woman with a kind face but frantic energy fizzing in her fingers dancing across the keyboard. "Police, we called ahead to..." "Marshall and Archer? Sounds like a TV show," she laughed. "You want a time with Dr. Fairfax?" She sat back and brushed a hand through her hair. "His office is just through there on the right. Hasn't got patients until 11. "Thank you." Marshall looked back the way. Jolene stormed in, clutching her phone. Marshall set off down the corridor and found the door. He didn't knock yet. "Who was that?" "Elliot. She's junked her meetings and is working the case. She's just arrived at the crime scene and wanted my take on things." "Having her experience and connections will be useful." Marshall hoped it would work out that way. The alternative was she'd be pissing on his chips at every opportunity. Probably a forlorn hope. But hope was important. "Any update?" "Said it's hard going up at the wind farm. She's searching for more bodies, but they've not found any." "I wasn't expecting them to." "Right." "Have they ID'd the male victim?" "Nope. Not a lot of places to go door to door up there. Both villages either end are getting a good going over. She said Pringle's doing a press release and a TV pitch. Think that might work." "Decent chance of it, aye." Marshall knocked on the door. No way was Pringle going to get a result on that. The door opened, and a thin man stood there. Grey trousers, turquoise shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, orange and lime tie. Late 30s, but stinking of second-hand cigarettes and deodorant. Typical doctor. Do what they say, not what they do.
Kenneth Fairfax.
He held out a hand. No eye contact.
D.I. Marshall, is it?
Aye, and this is D.S. Archer. We need a word about Dr. Louisa Baird.
In you come. In you come.
Fairfax held the door while they entered, then leaned back against it.
What's she done?
I'm afraid her body was found this morning.
Ah.
Fairfax walked over to his desk and sat down.
I see. Listen, I've got a lot of cases on just now, so...
Something shifted in him, and he collapsed back in his chair.
Oh my. I can't believe it. Oh my,
He shook his head.
Louisa was one of the best. I'm sorry. You must think I was cold and indifferent just there. But the truth is I see death every single day. They walk in here months before they die in those cases. It's inevitable. People who've left it too late, or some idiot told them to use alternative medicine instead of the real stuff. You know, medicine. An alternative to stuff that works. But when it's a colleague, it's...
He huffed out a deep breath.
It's hard to take. What happened to her?
We're trying to figure that out, sir. She was found up on the road between Stowe and Lauder. We believe she froze to death.
Oh my. Was it?
Fairfax swallowed.
Was it suicide?
We don't believe so, no. Marshall wanted to keep as many of the details back. Why do you ask?
Being an oncologist is one of those professions with a high suicide rate, like vets or soldiers. Like I said, you deal with death every day. Even worse, you have to deal with hope. People say it's a battle for the patient against cancer and they win or lose that fight. But really, it's a battle between the consultant and the patient's body. She totally got that, and she was incredibly supportive of her patients.
And they still didn't know who her partner in dying was. Do you think it's possible she could have killed herself?
No, but you never know what's going on inside someone's head, do you? Sometimes they can be bright and breezy, and the next thing they're... I'm sure I don't have to spell it out for you.
Marshall nodded in sympathy. The reason we're here, sir, is to get an overview of her life. Develop an idea of anyone who'd want to harm her. Anyone who disagreed with her.
Louisa was an exemplary doctor, extremely compassionate and entirely focused on her patients' well-being, without harming her own mental health. Some say she was young and idealistic, but that idealism didn't seem to be fading any, especially not with motherhood. She was one of the good ones, and I was proud to have her on my team.
When did you last see her?
Yesterday at 5. I had to rush down to accident and emergency to meet with a poor soul who collapsed in the waiting area. Stage 4 testicular cancer, which had spread to his lungs and stomach.
Marshall felt a spear of revulsion at that.
No hope in that case.
We gather she was at an event last night.
Sorry, I've no idea. We didn't have that kind of relationship.
Was she friendly with anyone here?
Oh yes, it's me who's the curmudgeon. Best to keep a professional distance in this field. But Louisa, she was loved by all. Especially... Well, I better not go there.
What was that? Fairfax gave a polite smile.
Nothing.
Marshall folded his arms. Sir, your colleague is on her way to the morgue downstairs. If there's something that can help us find our killer, then...
Okay. There was an HR issue last summer.
Jolene looked over at Marshall, then at Fairfax. Can you give us more details, please? I don't know if I should go into it or not. Please? No, it was closed off. I need to respect the confidentiality of both parties. Interesting. Marshall got out his phone and showed him the photo of the male victim. Was it him? Fairfax squinted at it, then looked away from them. I'm not at liberty to say. Was it him? Fairfax shook his head. No, I don't recognise that man. Is he dead? He was found underneath her body. He probably died first. Oh my. Sir, we really need a name. Fairfax finally made eye contact. No, you really need a warrant. Chapter 12. Marshall descended the stairs after Jolene, much slower than her rapid pace. Our priority is finding this guy. She stopped at the bottom, waiting, her arms crossed over her shoulders. You want to get a warrant for that? Cheeky sod. Marshall smiled at her. I've got another way to get that information. She tilted her head to the side. Go on. Give me 5 minutes. What are you doing, Rob? Nothing hooky. Marshall set off along the corridor. My sister works here, and she's a massive gossip. If anyone knows, she will. Okay. Can I get you a coffee? Please, I'll take it black. Cheers. Call me when you're done. She headed towards the cafe at the front of the hospital. Marshall pushed through the door to the A&E waiting area. Pretty busy at this time of day. A big man sat there, crouching forward with a bloody nose dripping on the tiles. Whether someone had done that to him or he'd done it to himself wasn't immediately obvious. The guy diagonally opposite, though, it was clear he hadn't done it to himself. A chisel was stuck into the top of his head, and he was holding it in place, looking around the room for sympathy or understanding, or maybe just the guy who'd done it to him. Marshall cut between them and pushed through the double doors into the main treatment area. The receptionist didn't seem to notice him, as she was too busy dealing with a patient wearing a face mask. Jen was standing in the middle of the area, hands on hips, dressed in her navy uniform, shaking her head at a male colleague in a cornflower blue. She glanced over at Marshall, then did a double take. She patted her pal on the arm, then strode over to him. Rob, what are you doing here? He gave a broad smile. Hi, Jen. Thanks for the lift this morning. She grabbed his arm and dragged him into a treatment room. Don't mention it. We're a bit busy, though. Slips and falls like nobody's business. I'm sorry, but I'll be quick. Marshall let out a slow breath. So, I need to get a new car? She had that intense look, like she wasn't going to let this one go. One that's suitable for where you live now, eh? It's not that. Your roller skate is a boy racer's dream, and you're not a boy anymore. Fine, I'll get myself something. Great. Though Jen didn't seem too convinced. See if you haven't done anything about it by September? I'm dragging you kicking and screaming to a car dealership. Fine. She drilled that hard stare into him for a few long seconds, then mercifully looked away. I want to have a chat with you about her, though. About Kirsten? Aye. What about? Marshall stopped himself with a splutter. Jen, this isn't the time. No? When is? I'm serious. Thing is, she's staying over a lot. In my flat, which I rent from you, and I'm staying at hers in Edinburgh occasionally too. What's the issue? All the same, if this is... I can move out if you want. I'm not saying that. I love having you there. Thea does too. I'm just... Jen looked up at the ceiling and seemed to spot a few spiders crawling around up there. Because her eyes shot all over the place, she looked back and sighed. What are your plans for her? My plans? Marshall laughed. You sound like Mum. Rob, is Kirsten marriage material? Jesus Christ. Marshall fixed a hard stare on her. Two could play at that game. Jen, first, you can piss off. Second, who were you with last night? Was he marriage material? She narrowed her eyes at him. Okay, I withdraw the question, officer. Then she prodded him in the chest. And you can piss off too. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, Jen. I won't pry into your love life, so you don't pry into mine, even though Kirsten's a friend of yours. Her lips twitched. Fine, she looked away. So, darling brother, what brings you here? The case is a double murder. Double? 2 victims, found together, both frozen to death. Double suicide? Nope. Wrists and ankles bound. Few hours apart. Jesus. That's not what you expect around here. No. He held that stare. Both bodies are down in Dr. Wusu's lair. Jen rolled her eyes at him. She hates it being called that. Noted. Anyway, the female victim is Dr. Louisa Baird. Jen's eyebrows shot up. Oh, shit! You knew her? We've had to work together a fair bit, aye. Sometimes people show up in A&E and it turns out to be like stage 4 cancer. Several times a year. Had someone in that same boat last night. Absolutely brutal, Rob. Jen let her hair go, then swept a hand through it. Thing is, Louisa was always the one who came down to help out. She'd take over the case. She's great. Was great. One of the best in this place. This one last night wasn't her, was it? This what? Case like that. Oh, right. Aye. Almost forgot. I was on my way out of the door, but luckily Georgia could cover for me. No, it was Fairfax who came down, sadly. Why sadly? The guy's a robot. Just looks at you as if the patients are like car parts to him. No warmth, no emotion, no eye contact. Probably good at some bits of his job, but he's shite at the people side of things. Speaking of which, I gather there was an HR issue relating to her. How the hell do you know that? Dr. Fairfax mentioned it, but didn't give us any detail on it. Jen retied her hair, then glowered at a spot on the wall. Then she shifted her focus to him. I'm a bit wary about talking about stuff like that. Like what? HR issues are none of my business, she snorted. Rob, this is my job, okay? It's nothing to do with you and I as brother and sister. Come on, we're twins. Whatever, Rob, I just shouldn't. It's unprofessional. Marshall nodded just enough to soothe her a bit. But it was with a colleague of hers. That spot on the wall was getting a lot of attention. A colleague of mine, one of the young doctors here in A&E. Jen bit her cheek. Obviously, we're different line management streams, so it's not technically a colleague, but someone I work reasonably close with, aye. What happened? Why? Because Dr. Baird's dead, Jen. Murdered. And there's someone else too. It's my job to find who killed them. Marshall let the words sink in for a few seconds. Someone with an HR issue against him is someone I need to speak to. Surely you can see that, right? She looked away from the wall, head dipped low. Young lad called Ben Rougier. Not been here long. She looked up at him. Word is he became a bit stalkerish. Stalkerish how? Wouldn't take no for an answer. Following her home. All of that. And Marshall wondered why he had to hear this from his sister, and not the victim's husband. Chapter 13. The A&E doctors had 2 rooms for admin work, each with 3 desks in, both doors open. Only one was occupied, with a male doctor working at a desktop computer. The room smelled of boiled cabbage, though Marshall couldn't tell if he'd been eating any. He gestured for Jolene to lead and sipped his coffee through the lid. Tasted a bit burnt, but it wasn't too bad. Jolene knocked on the door. The doctor swung around. Heavy dark eyes, stubble that looked like pencil shading, hair like a boy band pop star, face like a boy. "How can I help?" Voice like a boy. Jolene smiled at him. "Looking for Dr. Rougier?" "That's me." His smooth forehead creased. "What's up?" Well, Rougier wasn't the male victim, at least. Looked nothing like him, in fact. A decade or two separated them. "DS Jolene Archer?" She flipped out her warrant card. "Need to ask you a few questions." "Can it wait?" Rougier got to his feet. "It's just, I've got to get back to treating patients and—" "I'm sure you can get a colleague to help." Marshall smiled at him. "We won't be here long." Rougier slumped back in his chair with a hefty sigh. He got out his phone and tapped a message, then put it away. "I've paid the consultant." He picked up a banana skin from his desk and dumped it into the bin next to him. "So, how can I help?" Jolene took the office chair next to him. "D.I. Marshall and myself need to ask you a few questions about what happened between you and Dr. Louisa Baird." Rougier frowned, then shifted his gaze between them. "What?" Jolene seemed to notice the defensiveness and leapt on it. "We gather an HR issue was raised against you." Kept her voice level and left it hanging there. Rougier looked at Marshall, then back at Jolene. His nose wouldn't stop twitching. "Who told you that?" "That's not a denial." "No, but—" Rougier swallowed. It's bullshit, quite frankly." "Okay." Jolene raised her eyebrows. "We'd love to know what's bullshit, Ben. Is that possible?" "I don't know if I should tell you." "It'd help us a lot." Rougier leaned back in his chair and something in the mechanism seemed to crack. "I mean, I don't know if I can tell you. Legally, I mean. This is a police matter." Rougier drummed his fingers on the tabletop. "Look, I thought we had a relationship. Me and Louisa Baird." He nibbled at his fingernails. "But we didn't. Turns out there was nothing." "Why did you think there was something?" Rougier was more interested in his fingernails than either of the detectives in the room. "Because we kissed a couple of times." "You kissed?" "Once at the Christmas party." "This Christmas?" "No, last one, 2021. All of the doctors in the hospital were there. Well, the ones that didn't need to be on shift, and the ones who wanted to go to a party. 2 weeks later, Omicron was sweeping everywhere and this place was... It was brutal." "You kissed?" "Right. Dinner at that Italian in Gala. Then a few of us went to a club. She hit on me there, right on the dance floor. That Madonna song was playing. Like a Virgin. It was wild." "Did anybody see you?" "Don't think so. It was busy in there. Dark, too." "You said you kissed a couple of times. At work?" "No. She blanked me. Luckily, we didn't have to deal with each other, but one Saturday I was out with friends in Edinburgh and I bumped into her. Nice pub on Dundas Street, just round the corner from my flat. I offered to go back there. We did. We just kissed. She got a taxi home." "So why did she report you?" His head dipped. "Because I didn't take no for an answer. Are you talking about sexual assault? God, no, Rouget snorted. No, it's... I kept trying to woo her. Jolene's snort was less disgust and more humour. Woo her? Rouget nodded. Woo her, you know, like in the movies. I don't follow you. How were you trying to woo her? Sending her stuff, chocolates, cards. Turned up in her office with flowers once. You know she's married with a son, right? Yeah, but it's a loveless marriage. I wanted to be with her. Fuck, I wanted to be dad to her kid. Jolene sat back in her seat. How old are you? 27. He picked up a pen and twirled it around, then put it down on the table again. You think that's too young? No. Marshall thought that age was way too old for this kind of behaviour, even though Rouget looked about 15. Trouble with that generation is they didn't get the smack in the mouth for stupidity. No. They found all the other similarly stupid idiots online and formed gangs. They hated challenge and didn't see it as how you grew up or how you learn. Did Dr. Baird's husband find out? Find out what? There was nothing. I sent her flowers and stuff. That's it. You said you kissed her. She went back to your flat? Well, yeah, we did, but... Those were a few months before I started wooing her. But she found out it was me and came in here shouting at me for it. I thought I went round to her house to have it out with her. That's when she reported me. What happened? Nothing. We sat with an HR manager. Agreed a few things. I said I'd stop speaking to her, even professionally. If a patient came in and had to go upstairs to oncology or came down here from there, then I'd get a colleague to deal with it. Same with her. And we both wouldn't talk about it. Sounds stressful. It was. Aye, it was. I won't be in this hospital forever, so I thought it was the easiest solution. Marshall moved around the office space, so Rouget had to pay attention to him. Ben, the reason we're asking you these questions is we found her body this morning. His eyes bulged. You what? He gulped, then covered his hand over his mouth. He shut his eyes. Sorry. He leaned over and was sick into the bin. Marshall waited for him to recover, trying to ignore the sharp stink that overpowered the cabbage smell. Rouget looked around at him, rubbing his lips. Sorry, He grabbed a bottle of water and glugged it down. What happened? We're trying to determine that. I need to know your movements last night. What? You can't think I did it. Marshall shrugged. We need to eliminate everyone, especially someone with an HR case against them for stalking the victim. I didn't stalk her! Okay. Look, I'm not going to argue with you on that score, but you certainly behaved inappropriately to a colleague. Rouget rubbed at his lips and took another drink. Last night I got the train home, then went to the gym. Same as every night. I live in Edinburgh, Newtown. It's a friend's place from university. We share it. I want my own place, but it's expensive, right? And I hate the commute here, but it's only for another 6 months, then I'll be able to transfer to civilization. Like this morning I had to get the train in the pitch darkness, then walk from the station through the snow to here. It's brutal. Jolene had a notebook out, splayed on her lap. Can anyone prove that? There's CCTV at the gym, and both train stations will have it, right? We'll dig into that, of course. Jolene scratched out a note. What time was that? Finished here at 6, he sighed. Ran to the station, I think. Just caught the train by seconds. Then I went straight to the gym. Which one? Edinburgh Uni. Jolene looked up at him. At the Pleasance, right? That's right. You a fellow graduate? Me? Aye. Not that it got me a good job. Jolene smiled. But the joke didn't land. Marshall caught a whiff of second-hand sick, so took out his phone and held it out with a photo of the male victim showing. Do you recognize this man? Rouget's lips twisted up as he scanned the screen. Took a few good seconds at it. At least he was taking it seriously. I do. He looked up at Marshall. Why? Who is he? Sorry, I don't know. But you do recognize him? Right. Do you know where from? Sorry, no. Must be a patient. Rouget took the mobile and gave the photo a full examination. I do know him, just can't place him. He clicked his fingers hard a few times. Got it. I triaged him the other night. He pointed a few times now with both fingers. He was in a pub fight. Thursday, maybe? Can't be Friday as I wasn't on shift. Marshall held the phone up again. Definitely him? Definitely. You know who treated him? Chapter 14. One thing Marshall knew about his sister was it was next to impossible to find her when he needed her. Like trouble, she'd always find him. Never the other way around. He should have bought a lottery ticket after managing it so quickly earlier. And here he was yet again, standing in the A&E treatment area he just vacated, and there was no sign of her. He walked up to the nurse's station and tried to get noticed during the chaos. Nobody was staying still, instead walking around and being busy. Jolene joined him. What's your assessment of Rouget? Marshall kept looking around the place, but all the nurses were doing a great job of ignoring him, like standing at the bar in Hogmanay, or at the bar anywhere. My take is he's a daft kid who watched too many Hollywood films, and not die-hard rip-offs either. The joke didn't land with Jolene. He confused cute determination and resilience in a screenplay with gross inappropriateness in real life. I guess some people take the wrong messages from slushy romantic comedies. One man's earnest determination against the odds is another's HR issue. Too right. Marshall stepped in the way of a passing nurse. Hi, I'm a police officer and I desperately need to speak to Jennifer Armstrong. You mean Marshall, right? Soft Northern Irish accent. She was tiny too. Sure, yes. Sorry, I forgot she was using her maiden name again. I'll see if I can find her. She squelched away on her Crocs, leaving them alone again. Jolene was looking him up and down. Don't even know your own sister's surname, eh? Marshall laughed it off. Hard to get used to again, that's all. Took me long enough to get it right the other way. You're single, right? Marshall looked at her, frowning. What's that got to do with anything? It's just... nothing. No, spill it. Not least because Marshall hated to think people had been gossiping about him. Or worse, that they'd been gossiping about Kirsten. Okay, it's just... you seem like the sort to marry and have a family. You're strong and determined and stable, she pouted. Are you gay? Well, that was a good way of knowing the rumour mill hadn't been busy on his score. Or his and Kirsten's. No, I'm not. And you know, asking someone could result in an HR complaint for yourself. What? Asking if someone's gay? No sign of Jen or the nurse he'd sent to find her. It's their own business. Right. But if you must know, all that stuff, marriage, kids, white picket fence, it's not something I've been able to think about, really. Too busy with my career. The grass isn't greener on the other side. Jolene dipped her head. More like some wee bastards torched the adjacent field with petrol they've stolen from your tractor. He waited for her to look up. You don't fill a tractor with petrol. Another joke that didn't land. He smiled at her. I thought things were okay. There's okay and there's wishing to fuck you'd chosen better. She sighed, then covered it over with a laugh. 3 glasses of yellow liquid all at the halfway mark. The optimist says his glass is half full. The pessimist says his is half empty. The police officer says, that's piss, right? She waited for a laugh. Marshall gave her one, but it sounded forced and fake. Pessimist is never disappointed. A police officer always is, despite never hoping for anything. Very true. Rob? Jen charged over, her hair scraped back in an even tighter ponytail. What's up? Her narrowed eyes showed she didn't want him to have spilled her confidence over Rougier. Can we do this somewhere? All the rooms are busy. Jen smiled at Jolene. Hey, how are you doing? Then her gaze was back on her brother. Can we do this here? Marshall held out his mobile. Do you recognize this man? She took her time checking it, looking a bit flustered. Sure, but I don't know where from. Is he an actor or something? A patient. Marshall moved the phone over a bit in case the movement jogged her memory any. We gather he was in A&E for an injury incurred during an assault. Jen ushered them to the side to let a gurney past. The man with the chisel lay in the middle, his face pale. Her focus was devoted to him and not her brother. Marshall stepped back into the way. Apparently you treated him, Jen. Pub fight on Thursday. Oh, God! Him! She rolled her eyes. Aye. A cop broke up a fight. In the pub? She laughed, then pointed behind him. No, in the waiting area. This guy was shouting at someone. Both were 3 sheets to the wind. We got him through and triaged him. Can't think who was on call. Rougier? Makes sense. Jen narrowed her eyes again. Deemed him to be okay. Just needed a couple of stitches in his head wound. We were really busy, so Muggins here had to do it. Cops were in here making a nuisance. He was refusing to press charges, despite his head being cut open. What about the other guy? Cut to his temple. Pretty bad. But this guy was much worse. Going to need his name. Happy to oblige, Jen sighed. Jonathan Doe. Right. I see. Jen, it's important we can identify this guy. Why? Because he's dead. If it's related to this pub fight, then we need to... Both of them gave details. I'll have to look through the paperwork to see what happened. But you can't remember. Nature of the beast, Rob. See so many people. Should see me in Tesco. Half the people in there have treated or seen in here. It melts your brain. And it's been a bit busy in here. Both got stitched and off they went. Marshall could just see the lead slipping out of his fingers. So close to identifying the other victim and their potential on their killer. Jen kept looking back in the direction of the gurney, always on to the next patient. Jolene was writing something in her notebook, but Marshall didn't really know what. How did he get here? Ambulance? Jen shook her head. Dropped off by someone? Friend? Family? Taxi? Good Samaritan? Don't know. Sorry. My job is to stick them back together again. I patched him up and he left. Jolene had her notebook out again. I'll be able to get hold of the CCTV for the front door here and track them down. That'd be great. Marshall focused on his sister. Tell me, you at least know who the cop was? Chapter 15. Marshall slammed the door and shot across the car park, leaving Jolene to weave between the squad cars. He pushed into the Gala Nix reception area and waved at the desk sergeant, then swiped through into the station's innards. He stepped into the canteen, which was jumping like a pub at 5 on a Friday. That time where the day shift were taking their early lunches, the air filled with a cacophony of aromas, from burnt toast to pungent curry spices to some monster cooking smoked fish in a microwave. The wee man at the till was eagerly looking at Marshall as though he could put his rudimentary barista skills to use. Marshall spotted his prey sitting at the back of the room. PC Liam Warner sat at a table with another 4 uniforms. They'd all finished their lunches, while he still had what looked like 3/4 of his sandwiches left. That, or he was eating 2 lunches. Not so much holding court as giving a private lecture series to his colleagues. Marshall took a seat at the empty table next to them. "They're trying to call it Stow of Weedale rather than plain old Stow." Warner took a bite of his sandwich and chewed, but it didn't seem to slow him any or put him off his theme. His Irish accent was a bit jarring here. "Trying to make the place seem grander than it is. Same with Clovenford's. There's a campaign to revert back to the name of Whitbank Lee, or just Whitbank. Sure, it's much nicer. Cloven isn't exactly a nice word, is it? But that sort of thing causes havoc, doesn't it?" He finally seemed to notice Marshall and nodded at him. "How are you?" "Remember me?" Warner looked around his colleagues, then pointed at Marshall. "Lads, this is D.I. Rob Marshall. This about you lot moving in here?" "Moving in?" "Sure. I'm on the committee to make sure it all goes smoothly. The MIT's offices are just about finished. Moving in April, right?" "No, it's not about an office move, it's... You'll be Deputy SIO on those murders, right?" "That's correct. Need a word about that." "Well, we're on our lunch break, so if you need anything, I'll be another 20 minutes. Marshall shifted his smile to his colleagues. "Lads and lasses, any chance you could give us a minute?" "Easier if I come and sit next to you." Warner shifted over to Marshall's table, bringing his sandwiches with him. Looked like peanut butter and some kind of sausage, with something green. Stank of vinegar, too. "What's up?" "I won't take up too much of your lunch hour, and you should get your sergeant to square it off with me if he's arsey." "She? And she is..." "Well, I'm ordering you to give me 5 minutes of your lunch hour." Marshall clonked Jolene at the coffee maker, ordering for both of them. He looked back at Warner. "You moved up from Hoyk to Gala, right?" "Last month, yeah. Bit more happening up here. And I get the chance to sit on committees, like making you lot welcome here. Wouldn't mind a word about how I could become a detective." "Sure, that can be arranged, but not now." "Sure. So, what's up?" Marshall got out his mobile and showed him the photo of the victim. "Do you recognize this man?" "Who's he?" "The murder victim you were guarding up on the high road from Stowe this morning." "Oh, right, him. Tell you, we had a load of journalists show up. Absolute night." "Do you recognize him?" "Sure." Warner took a bite of his weird sandwich and started chewing. "Thursday night, me and Stish here." He thumbed towards one of his mates. Marshall couldn't identify which one of the three was Stish. "We were on back shift, right? Sitting at McDonald's on our break and we got a call. I had chicken McNuggets on the side of a Big Mac meal. Diet Coke to drink, no ice. Got receding gums, so I can't have anything colder than my brother's heart." Another bite of his sandwich. Marshall wanted to throttle him already, or just get him to cut to the chase. Still, he didn't want to miss on any details that might prove salient, despite sitting through all this. "We got called out to a pub fight at the Stage Hall Arms in Stowe. Did you hear how they're trying to rename it to Stow of Weedale?" Marshall stifled his groan. "Heard it somewhere, aye." "Daft, isn't it? Just leave things as they are, you know. It's not like someone's going to end up there instead of Stow on the Wold, is it? Hundreds of miles away. Another bite of his sandwich and some slow chews. He got out his notebook. Anyway, me and Stish turned up at the pub. Bit of a grimy little boozer, I have to say. I wouldn't even drink tap water in there. Not that I drink anymore, you know. One turns to 8 and before you know it, you're texting your exes. He shook his head. Always a lot to explain in the morning. Someone should invent an app that lets you see all the drunken messages you sent the night before and unsend them. Anyway, he looked at his notebook again, then at Marshall, his lips twisting. What was the question? There was no fast-forward button on this guy, was there? Marshall tapped his phone screen again. This guy. Right. Where was I? That pub is grimy as hell, like. Me and Stish get out the car, stick our hats on, get out our baddens, make sure our cuffs and pepper sprays are accessible, and we make our way over to the pub. And it's all kicking off in there, like in a western, you know. Well, not quite tables flying everywhere and guns going off, but the bit before, you know. About 6 of them were all gathered around the pool table. Real Mexican standoff. Then something happened and they started going at it. Swoosh. This daft bastard here swung by the pool cue through the air and clobbered his mate on the forehead. Guy went down like 2 tons of coal, you know. Place was deadly silent, and the other 5 loons clocked us. Thought that was it all over. So, Stish goes to put him in cuffs, and we think that's it. Doing our bit to stabilise society in this particular community. But no. He took another bite of his sandwich. Somehow, there was still half of it left. Just as Stish got the cue off him, which took more than a little bit of physical persuasion from yours truly, he made some cratty noises and chopped the air. I sorted him out. Sure you can imagine. Did a lot of judo and karate at university. The 2 martial arts blend well together, you know. But as Stish was about to cuff him, your man here attacked him with the same cue. Marshall jumped in as he took another bite. He attacked Stish. No! This guy here. Warner tapped the screen. Your fella. He had blood pouring down his face from a cut, but he still managed to lash out with a cue. Must have dropped it when I battered him. He giggled, high and shrill. Seemed to go on forever. Guess who he hit? He reached over and patted his nearest mate on the arm. Fell in your arse, Stish, eh? Stish rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. So what? Newcastle accent. Gaze as cold as a winter stroll along the promenade in Whitley Bay. Battered the attacker with a cue, but caught me on the follow-through. Took him ages to get up. More shrill giggling from Warner. Marshall glared at him. Any chance you can give me the edited highlights here? Sure, I'll... Warner looked up at Jolene. Oh, hey you. Here you go, Rob. She sat down next to Marshall, pushing a coffee in front of him. Hi, Liam. Still freaky eating, I notice. Warner looked at his sandwich. Oh, come on. Didn't know peanut butter, jalapeno and chorizo on rye was that unusual, till it came to gala. He pronounced the latter 2 ingredients in their native tongues. Just telling your boss here about how me and Stish were called out to... Constable. Marshall raised his eyebrows, trying to enforce some sternness. His voice had silenced quite a few nearby diners. She doesn't need to hear that story again. And Marshall certainly didn't. Edited highlights, please. Where was I? Warner stared deep into his sandwich box. Oh yeah. Stish fell in his arse. The guy had been cut, but who smashed the other fella in the face with a pool cue, left the pub. You let him get away? Right. I mean, he just twonked someone with a pool cue, and his face was opened up. But I needed to help Stish to his feet, and the other guy wasn't moving, and... What happened? We drove him to hospital. Marshall pointed at the mobile. Him? No, the other guy. Your man's the one who left. We took him to A&E. Warner picked up the second half of his second sandwich. Of course, his mate was already there, wasn't he? He pointed at the phone. This guy. And me and Stish had to separate them in the waiting area in A&E. He wrapped an arm around his own throat. Grabbed him like that and got him to settle down. Was going to charge him after he'd been treated, but he somehow got away. Probably when Warner was regaling a nurse or 7 with the takedown, but starting from the big bang and winding forward a millisecond at a time. Whatever Warner's skills were, he'd be useless in court. Need a name. Kyle Talbot was the one we drove. He worked on the estate, assembling the wind farm. Marshall clocked Jolene's sigh. Sure about that? Positive. And the other guy? Warner scratched at his neck. I don't know off the top of my head. Can you check? Warner put his sandwich down and got out his notebook. He started reading it like a child at the first Roald Dahl, going line by line. Jolene rolled her eyes. Liam, hand me your notebook for Thursday's shift, please. She took it and scratched a piece of something green off the page. I hope that's dried lettuce. She started flicking through it. Here we go. Name's Justin Lorimer. Meant nothing to Marshall, but at least they now had something. Chapter 16. Marshall sat in the passenger seat, gripping his phone tight, pressed against his skull, the ringing tone burning in his ear. Jolene weaved around the traffic on the A7, a dodgy road at the best of times, but awful today in the snow and ice. This stretch cut around hills the Gala water had gouged into a valley over the millennia. The tiny river twinkled in the middle of a field, separating 2 herds of cows, all puzzled by the snow but just getting on with it. A brick fireplace sat next to them, the only remnant of an old house. A marshal definitely wouldn't have overtaken that bus, and certainly not there. Up ahead, the village of Stowe nestled on the river's banks, most of the buildings dusted white. The church spire at the near end and the 3-storey manse, then the post-war houses climbing up the hill to the Lauder Road, where the bodies had been found. The call was finally answered. Dr. Donkey! Elliot's voice sounded like she was outside, with wind buffeting her speaker. Thought you'd never call me. Andrea, heard you were on the case. Pringle called. Let me junk those meetings he'd foisted on me. So I'm on the case. How goes it? We think we've identified the male victim. You think? Name's Justin Lorimer. Uniform and Gala took him to A&E last Thursday. Can you get the street teams asking around for him? I'll get them focusing on what your last slave died of too. Ha, ha. On it. But you and I need to have a wee chin wag with Pringle, vis-a-vis who's doing what. Sure thing. Just trying to get on with the job, Andrea. Not easy when you're one DI with a big team. Now we can share all that glory, Marshal, she sniffed. Who is Lorimer? All we know is he's dead and was in a pub fight with Kyle Talbot last Thursday. And who's Talbot? Works in the wind farm. We spoke to him first thing. Right. Shunty was havering about someone. Is this the idiot who's staying in that grotty boozer in Stowe? That's where he's staying, aye. We'll speak to him again then. Jolene entered Stowe itself, a long village lining the main road between Edinburgh and Carlisle. A 20 limit 4 miles. A sign read, Weedale House, putting the U in boutique. She was muttering under her breath. That doesn't work in the slightest. Marshall faced away from her. What are you doing now, Andrea? But Elliot had already gone. Typical. Jolene took the left at the junction and headed towards the train station. A brown sign pointed to the Stage Hall Arms, like it was some kind of national monument and not a grim boozer. She pulled up outside a rundown home a few doors down. The house was a grey post-war building, probably prefabricated in the age of rationing and only intended for habitation for a decade or so. Yet here it was, almost 80 years later. 2 cars sat outside. A silver Skoda saloon lurked behind the brute of a Toyota pickup. "Let's get this over with then." She got out first. Marshall put his phone away and stepped out into the bracing cold. His face was roasting, and he was glad of the cool. Jolene stepped back from pressing the button. "No sign of—" The door clattered open, and a frantic woman appeared. Mid-30s maybe. Dirty blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. Tracky bottoms and an oversized t-shirt advertising the werewolf chase. A fell-running competition in the hills squeezing the village in. She looked between them. "Listen, I'm kind of a bit... police." The word stopped her dead. Jolene's warrant card made her forehead crease. "Acting DS Jolene Archer." She put the ID away. "This is D.I. Rob Marshall. We're looking for Justin Lorimer." "So am I." Hands on her hips. "He's not come home. Again." "Can I take your—" "I'm Rachel. Rachel Lorimer, his wife. What's he done now?" "We should do this in—" "You found his body, right?" Jolene nodded, slowly. "I'm afraid so." Jesus. Rachel shook her head, then looked away, tears flowing down her cheeks. "What happened?" "It was discovered up on the road to Lauder." "My God." Rachel's hand slapped her mouth. "That was on the news." "It's him." "We believe so." When I heard it on the radio, I told myself, "Rach, it's not him. It can't be him. He'll be back home soon. He always comes back, smiling wide, because he loves me, loves the kids. How the hell am I going to cope?" She brushed a hand across her face. "Can I see him?" Chapter 17. "Riddle me this, shunty." Elliot sat in the passenger seat, arms folded, the belt dangling free, watching a house in Darnick, where Louisa Baird's mother lived. A humble 60s bungalow, not too far from the ancient buildings in what passed for a village centre, almost surgically attached to Melrose, but far from the prettiest house in the area. Still, someone could live a life in there. 3 cars were parked in the drive, with another couple on the street outside. Probably a few neighbours in there to comfort Louisa Baird's mother. A man grieving for his wife shouldn't be outside on the phone, should he? Hugo Baird stood under the eaves of the house, mobile clamped to his skull, staring into space. The snow hadn't started up again, but some flakes were blowing from the roof and the nearby trees. "It is odd, aye." Shunty was behind the wheel, drumming his fingers off it. Actually seemed to be able to keep good time, though there wasn't any music playing. The big lump slicked back his hair and looked around at her, his eyes like chunks of coal. "What's the plan here?" "Well, Dr. Donkey and Jolene didn't make any inroads with this boy, so I want to give it a shot. Curious how he's left his office to come here, though." "Curious how?" "Jolene told me he didn't want to leave." "So you're thinking that's a work call?" "Let's find out, shall we?" Elliot didn't wait for his reply and got out into the bright morning, almost chilly. She crunched over the road to the drive, though the snow was turning to slush and revealing buried plants. She smiled at Hugo as she passed. He barely seemed to notice the fact that 2 police officers were coming to the door. Maybe he was heavily medicated, or drunk. No, I think we should do that. I'll approve it, just Just don't spend too long on it. The client funds are running low. Maybe chase them for more. Yes.
A work call. Time and tide waited for no man, but surely his business partner would let him have a day off when his wife died. The front door was open, but the glass inner door was closed. The facing door opened and a sprightly woman appeared. A bathroom, judging by the white noise rushing out of the house. She scowled at Elliot, then walked over and opened the door.
Can I help? Are you friends of Louisa? Or Hugo's?
Neither. D.I. Andrea Elliot. She held out her warrant card. This is D.S. Rakesh Sayal. She put the ID away and offered her hand.
Ilsa Johnston.
She couldn't resist shaking it.
Has something else happened?
No. Just wondered if we could have a chat about your daughter. Ilsa scratched at her arm.
Come in. Come in.
She staggered through the hallway, then took a right turn. Maybe they were all drunk. Elliot let Shunty go first.
You're good cop here, okay?
She followed him through into a kitchen. Tiled walls, appliances maybe 10 years old, but a nice cosy feel to it. Open bottles of red and white wine on the counter. Voices came from 2 other rooms, a lounge and a dining room. Ilsa pulled a tray of food out of the oven without an oven glove. Party food. Prawn vol au vents, pakoras, mini pizzas. She started divvying them up into bowls, all laden on a tray.
There we go.
Elliot stayed standing in the doorway, best place to exert control over this situation.
How are you bearing up?
Ilsa squinted at her and seemed to consider the question for the first time.
How do you think? I've lost my daughter. It's okay to grieve. What's that supposed to mean? Just that you're focusing on entertaining your friends and relatives, being the good host. It's okay to admit you're struggling with what's happened.
Ilsa stared into the bowl of pakoras for a few seconds, then shut her eyes and wiped a hand across them.
I don't know what I did with the dipping sauce.
Shunty pointed at the back door. It's over by the bin.
Right you are.
Ilsa walked over and picked up 2 little tubs of red sauce. She tipped them both into a soup bowl, then grabbed the tray and left the room. Displacement activity. Shunty looked wistful. Recognise it from when my mum died. Elliot felt a stab in her gut.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You never ask.
True. Very true.
Any time you want to talk. The door rattled open again, and Ilsa walked in, a fake smile plastered on her face.
Now,
she smiled at them in turn.
No top-ups. Can I get either of you a drink?
The way the air moved, Elliot could smell the second-hand booze mixing with her sweet perfume. Gin or vodka, probably.
We're on duty.
Elliot thumbed behind her.
We saw your son-in-law outside.
Ilsa grimaced.
It's a very difficult time for his business.
Must be hard, though. Having this ball of grief in the pit of your stomach and he's out there on the phone about business matters.
It is what it is,
Ilsa snorted.
Now.
She crouched with an agility that belied her age and got 2 pizzas out of the fridge. She dumped them onto the counter and started tearing at the packaging. One was covered in a rainbow of vegetables, the other in beige meat.
My daughter married well, she chuckled. Even though Hugo's not far off my age.
Something seemed to catch in her throat. Elliot gave her time and space, letting her put the pizzas into the hot oven. Then she waited for eye contact.
I gather Louisa's father passed away. She stared into space. Then she focused on Elliot. He was never really on the scene. I had to raise Louisa myself. Elliot spotted a parallel with Dr. Donkey. Marshall and that twin sister of his were raised by a single mother. She hoped he was using that to get an insight into Louisa's psychology, but he was probably just fanning about with profiles instead of doing real police work. Louisa was a precocious child and a very difficult teenager. Wasn't easy, I have to say, but she blossomed into an incredible kind woman and she shut her eyes and seemed to lose herself to grief. Experience taught Elliot to let it play out. Experience Shunty didn't have. Can I ask about their nanny? Ilsa opened her eyes and shot him a glare. Their what? Nanny. Au pair. Right. Well, Becky's a lovely girl. Ilsa pressed a few buttons on the oven, then walked over to a side door. Becky, can I have a hand through here? She went over to the back door and slipped outside. Shunty made to go after her. Elliot pulled him back. Give her a minute, okay? A girl stepped through the side door. She was tall and was all stretched out like she was in the wrong screen mode. But this was real life, and Elliot didn't have to wrestle with her dad's remote control to unwind what he'd done to his TV. Despite that, she was stunning. Shiny dark hair, baby blue eyes, but her naively applied makeup was smudged. Clearly been crying. And definitely a girl rather than a woman. 18 if a day. Elliot hated her already. Becky shifted her gaze between them, her forehead creasing. Where's Ilsa? Shunty took control. She's just stepped outside for a minute. Becky, isn't it? What's happened? Is she okay? She's just getting some air. Rakesh and I are police officers, Becky. I'm Andy. Has something else happened? No, Becky. It's okay. We're just here to ask a few more questions, that's all. I gather you stay with Hugo and Louisa. That's right. Becky bit her top lip. I'm on a gap year, working to earn money for uni. I babysit their son during the day when they're at work. He's in the room opposite mine, and they give me the occasional night off to do stuff. She looked at her shoes, flat-soled red things. Like last night. Elliot frowned. I thought they were both out. Oh yeah, they were. That's not what I meant. Mrs. Baird invited me to that burnt supper. I'd been looking forward to it for ages. But Hugo put his foot down. Said he needed to work, so I did too. Shunty smiled at her. That must have been frustrating. Tell me about it. Pissed off, to be honest. Kid was asleep by 8, but he wasn't home. So I just sat and watched the mindless shite on Netflix when I could have been dancing and having fun. Elliot gave a sympathetic smile. But really, when you make a deal with the devil, you've just got to count the money coming into your bank account until he comes calling for the debt. Lassie like Becky will have plenty of opportunities to dance and drink at university, not with some red-faced toffs at a farm. When did Mr. Baird come home? Be about midnight. Woke me up. Elliot struggled to keep her eyebrows down. That was interesting. He woke you up? Like, physically? No. When he opened the door, he's not a quiet man. You get on with Mrs. Baird, right? Louisa, she's great. I really liked Louisa. She was always super friendly, like a big sister. And Hugo? What about him? How did you get on with him? He's fine. Her smile was polite and forced. Hopefully even Shunty could see that. Kind, polite, but firm. There was something the girl didn't like about him, though. Becky, can you elaborate? An almighty scream tore out from the living room. Mummy! Crap, sorry. Becky ran off. Elliot watched her go, the light feet of youth scooting across the floor tiles. Saved by the screaming bairn. Sayal was following her path. You think there's something going on? I mean, it's convenient timing, but she ran off to look after the crying kid when the questioning got a bit difficult. I'm not sure that's what happened, Shanti snorted. But do you think the boy sees her as his mother, or... Sorry about that. Hugo marched into the kitchen, smiling like he was meeting up with some clients he hadn't seen for a few months. Had to take a work call. Sorry to hear about that. My partner is stressing about things. Kind of guy who sweats the small stuff. It's probably why we work together so well. Sometimes I skirt over some essential details, and sometimes I need to remind him of the bigger picture. I know people like that. Elliot's smile was a bit more conspiratorial than his, but she hoped it got through to him. Why did he call you today of all days? Oh, I called him. What the hell? That threw Elliot. Making calls the day his wife's body was found. There was cold and there was... that. Shanti stepped in. Sir, does the name Rougier mean anything to you? Rougier? No. Should it? We understand our Dr. Benjamin Rougier was the subject of an HR issue at your wife's hospital. She was the complainant. Hugo sighed. Well, Louisa certainly didn't mention it to me. Why weren't you at the bun supper last night? Why should I? Complete waste of my time. Who wants to eat sheep entrails and common vegetables in homage to a long-dead mediocre poet who barely even rhymes? What's the point? Elliot choked a laugh in her throat. You know, you could have just said it's not your scene and you've too much work on. I've learned on my years on this planet that it pays not to lie. The unvarnished truth is something to cherish. Okay, but it feels like somebody is lying here. So why are you assuming it's me? Because your wife's dead and you're sweating about work. Calling up your partner when your son's being looked after by your nanny. Hugo shut his eyes and seemed to think, or feel. He seemed to shudder. Let me be perfectly clear. He reopened his eyes, and a fiery rage burned there. I've been a lawyer far longer than I've been a husband and a father. In my position, you don't have the luxury of grieving for days on end. I have responsibilities both to my clients and to my firm. I might only be a partner in a small firm, but people rely on me. The community depends on me. I have so much weight on my shoulders just now, so much pressure, and as much as it troubles me to say, I can't save my wife now. Harsh, harsh words, no warmth or emotion in them. Elliot fixed him with a hard stare. You can't save her, no, but you can help us find her killer. He met her glare for a few seconds, then seemed to rock back. Listen, the truth is, our marriage was... He rested against the hot oven. Loveless is the best way to describe it. A genuine marriage of convenience. I needed an heir. Lou wanted my money and a certain lifestyle even a doctor couldn't afford. It was a compromise, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some affection for her. I was prepared to be the doting husband and father, but she wasn't prepared to be my wife. In reality, she died to me a while ago. Yet I'll still miss what we might have had. Elliot let the words rattle around the room, losing to the extractor fan and the hiss of the oven. That amount of honesty often came in packs of 2, 3, sometimes more. So she did what a good cop would, and kept her mouth shut. Now Louisa was gone. Hugo really missed her. The reality of the loss of something he'd already thought gone seemed to defeat him. Was it an open marriage? Bloody hell! Shunty couldn't keep his mouth shut, could he? An open marriage? Hugo was turning purple. I don't appreciate you using a crass term like that. I'm sorry, sir. I was using a euphemism to... I get it. And no, ours wasn't an open marriage. If I'd got wind of her sleeping around, then I would have divorced her. Did you ever cheat on her? Excuse me? Did you ever sleep with... I know what it means, Sonny. And no, I didn't. See, it's interesting how you've got a nanny. Excuse me? Becky, we just spoke to her. Hard to not be tempted by a young girl like her. I've never been so insulted in all my days. Hugo looked like he was going to thump Shunty, but he was a lover, not a fighter, so he backed down. Maybe not a lover, but a businessman who preferred to do his fighting in law courts. Becky has been a lifesaver. Louisa realised pretty quickly she didn't want to be a mother, so she went back to work and we had an issue. Becky plugged a gap, so to speak. Eventually, my son will take over my share of the business when he's old enough, but I hope to still be working for years to come. I want him raised by the best, and Becky is highly regarded. The back door opened, and Ailsa stormed back in. Oh my, the pizzas! She raced over and opened the oven. They're buggered! She took them out and placed them on a giant wooden chopping board. She was scowling at the oven. The bloody beeper didn't go off, did it? Shunty shook his head. I've been listening for it. Ugh, they'll be fine. She looked at Hugo, then at Elliot. Why are you still here on a day like this? Mommy! Hugo dipped his head. And now he's losing his shit too. I'll sort him out. He left the room. Ailsa watched him go, standing there, hands on hips. What have you been asking him? A few questions, that's all. I've never seen him like that. He's the most placid man, but he looked like he was going to lamp you. Miss Johnston, please, call me Ailsa. Ailsa, what on earth were you asking him? Elliot held her fiery gaze. Let me be clear. We're searching for your daughter's killer. Her husband might know something about what's happened, directly or indirectly. So we need to ask some searching questions. It's either here or it's in a police station. Yes, well, there's a time and a place. Ailsa got out a pizza wheel and scored the first one. Bugger! I've done the meat one first. Ah, well. She did the second. Then her head dipped and she sighed. I want to see my daughter's body. She's already been identified by a colleague. All the same, I want to see her. Chapter 18. Marshall held the door and let Jolene lead Rachel Lorimer into the pathology department's identification room. The place smelled of bleach, softened by fresh daffodils, though where they'd been sourced from at this time of year was anyone's guess. Rachel had changed out of her leisure wear into more formal attire. Black slacks and a navy blouse. She couldn't look at either of them for longer than a glance. Dr. Owusu appeared through a side door. Marshall couldn't hear what she said, but she touched Rachel's arm, then guided her over to the gurney against the far wall. Marshall stayed back. watching them through the glass, trying to get a better view of her watching the body on a gurney, hidden behind a screen, looking for any reaction, anything unusual. Poor woman was in shock. Not many worse things you could experience than the loss of a partner. Marshall knew that pain all too well. Hopefully for Rachel Lorimer, her grief would be briefer than his had been. So many questions they still needed to answer. How many she'd be able to help with was their highest priority now. The door clattered open, and Elliot wandered in, one hand in her trouser pocket. "In here, please." She stopped dead and focused on Marshall. "Sorry, I'll just be a second." She nudged the door to and faced Marshall again. Her mousy fringe hung over her left eye, and she tucked it behind her ear. "Marshall, what are you doing here?"
"Mrs. Lorimer's identifying the body."
"Thought you'd be finished by now."
"Aye, so did I."
"Got to hand it to him." She thumbed behind her. "Shunty's managed to persuade Hugo Baird to come in. Given what Joe told us about him not identifying her, he thought that didn't make sense, so he insisted on getting Hugo to play ball."
"Good effort."
Marshall looked through the window just in time for Rachel Lorimer to nod at Owusu. Jolene made eye contact with Marshall, then led Rachel through the door at the other side, into the family interview rooms. At least they'd avoid a logjam. Owusu came out through the door.
"There you are, Andy. We're ready for you now in the other room."
"Cool beans." Elliot opened the door. "In you come." Sayal led Hugo Baird in, then stopped and frowned at Marshall.
"Sir?"
Hugo looked at Marshall sternly, then followed Owusu over to the door. Seemed impatient to get back to his work once the trivial business of identifying his wife's body was out of the way. A sprightly woman in her 70s entered the room, her tired gaze shifting between everyone in there. Dressed up like she was going out for the evening, she made a beeline for Marshall.
"Ilsa Johnston. I'm Louisa's mother."
She held out a hand. "And you must be the mortician."
"No, I'm D.I. Rob Marshall. I'm a colleague of D.I. Elliot."
He shook her hand.
"This is Dr. Owusu, who is the pathologist. She'll take you through the process." "If you'll just follow me."
Owusu shot Marshall and Elliot daggers, then led them into the room, with Sayal following. Elliot had a coy grin on her face. "See? People just can't help but see you as a doctor."
"I have got a doctorate."
Marshall watched another body being identified, even though Owusu had already given a positive match. Elliot stood next to him. "The nanny's looking after Toby."
Hugo just called him the boy.
"That right?" Elliot's forehead creased. "They're not far apart in age, are they?" Sayal led Hugo and Ailsa out of the far door. Marshall avoided going down that rabbit hole for fear it was mined.
"Did you mention Lorimer's name to them?"
"To both, aye. Neither recognised Lorimer or had even heard of him." Elliot leaned back against the table. "She said Louisa's father not on the scene."
"That's a bit of a euphemism."
"A lot of death around today, Marshall. Sometimes you just let them get on with their euphemisms, you know."
Marshall knew. Boy, did he know. "What about Rougier?"
"Bloody Shunty asked." Elliot shook her head. "Sometimes he's Mr. Woke and sensitive. Sometimes he's like a farmer with a shotgun. Anyway, Hugo denies even hearing the name."
"So the HR issue never made it home?"
"If it did, he's denied it and lied to our faces. Nice wee trap to catch a fly in." She nudged Marshall. "Though I gather young Dr. Rougier did." Did what? Make it home. To her house. Aye, allegedly. Turned up with flowers one day. The door clattered open. Marshall and Elliot both swung around. Pringle was staring at it, shaking his head. Thought she was going to get out the WD-40 to fix that lousy arsehole of a door. He spun around to them. Ah, looky here. I'm such a lucky man to have my team laid in before me. Now, festooned before me. Jolene came through the side door. Rob, we got a positive ID. I saw. Marshall patted Pringle's arm. Back in a couple of minutes, sir. He followed Jolene through into the long corridor he'd become familiar with in his time based up here. Through the doors he saw that one family room had Sayal, Hugo Baird and Ailsa Johnston, while the other just had Rachel Lorimer. Marshall closed the door behind them and focused on Rachel. I'm truly sorry for your loss. Find them. Rachel was sitting on the sofa, a tissue scrunched up in her hand. Find the fucker who did this to Justin. We'll do our best, and that's a promise. Is that good enough, though? Her eyes narrowed on him. Then she looked away. Seemed to be good enough, for now. Marshall sat in the armchair opposite. Need to ask you a few questions, if that's okay. Like what? Where did he work? How's that going to help? If he was a prison officer, say, then... Right. I get it. She clamped a hand to the side of her head. Justin was the estate manager at Blainsley Shawmains farm. I know the family. It's Napier Rattray who owns it, right? Aye, but Justin's the main doer there. Do you know where your husband was last night? I don't. I was working. Kids were at my mother's. Slim pickings. Sat in the rank a few times. January's dead, isn't it? You're a taxi driver? Right. About to call it a night when a fare came in. Airport transfer to Newcastle Airport I have to. Planned on driving themselves, but the roads were too bad. Even for an experienced driver like myself, it wasn't much fun in all that snow. But I got through it. Got back home at 7 to collect the kids from mum's, then get them ready for school, which was bloody cancelled. And I heard the news on the radio as I was making some soup. Your husband didn't come home last night? His car's there, so I presumed he did, aye. That didn't stack up quite right for Marshall. Sure, she had an alibi for the approximate time of death, but not noticing if he was home or not? Do you know where he was? Nope. She yawned into her fist. Sorry. I haven't slept since yesterday morning, and even then. Is your husband not coming home a common occurrence? Not uncommon, but on a Wednesday? Friday, sure. Maybe a Saturday, but... She huffed out a sigh and scratched out another tissue from the table. Does the name Louisa Baird mean anything to you? She shook her head. Should it? Your husband's body was found next to hers. Right. She blew her nose. Never heard of her. Sorry. Marshall showed her a photo of Louisa, all red-faced after running a marathon. But all he got was a shake of the head. He put his phone away. What about Kyle Talbot? Nope. Why should I? Did your husband mention being in a fight on Thursday? News to me. Her face twisted. Was it with this Talbot? Marshall nodded. He was taken to hospital. Said he fell off his bike. Rides up to the farm some days for the exercise. Tough sod never wears a helmet. Okay. Marshall tapped Jolene on the arm. I've got a few things to check out, but my colleague will be here until a family liaison officer is appointed. Thank you. Marshall left the room and didn't know what to think. The only thing Louise and Justin seemed to have in common was their spouses had literally no idea what happened in their lives. Pringle and Elliot were in conference at the end of the corridor, just outside Owusu's room, heads almost touching, voices low. Marshall strode towards them, the sound making them break apart. She doesn't know Louisa Baird. Elliot winced. Same story as across the way. They've never heard of Justin Lorimer. Disaster for Scotland. Pringle whistled a tune Marshall didn't recognise. Okay, here's what I think we need to do. It's obvious these two victims are connected. Same dump site, same MO, same day but different time. Clearly been done by the same people. We don't know how this pair is connected, and we need to know. He looked at Marshall. Our priority is to trace the movements of both victims before they died. Got her at a burn supper. Him? Wife had no idea where he was. Suggested the pub. Okay. So, how about we split it up so Andy focuses on him and you focus on her, Rob? Marshall shrugged. Happy with that? Elliot shifted her gaze between them. Fine, Jim. But the problem is, I'm playing catch-up here. One thing you're good at, Andy, is playing games. Pringle click-winked. Start with a pub assault on Thursday night. That might explain a few things. Me and Shunty will speak to Cal Talbot about that. Elliot stared at Pringle. He's the lad who lamped him one. She frowned. Actually, can you lamp someone with a pool cue? Pringle scratched his head. Why is he of interest? Because Dr. Donkey here spoke to him, sir, and he didn't mention the incident or identify the victim. Pringle looked at Marshall. Did you ask him? True, we didn't, but still, I think it's a decent avenue. Marshall leaned against the wall. I suggest we track down the Good Samaritan who dropped Lorimer at the hospital. Could be a friend, family member, taxi driver. Unlikely he got the bus. Couldn't have walked, and someone picked him up from the hospital. Elliot arched her eyebrow. What about the wife? Claims she didn't know about the fight. Said he told her he fell off his bike. Okay. That's rockin'. Pringle smiled. A nice wee trap to catch some flies in. Elliot glowered at him, probably for stealing her line. I don't get why we're focusing on this fight, though. Marshall folded his arms. I think there could be something in it. Maybe Talbot finished the job. Seems unlikely. She brushed her fringe out of her eyes. But I get it. We want to close off all the questions. She took out her notebook and started flicking through the pages. What about our stalker? Dr. Rougier. Odd behaviour, that. And Pringle would know. I want him eliminated. He laughed. And not like that. Elliot smirked. I'll look into him too. See if I can get a better result than Dr. Donkey did. Marshall tried to laugh it off. Trouble with nicknames was when they stuck. And that had been with him for 3 months now. Jolene's team are working on Rougier's alibis. Elliot scribbled it down. I'll hook up with him. Owusu appeared out of a door and jabbed a finger at Pringle. Here, Jim. He trudged over to her like a naughty schoolboy. What's up? Does this place look like Waverley Station? No. Good, because I don't expect to have queues of grieving people waiting to identify their loved ones. Sorry, I mean it. I'll sort it out. Good. She looked around and noticed them. Andrea, I got your voicemail. The answer's yes. Lorimer just needed a couple of stitches in his head wound.
What caused it?
A blunt force of some kind.
So, consistent with getting battered in a pub fight?
Consistent, yes. She looked back at Pringle. I mean it. Otherwise, I'll have to start introducing a ticketing system for you. She slipped off and let the door slam behind her. Pringle stared at the door for a few seconds, then walked back over, whistling something tuneless but with a lot of trilling.
Drug gangs.
Elliot looked up at Pringle, eyebrow raised. You think it's drug gangs?
That's what I said, diddle I?
Pringle cackled.
Usual MO. Dealer gets in debt to supplier, takes you out into countryside, kicks 4 or 5 bells of crap out of you, and leaves you to walk home. Do it again, and it's 7 bells, and you're way further out.
What about the wrist and ankle bonds, though?
Pringle shrugged. Had a few cases like that over the years.
Have we?
Must have done.
And did they involve oncologists and pharmacy managers, or was it Ned's from Langley? Pringle tapped his nose.
Even oncologists snort coke.
But this one? Have you any evidence to suggest she did?
Just look into it.
Pringle got out his phone and glanced at the screen, whistled and put it away.
Marshal, I want you to go down the road of considering a serial attacker.
Sir, we've been over this. It's not. Elliot got between them. Jim, are you only excited by sexy cases these days?
No.
Pringle glared at her.
While D.I. Marshall is reluctant to consider it, I can certainly see the logic. Same M.O., same location. Stands to reason it could be an escalation from a few people being abducted but not killed over the years.
Nothing else chimes, though. Marshall shoved his hands deep in his pockets. They're from different social strata.
Excuse me?
Pringle did a mock shake of his head.
Different what?
She's a doctor. He's a farm labourer. The shared victimology doesn't exist. Pringle clapped him on the arm.
Rob, just see what you can come up with on that score.
He opened the door to Owusu's lab.
I'm going to attend the PM. See you later, alligator and crocodile.
Elliot waited for the door to swing shut. Drug gangs? Next it'll be cattle mutilating UFOs. She looked at Marshall. What's your thinking?
He's the boss, so we have to humour him.
Fed up of that, though. She scowled at the door. Heard you went to school with the landowner's son?
Balfour, aye.
That's not a conflict of interest, is it?
No, but it might become one. It'd be better if you did that, Strand.
Marshall, if I had to avoid people I know, I'd have to work in London or the bloody Highlands. Elliot buggered off towards the family room. Timed it perfectly. 2 FLOs were there, ready to relieve Sayal and Jolene. Just get on with it.
Okay, I'll head up to the farm and see what Napier Rattray's got to say first.
Elliot turned back to face Marshall. Didn't you hear? Chapter 19. Unlike the chaos down in A&E, the intensive therapy unit was as calm as Dr. Owusu's pathology department in the hospital's basement. On the top floor, and with something approaching a view, across the rooftops of Darnick and Melrose, hidden behind the trees, towards the sleepy hills behind Gattonside. Quite a distance to travel between here, A&E and pathology, the departments that it would naturally connect to. Jolene nudged the swing door open and disappeared through the curtain. Marshall followed her into the ward. Jolene was already by the desk, showing her credentials. We're looking for Napier Rattray. The receptionist smiled at her. He's in room 5. She pointed along the corridor. Down there, the next right. Thanks. Jolene tilted her head down, then led on. Odd to find a toff in a council hospital like this. Marshall followed her. He had some funny ideas. It's not funny? No, but it is for someone of his means, hence you mentioning it. Suppose I see your point? Jolene knocked on the door to room 5, then twisted the handle. A frail man lay flat on the bed, the sheet tucked up to his chest, eyes closed. The metronomic inhale-exhale cycle of a respirator. Marshall barely recognized him as the burly farmer who'd made the whole school laugh way back when. He'd seemed massive, with shovels for hands, but now it was like he'd wilted. By the window, a woman was fussing over a vase of flowers. You'll never believe what happened in EastEnders, Napier. She cut the stems and started refilling the vase with new water. That young lad you hate came back. She turned around. You'll never guess what. Oh, my. Her hand went to her chest, and her mouth fell open. Luckily, she had the presence of mind to not drop the vase. Can I help you? D.S. Julian Archer. She held out her warrant card. This is D.I. Rob Marshall. We wanted to... Rob Marshall? Now where do I know that name from? He gave her a reluctant smile. I was at school with Napier's son, for a while. Ah, that'll explain it. She thrust out a hand. I'm Rona, Napier's wife. She shook Marshall's first. Balfour's mother. Jolene shook the hand next. Rona looked at the body on the bed. I'm afraid you won't get much out of him today, though. Jolene jerked her head back. I'm sorry. Has he died? No, love. We're not quite at that point yet. She went over and plumped up his pillows. He's been in a vegetative state after an accident on the farm. She shook her head. Stupid old goat fell off a turbine in the high winds in October. Fixing a rotor blade. Stupid. Told him it was daft, but he's a stubborn sod. Almost 4 months he's been like this. I'm very sorry to hear that. Marshall didn't know where to stand, so just settled for staying where he was. Your husband visited our school once and gave a very interesting speech. She giggled. Oh, yes, the knob heard around the world. He wasn't invited back after that. She stopped fussing with the bedding. I want the machine to stay on. Napier's a fighter. Always has been. So I'm fighting for him. But I don't know if it's the right thing to do. Marshall held her gaze. I've been there. Oh? Long story, but I've been there. I know how hard it is to make the decision to switch off the ventilator. In my case, it should have happened a long time before, but it wasn't my choice to make. Trouble is, there are plenty of other cases where people survive, so it's an impossible choice. That's the thing, isn't it? Can I decide to end his life? Legally, yes. Morally? I'm not so sure. And so I cling to hope. And hope's a slippery devil. Marshall left space for a few seconds. I don't know if you heard, but there was a discovery on land owned by your estate. 2 bodies. Oh my. No, I hadn't heard. I've been too busy here. I like to freshen up his room once a week. New flowers, make sure the bedding is how he'd like it. Read to him from a book in the paper. That's a good thing to do. Marshall knew from personal experience how soothing it could be to cling to the hope that someone in a coma was listening to you. But he also knew how corrosive it was the longer it went on. Way after all hope was dashed. We wanted to discuss a few matters relating to the estate. Our number one son, Balfour, is running things now. She nodded at Marshall. Sure, you'll be friends with him on Schoolbook. I'm not really a social media kind of guy. You can tell me the truth if you want. Balfour had his share of difficulties at school. I know all about them, believe you me. Marshall gave a tight, sympathetic smile. One of the victims was Justin Lorimer. Justin? Oh no, Oh no. I really liked him. Everyone did. Good boss for the workers, good employee. Helped my son take the strain with what happened to Napier here. Justin almost ran the farm single-handedly. Had done for years. Oh, and his dear wife and kids. Oh, heavens. This is a tragedy. I'll have to arrange some means of support for them. Benefit, perhaps. I could host it, of course. Hell, I could just finance it myself. Could do. No, Rona, don't be so crass. Will do. There. It's decided. The other victim was Dr. Louisa Baird. Louisa? Her mouth hung open. You're kidding me. Do you know her? She was my oncologist. Marshall felt his gut go, starting to build a connection between them. Oh, I didn't know. It's okay. We didn't make a big deal of it, and those who did know kept it to themselves at our request. I'm long in remission now. I get it checked every 6 months like clockwork. Yet another thing the NHS is good for nowadays. Jolene raised both eyebrows. You didn't go private? My husband and I are strong believers in the NHS and the local education system, shopping locally. We don't drive Ferraris even though we could. That's very noble of you. Rona smiled. You know, my husband used to say, just because you're from the nobility doesn't mean you have to be a knob. I mean, that's a joke he told at school, but it makes you think, doesn't it? A man should be defined by his actions, not his station in life. She clicked her tongue a few times. Louisa was at my son's burn supper last night. Oh? I was there only briefly. Had a few appointments to make. It was the Bard's night after all. You're sure it was Dr. Baird? We spoke briefly. My next appointment is in a month or so. She wanted to know how I was doing. No complaints. Is this an annual burn supper? No, but it was the first one Balfour ran himself. It was in aid of an appeal for a cancer charity. Jolene smiled. Is your son working at the farm today? Chapter 20. Even though she was the DI and Shunty was her subordinate, Elliot liked to drive, because driving meant control. And she hated it when she wasn't in control. That, and Shunty didn't get his nickname by driving well. This case had almost missed her, but like her old man would say, what's for you won't go past you. Better to be out in the community and solving murders than stuck in stuffy meeting rooms in St. Leonard's, trying to show the idiots in the drug squad how to use both of their brain cells in the right order. And that was the world of the DCI, doing that all day, every day. Be careful what you wish for. She tore up the A7, heading away from Gala towards Edinburgh. Miserable day. Those heavy black clouds were clearly going to dump another load of snow. She just knew it. Awful stuff. Shunty was staring at his phone. Huh? If he wouldn't cry to HR about it, she'd consider changing his nickname to Dafty. Dr. Donkey and Dafty, his feeble-minded assistant. She should write children's books about them. Bound to make as much money as Charlie the bloody seahorse or whatever her kids were after now. She looked over at him. Snow, Shunty. Snow. Is it? Forget about your Christmas cards with robins and snowmen. Forget about your North American winters where it doesn't matter if you're in Fahrenheit or centigrade. She had to slow as they approached Stowe and pulled in to let a tractor overhanging its lane pass. Or Fahrenheit in summer, centigrade in winter like any sensible person would. Now he looked over. What? Fahrenheit's human scaled. You know it's hot when it's 70. What the hell does 23 centigrade mean? Nothing. And you switch in winter? Aye. Switch when the clocks change. Celsius is all about water boiling and freezing. Sub-zero like today, you know you're in for it. That sounds quite complex. Switch when the clocks change, Shunty. Mark my words. She had to pull up at the lights to let a woman cross the road with her 2 wee darlings, probably heading back to school for the afternoon. Scratch that. The schools were all off. How's your flat going, Shunty? He looked over at her, frowning like the bullied kid at school, suddenly getting a bit of positive attention that didn't involve abuse. My flat? You stay in Gala, right? Up Scott Street, aye. Be easier for you when we shift from Melrose to Gala. That's still happening. That's the plan, aye? Trouble is, that useless sod Kirsten and her gang of chumps keep setting fire to their lab. Answer me this, Shunty. Are they all drunks, or is it just Sally? You think Sally's a drunk? Think? I know it, Shunty. Bit of a party girl. Elliot pulled in opposite the Stage Hall Arms and waved at the pub. Wouldn't be surprised to see her in there on a Wednesday at Mike Hogg's karaoke night. She waited but didn't get anything back. Get it? Get what? Mike Hogg? Mike Hogg. Microphone hog? Right. Jesus Christ, Shunty. It's a joke, and a bloody funny one. Maybe I should send you up to those meetings in Edinburgh instead of me. Can you trust me? Nope, she laughed. Right, let's get on with this. Shouldn't we be up at the wind farm speaking to Kyle Talbot? Shunty, you still need to learn a few things. If you go in half-cocked, well, you've got half a cock. And everybody wants the full wanger, don't they? That's not... I know it's not PC, but my point is, Talbot stays here during the week, so we want to get the story straight first, understand him and his movements, garner as much background info as we can. Then we can nail him for lying to Dr. Donkey earlier. It's called being a cop, Shunty. This is basic stuff. Elliot got out of the car into the cool air. Pleasant enough sensation on her cheeks, but she wouldn't want to be tied up at the side of the road in it. She crossed the road to the pub and pushed in through the doors like she was just going for a pint. The place was busy with lunchtime trade. 6 lads propping up the bar, all on their second pint judging by the empties. Red-faced, burping and laughing. The nearest one took a long look at them, then turned away and shuffled down the counter. Clearly clocked them as detectives. Elliot walked up to the pumps. Don't worry, gents, we're not after you, unless you've been abducting and tying people up. She nodded at the barman. Afternoon, Archie. Andy, how you doing? Archie was old school. Brown Fred Perry tucked into Levi 501s, both sharing the brunt of his 8-month pregnant belly. The polo bore the 8-month pregnant man boobs all on its own. Saggy, but his nipples were at attention. Not so much a silver fox as a grey walrus, with that elaborate moustache thing that started at his ears and traced a winding path down and back up. What can I get you, Andy? The workmen grabbed their pints and headed over to the pool table. Looking for someone who knows Justin Lorimer. She said it loud enough for them to overhear, but they weren't listening. You found someone? Archie picked up a glass and started drying it with a dish towel.
Boys are regular, and most nights for a pint or two after work, occasionally for more.
The pool balls rattled and rolled. Elliot drummed her fingers on the bar top. One of those nights would be last Thursday, aye?
Might have been.
Might have been, Elliot laughed. Never change, Archie, eh? He picked up another glass and started drying it now.
Doubt I need to tell you, Andy, but there was a fight between two lads. Your colleagues were in to break it up.
Names?
Warner? Other was a Geordie, I think.
No, you daft sod. The punters knocking 7 bells out of each other.
Oh, aye. Justin Lorimer and Kyle Talbot. Turfed them both out. Well, tried to. Pair of wankers were resisting. Barred them both.
Talbot stays here, though?
Aye, through the week. Hard to bar someone from the pub when you're serving him a cooked breakfast in the morning, eh? Still did it, mind.
Archie took another glass and set about drying it.
Your boy Warner took Talbot to A&E to stitch him up. Lorimer had scarpered. Came in last night to apologise. Told him he was on his last warning.
So he was in last night?
For a bit, aye.
How long's a bit?
We were pretty busy, so I couldn't say. An hour, maybe.
An hour? Maybe.
He bought a round of 3 pints for him and his mates.
You let him back in after he'd hospitalised someone? Shunty laughed. What would get an outright ban? Shooting someone?
Archie put the glass and towel down. Definitely. Or stabbing.
He didn't think Shunty was joking.
Or crapping your pants. Or grabbing a karaoke mic at Mike Hawk's. Or singing anything other than Happy Birthday. Or saying anything against our new king. Or pouring your own pint with my back's turned. Or pissing yourself where you're standing. Or ordering a cocktail when the bar's rammed. Or ordering a cocktail full stop. Or wearing football colours, especially Celtics. All of which have happened in the last month.
Shunty laboriously scribbled down each entry. You've barred someone for ordering a cocktail?
Only because wee Sean wanted a vodka martini, shaken not stirred, to impress some lassie. I've got vodka and I've got ice, but I've no shaker, no olive garnish, no fucking vermouth. Got sick of telling the wee toe rag after each pint of vodka and lemonade, so I barred him.
A pint of vodka?
5 shots, topped up with ice and lemonade.
This was going nowhere. Elliot thumped the bar top. Can we see the CCTV? Archie shifted his gaze back to her.
Thought we had a deal, Andy.
Aye, we did, but the boy's been murdered. Archie's thick eyebrows met.
Justin? She nodded. Christ.
Archie ran a hand across his lips.
Fair dues, then.
He reached down behind the bar and hefted up a wee TV monitor, beige and wood-panelled, absolutely covered in stour. Elliot stepped back from it. Christ, Archie! That looks like it's been in service since the 80s.
Seen more Prime Ministers than you can shake a stick at. Still works like, and I'm not made of money.
He turned it around so they could all see the screen, then picked up a remote control and wound it back. Took a bit of clunking and whirring from another device Elliot couldn't see, but there it was. Lorimer stood in the middle, shouting at Talbot over by the pool table. Both clutched pint glasses that looked like they were going to end up smashed against the other's head.
Justin got a bit argy-bargy about some lad leaving his pint pot on the edge of the table.
Archie pointed at Shunty.
Add that to your list. That's a straight red.
On screen, Lorimer picked up a pool cue and Elliot expected him to hit Talbot with it, but he got nothing for his shouting, just a rock face from Talbot. Then Archie the barman lumbered over and started arguing with him. Took ages, and there was no sound. Eventually, Archie dragged Lorimer out of the picture. Shunty was taking copious notes. You chucked Lorimer out?
Straight red.
He was only complaining, though.
Sorry, he was ranting about Thursday night's scuffle.
What? I thought this was Thursday.
This is last night. Said he was going to kill Talbot.
Well. Elliot pointed at the doors. You get anything outside here?
So much for our wee agreement.
Archie crouched down and pulled up another monitor, just as old but without all the wood on the side. He fiddled with the remote and it started playing a video taken from outside the pub. The air was cold and misty, smearing the camera lens like someone had stuck Vaseline on it. Maybe they had. Lorimer left the pub, then swung round and jabbed a finger at Archie in the doorway. He walked off with the limp of a drunk. A van pulled up down the street from him. Seconds later it drove off, and Elliot couldn't tell if it had taken him. The mist made it hard to ID the vehicle. Looked like a work van, but hard to make out the signage. Elliot smiled at Shunty. Come on, Sergeant. We're going to have that word with Carl Talbot. Chapter 21. Marshall could pop home for lunch right now. Not something he would have had to consider back in the days he was living in London. But he could see Jen's house from the steep road north through Clovenfords. He couldn't quite see Zlatan sitting watching the birds from atop his cat empire, but he knew he was there, making his little hunter's chirrups. Not that there were many birds left at this time of year, but those that were would be out scavenging in the light. Marshall's stomach was rumbling. He'd have to pick something up, and soon. The village had a good amount of traffic going between Gala and Peebles, but this road heading north was much quieter. Today, the traffic was all bunched up, a column of 5 cars heading uphill. At least the road was gritted, and Marshall was driving a Pool 4x4, the only one. The road weaved up around the last houses in the village, then out into open country, a vista of white fields and hills. 2 old cottages sat in the corner. Marshall was the only one turning left at the end, and he soon saw why. Past a couple of garages and a sprawling new-built house, which must have taken a hefty brown envelope or two, the road was indistinguishable from the fields. The only demarcation was the dry stone walls on both sides. 3 cars were stuck in the snow. None seemed to have anyone in them, at least. Must have been heading to the cottages and farmhouse perched on top of the hill, but had to abandon their vehicles. Marshall managed to get past the first 2 with ease. Then he started sliding across the road towards an ancient dry stone dike. Jolene laughed. This must be how Shunty felt. No laughing matter. Marshall managed to right it and avoided the drainage ditch too. He shifted down to first, then powered up the hill. The field on the left was filled with horses, idly taking in the frozen chaos. On the right, a countless number of red hens filled a path cut through frosted grass. Seemed a bit perplexed by their world being thrown into disarray like this. Hopefully they'd have thawed water and food wherever they roosted for the night. The car stopped. Marshall hoofed it, but the wheels just spun. Ah, shite! He tried again, but nothing was happening. Not even the rear wheels were helping. Bloody hell. Jolene looked up from her phone. What's up? Stuck. Another go, but all he was achieving was burning fuel. Have to slide back down. Marshall put the car in neutral and let the brake go. Nothing happened. He put it in reverse and gunned the engine. All he achieved was a spray of mucky snow out the back. "Rob, do you want me to give it a shot?" Embarrassing, sure, but Marshall would rather get where they needed to than save face. On you go. He got out into the cold, and it felt a few degrees colder up at this elevation. The wind was up too. Aye, the car was stuck. A mound of snow in front of the wheel and behind it. The view back the way was meagle, the hulking mass looming over the village. A few more cars lurked over the crest of the hill. Where the hell does this road go, anyway? Jolene got in the car, but didn't shut the door. Back road to Stowe. Eventually. Goes past a massive farm and a reservoir, I think. Christ. I've been here. Years ago. Big party in a field. Cops came and moved us on. Took ages to walk to Gala. Marshall was back in his shoes, which were damp and cold already. Okay, you give it some welly. I'll push from behind. He walked over and gripped the back of the car. Sure. She floored it, but all that happened was a fug of spent diesel and a smearing of sludge on Marshall's legs. Bloody hell! Not so easy, eh? Once she stopped, fruitlessly revving. Marshall heard an engine somewhere nearby. Hold on a sec. He passed the car and walked on up to the turning for the farm. Hard to see anything in amongst all the white, blinding at this time of day, even with a low winter sun. Wait. A Land Rover, pulling a Fiesta up the hill by a tow rope. Wait there. Marshall crunched through the snow after it, going faster than a car for once. The Land Rover stopped near the brow of the hill. The thing looked older than Marshall and was just as sprayed with sludge. A man hopped out, dressed like a ski instructor with slimming gear on. No scarf, no hat, just a pair of thin gloves and narrow shades. He unhooked the Fiesta and turned around, tilted his head to the side. Robert? Marshall squinted to try and make out his face. Tidy beard, small eyes, too far apart. Rough hair like a clown wig, but brown instead of red or green. Robert sodding Marshall! He charged down the hill like an elf leaping over the snow. He grabbed Marshall's hand and shook it. Bloody hell, man! It's been years! Marshall still didn't recognize him. Wait. No. Balfour? People call me Balf these days, but aye, it's me. Balfour Rattray was still shaking Marshall's hand, vigorous and hard. It's been bloody years, Roberto. How the devil are you? He stopped shaking, but didn't let go. Also, what the hell are you doing here? Coming to see you, as it happens. Oh. I'm a cop now, Balf. Marshall managed to wrestle his hand free and scratched at his neck. Got into a bit of bother with a car, mind. Say no more. Balfour bounded back up to his Land Rover, then executed a U-turn where a 3-point seemed the only option, and on snow too. He stopped by Marshall and reached over to let him in. Hop in. Marshall got in the passenger seat and strapped in. Thanks for this. Least I can do for an old pal. Balfour thundered down to the junction, then took a left instead of right, and reversed back towards Jolene and their waiting car. My guys are gritting the road down to the village this afternoon. Least I can do. But for now it's just the road up past the reservoir that's clear, so I'd take that way home. Heard you were back in the area, Robin. What with all that recent nastiness and everything, your name's been mentioned. Keep yourself to yourself, though, and quite right too. Here you're staying down in the village. Marshall smiled. Nothing sacred these days, eh? Nope. You're going some to get that beast stuck in the snow. Balfour hopped out of the van and started grinning at Jolene. You do this, or was it him? Him? Marshall joined them, but kept a close eye on Balfour. Hard to trust someone who could be your best mate 1 minute, then kick your arse the next. Balfour bellowed with laughter. Marshall joined them. Balfour poked his head out of the window. You hadn't engaged 4-wheel drive. Marshall stared up at the sky. Bloody hell. Jolene steered them up to the crossroads, fighting the wheel to correct and stop overcorrecting, but she got there. Balfour dug him in the ribs like they were in a scrum on the rugby pitch at school. What do you drive? BMW 1 Series. A roller skate? Another dig in the ribs. Nice motor, don't get me wrong, but it's rear-wheel drive, so useless on snow and ice. As much as Marshall wanted to be schooled on cars, he gave Balfour a wide smile. Got a case we need to talk to you about. Come on, let's get you warmed up at mine. Follow me. Chapter 22. Like hell am I climbing that? Elliot looked up into the coal-black clouds filling the middle of the sky and felt herself start to lean. The wind turbine stretched up as far as she could see. Or it felt like it. Massive white thing, just sitting there, doing nothing, its rotor blades limp and useless. From a distance, they had a bit of grace to them, but up close, terrifying. I mean, we do have a choice. Shunty stood there like a smug prick, which he was. We could wait until the shift's over or come back. Elliot tried to move to get rid of the deep shiver that was forming. Sure, Kyle Talbot was up there, but it was up there, miles up. She could see someone up there, definitely heard something, a clattering or a clanging, maybe hitting a spanner off metal or whatever the hell they did on the job. What kind of numpty goes up a wind turbine on a day like this? Boss, are you scared of heights? I'm a hell. Elliot stomped across the snow to the open door, tore it open, and went inside. The place was like a fridge, cramped and cold. Outside was bad enough, but in here, she felt it chilling her marrow. Not so much a sardine tin as a matchbox. A staircase spiraled up, made of steel, but a sort of transparent mesh. Elliot sucked in a deep breath, gripped the railing and started up. Left, right, left, right. Shunty was in lockstep with her. Left, right, don't look down. You okay down there, Shunty?
Fine, boss. You?
Elliot turned around to look at him, but caught sight of how far she'd already climbed. She steadied herself and kept on climbing. Are you eating? Peace time. Jesus wept. She looked back down at him. Big mistake. The steel mesh flooring swam around it like it wasn't even there. She almost toppled over. Steady. She gripped the central pillar, her knuckles throbbing, shut her eyes and tried to center herself. You okay, boss? Nothing to see here. All fine. She kept on going. Eyes shut. Doing fine, Shunty. Left, right, left, right. Doing just fine. Mind if I ask you what the agreement is? Agreement? Back in the pub, Archie said, so much for our agreement. Daft sod. Me or him? I refuse to answer that on the grounds it might make you a smugger git than you already are. Left, right, left, right. When I first started, I was based in Lauder Station. Used to be manned and everything. Walked the beat, got to know people, broke up a big fight in that very boozer. Of course, Archie was a lot younger, weren't we all? He gave me names and addresses in exchange for keeping him out of it. That's it. That's it. Gotta keep barmen and barwomen sweet, Shunty. When the punters are 6 pints deep and the lips are loosened, they're still sober as a Puritan judge. And they listen. The better ones remember what they hear. She looked up at the light coming out of a hole in the side. Hopefully Kyle Talbot was up there. What have you got in your sanger, Shunty? Cheese and marmite. You're a barbarian. Even colder now. But she was able to open her eyes again. Another couple of spirals to go, and she'd be at the top. Aye, and getting down was going to be so much fun. She came out onto what was the big open flat bit at the top? A landing? She had no other word for it. The hole the light came through was another door, open to the elements, and the primary one was wind, a freezing blast slicing in like an ice pick in the face. Nothing to hold on to, so she slowly made her way over. Hello? She gripped the side of the door and peered outside. Hello? Oh my Christ in the name of hell. Really far up here. Really far. Don't look down. Don't look down. Snow everywhere. All the way to the Tweed Valley and past, the Eildons over by Melrose, the Cheviots down past Jedburgh. Nothing to stop her just tumbling outside. Hello? She checked over to the side, trying to not look down. Hello! A man was suspended on the ropes attached to a rotor blade, bouncing away as he inspected something. The thing was at a sharp angle, rising up even further. Kyle! He looked over and raised his head. Aye! Police! Right! Talbot pushed up onto the top of the blade, then let the ropes go. Untethered, he ran down the arm and stopped to lean against the wall just next to Elliot, and stayed there. Looking a bit green around the gills there? Elliot couldn't look at him. Some view up here, eh? Cracking. Talbot stared out across the landscape. Never tire of it. What you working on? Fixing a rotor. This is the first one we put in. Always the way. They want the stairs in rather than ladders, so they can bring their mates up to take in the view. But the rotor isn't budging today. Came up here to see why, and I don't want to get too technical here, but I think I'll have to get a man in. Elliot smiled at him. Aren't you the man? I'm good at installing the things, just like sticking the bits together in a giant Lego set. But see when things go wrong? Not my wheelhouse. Your wheelhouse, eh? Well, my wind turbine. Talbot smiled back at her. He was a good-looking guy. The spiked hairdo was strictly 1988. The gouge taken out of his bonds wasn't nice-looking, though. Didn't get your name, sorry. D.I. Andrea Elliot. She glanced behind her to see Shunty still chewing his piece. This is D.S. Rakesh Sayal. Morning. Shunty frowned. It's 2:30. Oh, right. Aye. Talbot smirked. So? His smirk disappeared quickly. You'll be wondering, so I'll just confirm it. Yes. This is the turbine Napier Rattray fell off. Elliot frowned. Really? I was here investigating, but I don't recognise it. Very different time of year, eh? And I don't remember you. Spoke to a wee blonde lassie. Jolene something. That'll be Acton D.S. Archer, right? Elliot couldn't stand looking at the ground behind him. Listen, do you want to come in from there? Nah, I'm good out here. Get a bit claustrophobic inside. Right, Elliot didn't want to be anywhere near this height. Guy must have been raised in a tower block in the arse end of Glasgow and spent his days playing on the top of it.
So, what can I do you for?
You know, Justin Lorimer?
He's the client, aye. He runs the farm. Deals with my boss. Try to have as little to do with him as possible, like.
Why's that?
Just a bit of a prick. He's not a man who can handle a lot of stress, and he was having to.
Must be hard then.
Not really. Guy hasn't got a head for heights, so as long as I'm up one of these bad boys, I don't see him.
Want to talk to you about Thursday.
Thursday?
Your visit to hospital.
Oh, that.
Talbot sniffed, stared at the ground, rubbed at the mark on his temple.
Guess you're more interested in what happened before that, eh?
Want to tell us?
Not really.
Talbot sighed, then laughed.
Suppose I better, eh? After all, you've climbed all that way just to speak to me.
He cleared his throat and ran a hand over his spikes.
We got into a bit of a fight, me and Justin. Daft, really. He was kicking off about people resting pints on the pool table. I mean, it is a bit annoying when people leave a glass there, but boys are there to have fun and chat, you know. It's 2 shots, so if you're playing against someone who knows what they're doing, you really don't want to put your pint down. And he wouldn't listen to sense, kept ranting about it. So I challenged him on it and he went tonto. Dickhead hit us with a cue.
He pointed at a scar.
Right there.
That's gonna add character.
Got more than my fair share of that.
Talbot looked right at Elliot.
Not my proudest moment, but I hit him back. He wouldn't leave though. Big Archie called the cops. Pair of them came over and chucked him out.
Then what happened?
I got taken to hospital. Sitting in A&E, blood splashing on the floor from a cut. Cops recommended I should press charges. No chance. Then who should walk in but Justin Lorimer?
You had another fight in the hospital, didn't you?
More a continuation of the first one.
Another sigh.
He started on me. Cops broke it up. Nothing much to it, to be honest. Lorimer's a hard man in one place and one place only. The inside of his head.
And you?
Cal Talbot's just here to do a job, Inspector. That's it.
Aye, and when people talked about themselves in the third person, they hadn't lost it.
We both got seen by the doctor. Then that big Irish cop took me home to the stage hall. Talbot chuckled. Call it the stagecoach because it's rough as something from the Wild West.
Shunty's mobile blasted out some Ed Sheeran nonsense. He checked the screen, then grimaced. I need to take this. Elliot focused on Talbot, grinding her teeth. Have you seen Mr. Lorimer since then?
Not on Friday. Did my day's work, then got off home to Glasgow on the 2 o'clock train from Stowe. Through to the west coast by the back of 4. In the boozer at past. He snorted. Lorimer's a persistent sod. Managed to avoid him all week. Then he's in the stagecoach again last night. Same story as Thursday. Lorimer just wouldn't let it lie. Shouting at everyone. And I didn't rise to it this time. Archie chucked him out.
Any idea what happened to him after?
Why would I?
You might have followed him down the street.
Nope. Why do you think that?
There's a reason we want to speak to the guy who battered him.
Hardly battered him. Just smacked him with a pool cue after he got me. All's fair in love and war.
Which was this?
Closer to love than war, that's for sure. Bottom line, love, I don't really give a shit about the boy. He's a wanker. Learned a long time ago to stay away from wankers.
And yet trouble seemed to keep finding him. What did you do after that?
Finished my pint, like I do every night. Then went upstairs to my scratcher to watch some telly. Like to sober up by the time I get to sleep. Don't want to be up one of these bad boys when you're still pissed.
Talbot bellowed out a laugh. Shunty reappeared, smiling. Can anyone back that up? Called the good lady wife when I got into the room, aye. Talbot swung over and into the turbine's interior, then pulled out his phone. See the call log? Video call. That. He winked. She gets lonely when I'm away, so things can get a bit saucy. Shunty scribbled something down, hopefully a note to check with Mrs. Talbot, and not to masturbate in front of a video camera. You didn't think to invite her to stay with you here? In the stagecoach? Another laugh. No way! The grin faded. 2 detectives follow me up a turbine to ask about a fight in the boozer is a bit of a weird one. What's this about? He's one of the bodies found earlier on the Stow Lauder Road. Elliot glanced over in the direction, not very far away, but the world seemed to spin around as she moved her head. Kidding me. Talbot stared down at the ground. Christ, that was him. Right? Ah, shite almighty. You know anything about what happened to him? Me? News to me, like. After that video call, I went to bed. Be around midnight. See anything around the time Mr. Lorimer left? Talbot frowned. Now you mention it, aye, I did. I was having a smoke outside and I saw a van revving. Ford Transit, I think. Had Go Mobile signs on the sides. Go Mobile? Aye, same network I'm on. Headed off up the hills towards here. Where Lorimer's body was found. Elliot smiled at him. Thanks, sir. We'll be in touch. Don't mention it. Talbot ran up the rotor blade. Elliot had to turn away and walk over to the staircase. Shunty, if you're not going to turn your mobile off, at least have some better music on it. What's wrong with Ed Sheeran? What's right with him? She chuckled. But that descent looked brutal. The mesh seemed to just disappear. Actually, big fan of him. Seen him twice now. She gestured for him to go first. Last thing she needed was him seeing her falling. Who was that on the phone? Kirsten. They found a big vehicle buried in a snowdrift. You think it's this van? Chapter 23. Marshall stood in the formal hall in Balfour's home, more a castle than a house, looking out of the giant window down to the landscaped grounds carved out of a forest of evergreen trees climbing the hill. Giant boulders marked out the split between garden and wilderness. An ornamental pond was frozen over, with some ducks shivering at the sight. The only sign of a patio was the slight indentation in the snow at the edge, crisscrossed by pheasant prints, but no sign of the birds. The only human footprints led from the 2 cars on the drive, theirs and Balfour's. The long lane led down to the minor road they'd been stuck on. The Tweed was a mile or so to the south, but was hidden by the hills. Behind, the horizon was cut off by the gentle curve of Elibank's forest, where some bodies had been found a few months back. Hard to imagine climbing the woodland on a day like this. Aye, this was pretty much the middle of nowhere. Marshall turned back to face into the room. The walls were lined with paintings hanging from a rail, old hunting images, going back hundreds of years. Whatever message Balfour Rattray wanted to convey, it had something to do with destiny. Continuity. That was the language landowners used. They saw themselves as servants of the lands, not owners. Custodians meant that the blood from any atrocities their ancestors carried out wasn't on their hands. Meant their estates weren't taxed when they died. Over the other side of the room, Jolene sat on a mock Regency sofa that looked as comfortable as the giant rocks lining the drive. Perched on the front, with an erect posture, notebook out, ready, waiting. Here we go. Balfour barged in, lugging a tray laden with a teapot, mugs and milk. He carried it over to the table with the grace of a waiter or waitress in a cafe. "I've only got oat milk. Is that okay?" Jolene smiled. "That's great for me." Marshall joined them and took the armchair next to her. "Suits me." "Excellent." Balfour tipped milk into the cups, then started pouring out the tea. "Just opened this bag of tea yesterday. Hope you enjoy it." He handed Jolene her cup and saucer first. "Assam." "Thank you." She set it down on the coffee table. "I would have thought you'd have a butler for this stuff." "Butler?" Balfour laughed. "No, it's just me here." "You're not married?" "Not even seeing someone." Balfour passed Marshall his cup. "Here you go, Roberto." That overly familiar name again. Not a nickname he had at school. Odd. "Still can't believe it about Justin." Balfour sipped his tea. "I was speaking to him just yesterday." Marshall set his cup down on the coffee table. "You didn't notice him not turning up to work?" "I've been distracted with all the snow, to be honest. Disrupts everything. They're still working on the wind farm, though. I swear, those boys will work through the zombie apocalypse. Hordes of the undead will be walking up the Gala Water Valley and they'll still be trying to install a rotor." Balfour laughed. "I've got a good team at the farm. Place kind of takes care of itself, or used to. It's going to be next to impossible to replace Justin. I'll have to roll up my sleeves and see what knowledge he's distributed amongst the others." Marshall nodded, slowly. "I know what it's like when you lose a good member of your team." "Aye." Balfour sipped his tea, his gaze shifting between them. "Can't believe Justin's dead. He was a great worker and a good friend. Knew the farm inside out. Planned it all. Scheduled everything." He took a biscuit from the plate and bit into it. "You going to find who killed him?" Marshall took a drink of tea, but desperately wanted a biscuit to stave off the hunger. "Depends." "On what?" "Whether the killer or killers have left behind enough clues." "Come on, Roberto. That sounds a bit wishy-washy." "We're investigating a number of strands." Marshall put the teacup back down again and grabbed a biscuit. A basic digestive. Beggars can't be choosers. "I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your father." Balfour couldn't make eye contact. "Aye." Marshall bit into the biscuit. "I still chuckle about that talk he gave the school all those years ago." Balfour looked across the giant room to the window, swallowing hard. "You know, this is going to sound daft, but I still text him. Like he's not in a coma in hospital. Send him the usual crap we talk about. Rugby news, jokes. Run things on the farm past him. Used to go and see the Falcons down in Newcastle a lot with him. Not the same without him, so I stopped going." He swallowed down some tea. "Stupid old goat got obsessed by this app on his phone. Measured the output from the wind farm up Torson's Hill, just south of Stowe." He burped into his fist, then took another sip of tea. "Windiest night of the year. He called me up, saying we're not generating enough. One turbine wasn't turning." "Windiest night of the year and it wasn't turning?" "It's a safety feature. Locks the rotor so it doesn't tear itself apart. Father didn't believe me. Told him we'd fix it in the morning, and I went to bed. We lost 40 acres of trees that night. All gone." He shook his head, eyes staring into space. "Next thing I know, I get a call from Mother, telling me he's gone up the wind turbine. He's 75. He climbed up, on the inside. All of them have ladders for access, but that one had a staircase. Father went up there to see why it wasn't turning. I told him, but would he listen?" Balfour picked up his teacup, but didn't drink anything, and put it back down with a slight clatter. "I know why you're here, Roberto. Police investigated it, cleared everyone on the farm. It was an accident, and I wasn't even in the country." Marshall nodded. I get it. It's a tragedy, like I say. Whatever else you're thinking, my inheritance is all caught up in a trust. This house is the only thing I own outright. Marks out the western edge of our land. The Elliots own everything further west of here, whereas Rattray's own most of it east towards Langshaw and north to Stowe. So all across the north of Gala and Melrose. Right over to Earlston and Lauder, even. Jolene's mobile rang. Sorry, thought it was on mute. She put her cup back on the saucer and checked the display. Actually, better take this. She left the room, and her voice echoed round the hallway. Balfour watched her go, but without hunger or lust in his eyes. He trained his gaze on Marshall. Roberto, mate, I wanted to say how sorry I am for being a grade-A arsehole at school. I was an embarrassment to myself. You didn't deserve half of the shite I gave you. My position and birth rate are a privilege, and I didn't appreciate that at the time. It's taken me years to realize that. For our civilization to flourish, it's incumbent on people like me to not abuse our entitlements. Spoken like his own mother's platitudes. Balfour, we all acted like dickheads at school. It's what being a teenager's all about. We get corrected, we adjust our positions, we learn, we grow. No lasting harm done. Maybe not to you or your sister, but I've done things I'm not proud of, and I've tried to make amends for going above and beyond typical teenage dickheadery. I'd already been expelled from 2 other schools. I was out of control. I punched down to people like you, Roberto. He raised a hand. Sorry, I didn't mean that you're lesser than me, just... Our social statuses might be deemed to be that way. I get it. I had a happy time at primary, but high school was a different kettle of fish. Gattonside High was... Thank God it's closed. I think Satan had more of a hand in that place than him. Balfour grinned. Then it faded. The bullying was awful. I'd never seen anything like it. It was a prison, right? I came in and was... What do they call it in American films? Oh yeah, fish. I was the fish. The new fish. It was them or you. You had to tear someone else apart before you were mauled. Always lash out. That culture seemed to be in bricks and mortar of the place. One of the reasons it was closed down. I mean, I don't know why it was so bad, considering where it was. Kids from Gattonside, Melrose, Darnick, Newstead, and the surrounding farms all up this way. Marshall didn't know what to say. He took another biscuit and covered his discomfort by scoffing it very slowly. Roberta, I mean it when I say I'm sorry. I was a dickhead. A total dickhead. That time when I had a go at you, I didn't expect you to punch back. Remember when we got taken to the PE teacher's office? What was his name? MacArthur. Aye, Peter MacArthur. He threatened us with expulsion. You're both smart laddies, so don't act like thugs. You acted the big man, Roberto. Offered to shake my hand. But I didn't. I said it wasn't over. It'll never be over. Or something like that. I'd seen too many hard man films. But you just ignored me and got on with it. I soon got disinterested in you and focused on some other poor bastard. And I got expelled. Again. That was the final straw. The old man sent me to a boarding school down south. It sorted me out, once and for all. Marshall reached over for his tea. It was lukewarm, but he drank it anyway, draining the cup. Here. Balfour refilled him and topped up his own. Jolene's was still intact. I mean it, Rob. The door opened and Jolene walked back in. Sorry about that. She sat and sank her tea, eyes shifting between them, like she'd picked up on something unusual going on. Mr. Rattray, I gather you held a function last night. Function? Balfour frowned, then smiled. Ah, the burn supper. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a function. Merely 100 people in for a wee dance, for a cancer charity I was asked to be patron of.
Who asked you?
Dr. Louisa Baird. She was Mother's oncologist. Charming woman. Jolene held his gaze.
I'm afraid her body was also found this morning.
Balfour was just about to sip some tea. Narrow escape from spraying it everywhere. My God! He set the cup down. Near Justin's? Nearby, yes. Marshall shot Jolene a look that said he was taking charge. How well did you know Dr. Baird? Not well at all. Just through Mother. Her care was first class, I have to say. I mean, I was honoured to be asked, but I'm not sure I can do as patron. I'm not famous. But you are wealthy, right? I might seem well off, but my finances are held in a trust, and in this place, it's not like I can drop 100 grand into the charity. 100 or so people who'll attend your burn supper over others. Sounds like you have connections. There is that, I suppose, but most of them were Louisa's friends or donors. Jolene looked around the room.
Seems a bit small to have a ceilidh.
The function wasn't here. Balfour looked over at Jolene. It was at Father's place.
We need to dig into Dr. Baird's movements last night. Do you have an idea of when she left?
Balfour got to his feet. No, but I can show you. Chapter 24. Elliot got out of the pool car and stomped over the snow to the crime scene. She didn't hear any following footsteps, so she stopped and turned around. Shunty was putting his second coat on. At least he was out of the car now. How much longer could they let that clown stay in the force? Come on, you! She waited for him to daintily tiptoe over the snow. You'd think you'd never seen snow before. Of course I've seen it, just not like this.
Oh, that's right. It was just icy when you shunted that car off a bridge, eh?
Aye, very good. Haven't heard that one before.
Know the guy who books people at the stand in Edinburgh? You should work on some new material. Give the comedy routine the chance it deserves.
Shunty stopped beside her and rubbed his gloved hands together.
Seriously, is it like this every year?
Every year, aye.
Sometimes for a few months.
Bloody hell. Shunty finished zipping up his overcoat, a lime puffer.
I mean, we had snow in Glasgow, but this is pure mental. I don't know if I can hack this.
Elliot knew he couldn't. Try as she might, she couldn't get him done on a disciplinary. Trouble was, he was completely incompetent. She tucked her fringe behind her ear and gave him a motherly smile. The kind she'd give to any of her kids when they were at it, or to someone a few bricks shy of a full load.
I get it. You were supposed to be based in Edinburgh, but they sent you down here. It's like buying a brie in Tesco and getting home to find a big lump of mouldy blue Stilton in there.
I like Stilton.
Aye, bless your heart, but you know what I mean.
Suppose so. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Come on.
She continued on, avoiding the trail of footprints, now all melted and slushy, and instead walked on virgin snow, savouring the crisp cracking.
Good news is there's a fresh fall due overnight.
Shunty just groaned. Idiot was walking in the well-worn slush. While he wouldn't fall over, he'd have spray up the back of his breeks. Getting dark now. Reminded Elliot of that time she visited Iceland in November, way before the kids. Never seemed to get light. Wasn't that bad here, but still. January in the borders wasn't January in Tenerife, was it? Any sunshine would be nice.
Who called you as we drove, Shunty?
Big Jim. He's been on to go mobile. Said there's no planned works down here. No vans south of Glasgow out at that time anywhere.
Didn't think of telling me.
I was trying to live your advice. Don't come to me with problems. come to me with solutions.
Cheeky sod. So, what solutions have you thought of?
That's got to be the van that took him. Looks like someone snatched him from outside that pub and brought him up here.
Way I'm thinking is they slipped on magnetic signs to make it look like a Go Mobile van. Pretend they're installing a new 5G mast or something. Could swap it for BG or whatever British gas are called these days. Either way, I'd say we're looking at a pro.
A pro boss?
A professional, a hitman, an assassin.
Sure?
I think so, Shunster. But priority number 1 is tracking down that van.
I don't know how, boss. All we've got is it was a Navy transit.
Here's the lad who'll do the donkey work for you.
Elliot walked up to DC Jim McIntyre, standing outside the crime scene tent and dicking about in his mobile.
You found the van yet?
Big Lump didn't look comfortable in a fighting suit. Too big for it, making it strain at the chest. Probably be better to be back in uniform. His hair was soaking for some reason. Was he sweating in the cold? How? He shifted his gaze from Elliot to Shunty and seemed to relax a bit. He realised the shoeing wasn't going to be that severe.
What van?
Elliot glared at Shunty.
Tell me you called him in.
Aye, I did. Shunty got himself between Elliot and McIntyre, like he was jumping on a bomb. The van that left Stowe at 8:32. McIntyre nodded.
Right.
Right!
Elliot barged past Shunty.
What's that supposed to mean?
McIntyre took a halting breath.
It means I'm on top of it, ma'am.
You're on top of it! Great!
She threw her arms up in the air. Case solved by the big man. McIntyre clenched his jaw.
I put in a request for all the CCTV and ladder. Nothing's come back.
And you phoned to Chase?
Not yet, because I've been too busy here.
In the name of the wee man.
I've been trying to speak to Rakesh, ma'am. The forensics team want approval to take down their tent.
Fine. I'll sort that.
Elliot let out a sigh and tried to centre herself, just like her meditation teacher told her to.
As for the CCTV, we're not going to get anything from the council. Only thing you'll get is a speed camera on the A68 heading north. You of all people should know, as well as I do, how many rat runs come out of Lauder.
I do, ma'am, which is why I haven't prioritised that work.
Elliot stepped away from the numpty.
OK, Shunty. Here's what I need you to do. Search for any cameras on that stretch into Lauder.
Shunty frowned. But you just said there aren't.
There are about 20 houses facing the road. At least some of them will have those doorbell cameras.
Shunty rolled his eyes at her.
Daft sod.
One of the problems with that generation, they were all afraid to think for themselves, and anything that involved work was to be avoided. Walking 5 miles in every direction, knocking on every door, leaving a card when nobody answered, then following up until you got an answer. That was police work, the traditional kind. But we can't just ask them to, Shunty! Someone's died. 2 people. You need to get them scared for their own lives and, before you know it, they'll be grassing about their neighbours and everything. She waited while the daft sods scribbled it down, like the list of infractions in that grotty pub.
While you're at it, check in garages to see if nobody's got a Navy transit conveniently hidden away.
OK. Shunty put his notebook away and tilted his head towards McIntyre. Can you do the doings, Jimbo? McIntyre's nostrils were flaring.
I'll do it, but I think it's a forlorn hope. Started snowing around that time, so surely the plates will be covered in snow.
Elliot tilted her head to the side, wanting to snare him in a trap.
Why's that a problem?
No officer who isn't a total prick is going to do anything about snowy plates.
Why?
McIntyre scratched his neck. Chances are their own registration is covered or ground over with frozen road spray. Bottom line, we'll struggle to get plates.
Well, Jimbo, I've been that prick. She clapped him on the arm like he was a pet dog. Make sure my plates are always clear, and stop people who don't. Old school police work. It's not an exercise in shafting everyone you pull over, but learning the things you might need to know by asking the questions right in front of you. Can you ticket them? Of course. Would you? Best not to. No amount of goodwill surpasses the officer who had a citizen dead to rights on a charge but didn't give them a ticket. Listen, you seem sound. Do me a favour, brush off your plate and drive safely home. Or even better still, I've brushed off your plate for you. Take care. Ask around your old uniformed chums, Constable, and see if anyone's got anything. Sure, there's bound to be a prick or two there.
I'll find that bloody van. Don't you worry. McIntyre trudged off across the snow. Useless git.
He's not. He's a good cop.
She'd said that out loud, hadn't she? Great.
She swung around to Shunty. Talking about myself here. I should have been here first thing to get my arms around this case and not allowed Dr. Donkey to let it get this bad. McIntyre's a good cop. A decent plod, maybe. Should never have been made a detective. Elliot stomped over the snow towards the crime scene tent, rueing Pringle's decision to over-promote. Technically, PC to DC wasn't a promotion, but he'd got a pay rise. And Elliot was sick of being saddled with Pringle's decisions, often as inscrutable as his language. Something needed to change on that score, and soon. Word of advice, Shunty. Make sure he doesn't screw this up. It reflects badly on you when people under your supervision don't manage their tasks well. Or at all. She opened the tent flap and peered inside. Sally, the CSI, was busy stuffing some gear into a box. She looked up and smiled at Elliot. Oh, hey, how are you doing? I'm fine and dandy, Sally. Elliot stepped inside, ready to berate her for the lack of a result in the forensics. But she saw a much better target. Kirsten Weir, sipping a coffee, smelled glorious too. The coils of dark fragrance stretching across the tent. She was halfway out of her crime scene suit. Afternoon, Andrea. McIntyre said you need approval to bring your tent down. Oh, that's a bit out of date. I called Rob and he okayed it. Initiative. I like it. Now, about this vehicle. Kirsten zipped the suit up to her chin. She finished her coffee and set it down, then grabbed a mask and goggles. You're welcome to tag along, but if you want inside, you'll need to suit up. Aye, and that would take up precious minutes. Elliot had to step aside to let Sally out with a box of gear. Nice try. Wanting to get there ahead of me, eh? She smiled. I'll follow you. Fine, but you're not getting in. Kirsten left the tent, then headed over to the road, tracking a pair of prints in the snow. The snow was coming up to halfway up Elliot's shins. Found anything here I should know about? Not really. What about stuff I shouldn't? None of that either. But I never expected to get anything. The only forensics will be in the bodies, if at all. Thought you'd be over there with a wussu, Kirst. Should be. I'm over here because I thought you'd be attending the post-mortem. Elliot laughed, almost stumbled over. Christ, the snow was up to her knees here. We've missed you down here, Kirst. If I'm honest, D.I. Elliot, I'd say I missed you too. But we both know I'm full of shite. Cheeky cow. Who needed enemies with friends like Kirsten Weir? Slow going through this stuff. She could feel the cold gnawing through her wellies.
Maybe Shunty had the right idea with all his gear. Thermal socks would be nice.
Need to have a word with you about Sally. It's okay, Andrea. Your official complaint is still in my inbox. It's being handled. Handled? Right. Okay. But between friends? Is she a drunk? I can't speak about personnel matters. You know that. And off the record? It's never off the record with you.
Speaking of personnel matters.
Up by the road,
Shunty was in conference with McIntyre. Hopefully he'd be giving him guidance on how to best discern the difference between one's elbow and one's arse. Probably moaning about her, though. Sod them. Sod the pair of them. Elliot followed Kirsten down a hollow, heading towards some old shepherd huts that looked like they hadn't been used since the time of Rabbie Burns. Trevor guarded a ditch, resting on a snow shovel.
There you are.
Skinny bugger with a mullet, as tightly wrapped up as Shunty. Not as useless as Sally, but he'd given her a good run for her money on occasions.
Managed to dig it out.
A black Audi SUV sat behind him, gleaming. Not quite like one of those Alpine photos they'd used to sell the buggers, but it looked pretty against the snow.
You've done a good job of clearing it.
Absolutely class motor, this. Trevor waved a hand at it. He was practically drooling over it.
Audi Q5. 4.5 litre TDI. Goes like shit off a shovel.
Kirsten crouched behind it.
4-wheel drive, right?
No, but yes, but no, and look.
Technically, it's got the Quattro all-wheel drive system, which is pretty much the best of the best, but only for AWD systems. A proper 4-wheel drive will wipe the floor with it. I don't need the details, but it should be able to handle this kind of place in the snow.
Should do I. And it wouldn't slide into a bridge like what Shunty did. Kirsten smiled.
Seriously though, would you be able to go off-road with it?
This would handle all the heather and sheep crap you throw at it.
Need to figure out how it got here then.
Kirsten crouched to peer in the window, but it was all misted up.
You been inside?
Waiting for you.
Good lad.
Kirsten snapped her goggles and mask in place, then opened the door.
Her coat's here. That's a good find. Anything in the pockets? Not that I can see.
Figures. Elliot looked back the way, maybe 100 metres to the road.
Think she was forced off down here?
I'd say so. Trevor shone a torch back the way, all the way to the private road down to Blainsley Main's farm, away from the direction she'd travelled from the Stow Lauder road.
If you look closely, you should be able to make out the faintest indentations in the snow. Her path from the road.
He adjusted it to a narrow beam, right at the spot where some sheep huddled together.
Took a minor swerve there. So she could have just avoided a sheep. That's one theory. Doesn't explain why she ended up tied up and dumped on top of a frozen body.
True. Elliot could see an alternative. The Navy Transit sitting on the wrong side of the road in the dark, waiting for her to leave. Turn on the lights, scare her off the road, grab her, dump the car. Trouble with that theory was it relied on knowing when she would be there. Elliot frowned at Trevor.
Just one set of tire prints over here. So far. Any footprints? Won't find them, I'm afraid. The snow's been blowing all day. Smooths it all out. Lucky to see that track. How we found it, basically.
Typical. Elliot grunted. It fitted together like clockwork, but she still had no idea why anyone would want to kill the good lady doctor. A light flashed from inside the car, then Kirsten got out.
Found a purse in the glove box. It's Dr. Beard's.
Chapter 25. Marshall couldn't tell if it was snowing again, or the wind was blowing the flakes in a horizontal blast across the fields towards them. Either way, visibility was low, and his speed lower. At least now he had the four-wheel drive engaged, and the pool car was chewing through the icy roads. The temperature was as high as it was going to get, just above freezing, which meant it was going to tip back overnight and anything that had melted would become black ice. Shunty'd earned his nickname in similar conditions last winter. Marshall really didn't need another one on top of Dr. Donkey. Balfour Rattray was driving ahead of them with a plough on the front of his Land Rover, piling along the road like the conditions were normal.
Seems like a nice guy.
Jolene was casually looking out of the side window across the pure white vista, like they were a couple on a normal drive.
A lot older than you, though.
Boarding school must have straightened him out. He was an absolute bastard at school. Full of all that alpha male bullshit. Top of the pecking order. I tried to keep myself to myself, but it didn't cut it with someone like him.
After 30 years, I think you need to bury the hatchet, and not in his neck.
30? How old do you think I am? She shrugged.
45?
I'm 36. Marshall steered around the bend onto the straight running past the crime scene. The tent was being taken down now. Given the radio silence from Kirsten, Marshall assumed they hadn't found anything of note. Or maybe she'd found something that needed that level of focus.
You ever have a high school reunion?
If there was one, I wasn't invited.
What about your twin sister? She would have invited you.
True. What about you?
Had one last summer. Straight out of the pandemic, so I thought it'd be okay. Nope. The people who organised it wished they were back in the glory days. Back where they peaked.
And you?
It made me remember why we hadn't stayed in touch.
Around another bend, and Marshall had lost sight of Balfour's Land Rover. Bollocks.
What's up?
Nothing. The sign for Blainsley-Shaw Mains hung from a private road sign and pointed to the right, clear of snow, with its cute drawing of a few sheep in a chalk style on a deep blue background. Marshall took the turning. The surface had been gritted and had that overly dry look to it, like it was now desperately seeking moisture. He ploughed on down to a crossroads in woodland, with giant farm sheds on both sides, then went straight on. The number of potholes increased, so he took it even slower. Maybe fixing the road was lurking on a to-do list in Justin Lorimer's office. Maybe Balfour didn't care. Marshall drove on into a wide circular drive, immaculate pebbles surrounding a frozen pond in the middle. He pulled up behind Balfour's Land Rover and got out. The hulking farmhouse loomed over them, as big as the stately homes open to the public around here, all built from money made in the slave trade. But this was still functioning as a home and a business. The estate office was probably in there too. Balfour Rattray was already out of his car and chatting to a rugged guy. A big bruiser with a suntan even in January. Probably spent all day every day outside. Guys, this is Jock. He's Justin's number 2, so he'll be stepping up in his... Absence doesn't cut it, does it? Departure? He shut one eye, then opened it again. Anyway, reason we're here is Jock has access to my father's elaborate security apparatus, which I'm afraid absolutely baffles me. All right. Jock didn't seem to be. Puffy red eyes, a gaze that wasn't quite there, a smile that seemed stitched on. Here's the CCTV from last night. He held out his phone and the screen was filled with a shot from the top of the house. Floodlights cast a glow across the pebbles. The now frozen fountain bubbled.
Had a break-in at the farm 3 years ago. Lost tons of equipment. So Napier got me to install this so he could access it on his phone.
Father's obsessed with technology. Balfour smiled. Whereas I'm a bit of a Luddite. Got a rugged farmer's phone in case it falls in a puddle somewhere. I prefer to focus on the here and now. The real world. Nature. I believe in the traditional methods espoused by a new king, and prefer to invest my time and efforts into those aspects of farming, rather than enriching some Silicon Valley firms. But such is the modern world. Spoken like a true pompous git, as much as Marshall might agree with some of the sentiments. Virtue signalling of the highest order.
Anyway,
Jock wiped a shovel-like hand across his cheek.
Balf said you're looking for an Audi Q5. Well, here you go.
He handed the phone to Marshall. The video showed a jet-black SUV pulling up and parking in the long rows of cars on both sides of the pond. Louisa Baird got out, wearing the same little black dress they'd found her in, but with a coat draped over her shoulders. Must have been freezing. No sign of the snow, though. She walked over to the house and met a man who checked her off a list. Then she went inside. Marshall looked over. Do you have anything indoors? Jock shook his head.
Napier didn't want that covered. Sorry.
Figured. He wanted to protect the family from what was going on outside, but his own privacy was paramount, especially if someone like Jock had access. And while Jock might be trustworthy, what if his phone got into the wrong hands? Jock jumped forward in time.
She left alone at 10.
Sure enough, Louisa stepped out of the house into the maelstrom of snow and hurried over to her car, shrugging off the coat as the exhaust plumed. She raced off up the private road, heading out of the camera's angle. Jock shrugged.
That's it.
Marshall had to face his disappointment. Okay, this is great. Can you send the CCTV to Jolene's team? He gestured over at her. We'll need to go through all of the attendees to try and find any witnesses. It's crucial we find out where she went after she left here. Of course. Balfour beamed at Jolene. Happy to help. Almost too happy, maybe. Have your people reach out to mine. And I mean Jock here. Jock produced a business card from his pocket.
This has all my details, day or night, anytime. Of course, I could send you an NFC link from a smartphone.
Jolene snatched the card out of his hand, but smiled like she knew what one of those would be. This'll be fine. Thanks. I'm serious. Balfour focused on Jock, like the words were more for him than them. Whatever I have is yours. Marshall returned the smile. It was absolutely freezing outside. They might be used to it, but the chill was making his bones rattle. Was there a reason Balfour wasn't letting them inside? It's great that we've now squared off part of her movements last night, but we really need to know who she spoke to inside. Do you have a guest list for last night? He knew they did, the big guy checking everyone off on the video, but sometimes a little trap was needed. Of course. Follow me. Balfour nodded at Jock. Please share the footage with Miss Archer. Then he entered the building. Finally. Marshall followed him, though it wasn't that much warmer inside. A fire flickered in a room to the side, a drawing room or a sitting room. Balfour marched down the long hallway's parquet floor and opened a door at the back. Any hotel would kill for a ballroom on this scale. 15 or so 10-seat tables were dotted around in a gradual arc. Windows on 3 sides looked across snow-dusted gardens towards ornamental woodland. A man stood in the middle of the room, hands on hips, shaking his head at the floor. Haggis was scattered across it, with big splodges of neeps and tatties. He didn't seem to know where to start. Balfour walked across the flooring. "Gundog, there you are." The tall man looked up from assessing the damage. "What's up?" Home County's accent. "This is D.I. Rob Marshall. Rob, this is Gundog." Balfour's eyes were full of mischief. "I met him at school." Fergus Ross. The name was incongruous with his accent. "I ran the event last night. I organised many parties and events in the borders. Firms based in St. Boswell's." Gundog shook Marshall's hand with the force of a soldier. Marshall gripped it just as tight. "Looks like a lot of fun was had." "Struggling to get the cleaners up here to clear the place because of the roads. Or, that's their excuse." Gundog winced. "So, we'll be a while tidying the place up today. Had a Cayley band in, local lot who do a few events for me a month. Trouble was, 2 groups got into it over the correct direction to do dashing white sergeants, clockwise or anti-clockwise. Wouldn't settle on an answer, and things started to escalate. After that amount of whiskey and carver, what started as a few sarcastic words led to a push, then to someone throwing handfuls of haggis, followed by neeps and tatties." Balfour laughed. "Hey, any burnt supper where the haggis is the only thing skewered with a big knife is a success." Marshall knew all about toffs and their food fights from school and university. They didn't seem to have the same behaviour modifiers as council house scumbags like him, never having been hungry unless Papa was exhibiting tough love. Didn't seem to care who cleaned up their mess. "Need to ask you a few questions about Dr. Louisa Baird." "Oh, yes. One of the patrons of the event. Lovely woman." Balfour scratched at his neck. "Gundog. She passed away this morning." "Heavens." Gundog frowned. "But she was so young and vibrant." "We believe she was abducted after she left." "Abducted?" Gundog's eyes bulged. "By Christ." He looked around the room. "I only spoke to her briefly as she was incredibly popular on the night. She gave an impassioned speech about her cancer charity. My job was to make sure it ran smoothly and that everyone paid attention. Before you ask, she'd gone by the time this all happened." He waved around the mitten. "Do you know when she left?" Marshall knew, but he wanted to make sure her leaving this room tallied with her leaving the event. "After 10. Just after, I think." "Alone?" "Think so." "You think? Anyone else leave around the same time?" "Not to my knowledge, no. But I was in charge of letting them in until the event started. We had cabs turning up all evening." "Any record of who was here?" Gundog walked over to a table and picked up his clipboard. "I signed everyone in, personally, and had a trusty lieutenant sign them out." He handed it to Marshall. "This is yours to keep, should it prove helpful." "Cheers." Marshall checked through it. Bloody hell, it was even more precise than a crime scene log. He scanned through the list of names and one jumped out at him. Dr. Benjamin Rougier. Lying bastard. And the 2 below it made his gut clench. Chapter 26. Elliot marched up the embankment towards the pool car. Much harder going than coming down, that's for sure. Cheeky sods had taken down the tent already, eager to get out of the cold and into the warmth of the room they'd claimed in Gala Nick. Ah, who could blame them? Even with all that snow spreading the faint sun's glow, it was getting too dark to see, so she needed to switch on her phone's torch. Battery was suspiciously low, like it hadn't charged overnight. One thing she prided herself on was never getting into shit with the boss, She didn't want to give Pringle any ammunition, so she needed to be contactable at all times. She'd have to remember to charge the buggering thing when driving. Shunty was by the roadside, watching McIntyre drive off like a jilted lover, or one who feared he was being used. Good that he was finally getting the hapless arsehead to do something. Didn't have to be this difficult. It shouldn't be. If she'd ended up with Jolene rather than him. Aye, keep dreaming. Focus on the task at hand. A Land Rover pulled in next to Shunty. Marshall got out. Big ugly bugger was the one who'd taken that car. Well, not that ugly, but big, and certainly a bugger. Acted like he had all the answers and clutched them so tightly to his chest. Wanker. Elliot managed to speed up through the snow. Now she was at ankle height. A sleigh pulled by huskies would be ideal. Marshall looked over at her. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. She ploughed on. I said, a sleigh pulled by... Aye, I heard. Sure it would be. Jolene was still in the car, talking on her phone. Let's see if Dr. Donkey even realizes. Elliot waved behind her. Just been down in the gully there with Kirsten. Marshall stared past her, then focused on her. How'd you find Dr. Baird's car? XJ72ZLO, right? Bloody hell. Was nothing secret? So Marshall could recite the plate from memory. Wonder of wonders. He actually was a cop. Fair dues. She stopped by the car and resisted the temptation to lean against it. That climb was harder than she was used to, and her trousers were all manky. Great. Got a theory of what happened here? Not yet. Marshall narrowed his eyes at her. But I'm guessing you do? She smiled back at him. You show me yours first, Marshall. He scratched at his neck. We think we've narrowed down the window of abduction from the CCTV at Blainsley Shaw Mains. Jolene's just checking it over now, but it looks like she left the burn supper at 10:03. A taxi left not long after. Need to tally that with Owusu's findings, but I'd suggest it looks like someone stopped her up here and killed her. That's interesting. Ties in with my thinky, as Pringle would say. He craned his neck to look at her. Go on. Shunty and I did some digging down in the village then. Then up in one of the wind turbines. We have a sighting of a Navy transit abducting Lorimer at the back of 8. Drove him up here and must have dumped him. Makes sense. Marshall was nodding along with it. But we need to drill down into what happened. What's your thinky? I'd suggest the occupants of this transit did both. Abducted them, then dumped them both. Him first, then her, a few hours later. Elliot pointed back to the sets of footprints she'd left in the snow, barely visible in the fading light. We've squared off some more of the story. Looks like her motor's been driven off the road. She let it sink in. Picture it, Marshall. That van's sitting on the wrong side of the private road up from the farm to this road. It's dark. Lights are off. Engine idling. They're waiting for her to leave the burn supper. See her headlights approaching. Turn on their lights. Check it's her. Then shoot forward and scare her off the road. Her car seems to cope in the snow, but even that's going to struggle in a deep drift on top of heather. They grab her, get her out, then dump the car. Or maybe they just had to leave it down in that hollow. Okay, I can see that. Marshall scanned the frozen vista darkening before them. Some big gaps, though. First, there are 2 hours to fill between his abduction and hers. Big Jim McIntyre's looking into that for us, getting doorbell footage and Lauder. Marshall frowned. What if they went to the Stow end? Elliot glanced at Shunty long enough for him to get the message. We're on top of that too.
Excellent. Marshall clapped his gloved hands together. If we can pin those movements down, then we can start to understand what happened to her. Sanctimonious twat. Elliot stuck her tongue in her cheek to stop herself from saying it out loud. What's the other thing? He frowned again. Other thing? You said there were 2 issues with my theory? Oh, right. Not necessarily an issue, he smiled. They'd need to know when she left. Elliot couldn't help but roll her eyes. Already thought of that. And? They've got someone on the inside, so we need to speak to the catering and bar staff, anyone working security at the event. We could do that. Jolene couldn't help smiling. Elliot hadn't seen her approach. Or we could ask Dr. Rougier. Eh? The lad who was stalking her. Correct. God, Jolene could be a smug prick when she wanted. He was at the burn supper. Elliot couldn't process it all. Why the hell would he get invited? Turns out he's helping with a cancer charity. Probably so he can get close to her. Elliot exhaled slowly. I'm sick to death of people lying to us. Marshall frowned again. If he kept doing that, he was going to get big ruts on his forehead. End up looking like he had a ploughed tatty field on his bonds. Who else? Kyle Talbot. Got into a fight with Lorimer on Thursday. Ended up in A&E. Wasn't that forthcoming with you lot, was he? You think he's a suspect? Elliot shrugged. I mean, we don't really have any theories, do we? Say Louisa and Justin aren't connected by anything other than dying on the same night by the same method. Say Talbot and Rougier paid the same people to off their enemies. On the same night? Why not? His turn to shrug. Maybe it was designed to throw us off the scent. Throw us off the scent? Elliot laughed. Or maybe they weren't very good at it. She couldn't help but glance at Shunty. Just because someone's got a job doesn't mean they're any good at it. Okay. Marshall clapped his gloved hands together. Theories are like belly buttons. Everyone has one, and they all stink. I used to say arseholes, but I'm trying to be less coarse nowadays. But I suggest the following division of labour. You and Rakesh speak to Dr. Rougier about him still stalking Louisa Baird. See if he slips up. Fair dues. And you? Marshall looked at Jolene. We have another suspect to speak to. Chapter 27. Just look at him, Rob. Jolene was behind the wheel, waving at the car ahead of them. Shunty might have passed advanced driver training, but look at him. He's slower than my mum. Hands at 10 and 2, signalling every turn. Unbelievable. Marshall hadn't really paid attention all the way down from Lauder. He was sick of the road, had travelled it so many times. He couldn't get Elliot's theory out of his head. What if the murders weren't connected? What if someone had paid to bump them off? Now he had his own pet criminal profiler. Pringle was desperate for this to be some sexy serial killer case, a chance to make himself look important. The prospect of someone having prior knowledge of her leaving the function nibbled at Marshall. Rougier was the obvious candidate, but could a doctor in A&E seriously pay someone to kill his lover? Anything was possible, sure, but was it likely? Sick of this place. Jolene followed the other pool car around the arc that approached Borders General and pulled in behind them. For some reason, Sayal's reverse lights came on. He didn't move back, though. Just sat there. Come on, then. Marshall got out into the bracing darkness and led along the gritty pavement towards the hospital. I'll catch you up. Jolene stopped to glare at him. Where are you going? While you're speaking to people about why Rougier was at the burn supper,
I've got a message to run.
A personal one?
Kind of.
Jesus, Rob, you don't help yourself at times.
What's that supposed to mean?
Hiding stuff from me isn't cool.
Okay, that's not my intention.
He gave her a reassuring smile, but was feeling a bit edgy that Elliot would get out and ask what the hell was going on.
It's about Rougier, believe me.
Hard to at times.
Look, I'll catch up with you.
She scowled at him. You're the boss.
Marshall slipped into the separate A&E door, feeling like everything in his life was under surveillance, and charged through to the treatment area. Like before, it was heaving like a nightclub at 2:30 in the morning on a Saturday when everyone was making sure they'd definitely catch that last train to Oblivion Central. He pushed through to the office at the side, and there she was. Jen was tucking into a sandwich at her desk. She looked over, scowling, a splodge of mayonnaise dribbling down her chin.
Rob? Christ, are you on payroll here or something?
Marshall sat in the chair next to her, took a few seconds to collect himself and centre his thoughts. We've known each other all our lives.
Jesus. Is this one of those chats where you come out to me or something?
Marshall couldn't help but laugh, as hard as he tried. Jen, one thing you should know about me is how much I hate being lied to. She rubbed the sauce off her chin, then licked her finger.
Who's been lying to you now?
You, Jen.
Eh?
I'm giving you one chance to do this the easy way. You tell me the truth now, and it's fine.
Truth about what, Rob? Have you gone mental?
Jen, you were at the burn supper at Blainsley Shawmains last night. She put the lid back on her sandwich tub and sat there, staring at her blank computer screen.
Rob, you've got bloody cheek. I'm a single woman. I'm allowed to go to events I'm invited to.
Was it you who was invited?
What do you mean?
It could be that, say, Dr. Rougier invited you. That I could buy. He's a colleague. Or it could be Dr. Baird herself. Either works. She kept her silence. Thing with her was she knew when she was trapped, and when to shut up. Marshall leaned close. It's a bit of an odd one to read through a guest list and see your name there. Your married name. And to discover that you were with Paul. She buried her head in her hands.
Shite.
Jen, why were you there with your ex? She leaned forward, then sat back, kneading her hands through her hair.
I can explain.
You'd better. And you'd better be able to explain to Thea too.
Rob, I've made such a mess of everything.
She slumped back in her chair.
I've accidentally rekindled my marriage.
How the hell did you manage that?
That night you were looking after Thea for me, 3 weeks ago, Friday night, me and Sally from Kirsten's team were in a pub in Melrose. Last orders came and went. We ended up in a taxi to that club in Gala. I haven't been there since I was 25. We were both too pissed to get in, so we went for chips next door.
She looked over at Marshall.
Who should walk out with a kebab but Paul? He was out on the lash with his mate Jamie. Started out pretty frosty, but we ended up getting a cab back to Jamie's place in Clovenfords, other side of the village from us, near the school.
She started fiddling with the clasp on her sandwich tub.
And one thing led to another.
The room was silent. Somewhere, someone started screaming the British national anthem, but stuck to the words about saving the Queen.
It's a disaster, Rob. I'm so lonely. I've been so lonely. The sex is good. Always has been. Paul's a good laugh and a good shag. But I divorced him for a reason. He's a terrible father, and when I'm sober, I can see that he's just a dickhead. I can see that, but... I hate being lonely, Rob. Just can't do it. I've been with someone since I was 15. This is the longest time I've been single. I know you. Held a candle for years. But we're not the same person, you and I, and... Tears slid down her cheeks. I can't do it alone, Rob.
Marshall gripped her hand. Let's talk about this later at Grumpy's thing.
Okay.
She wiped a tear out of her eye.
Thank you. I hate secrets too. I hate lying to people. Especially you. Especially Thea.
I hate it too. We've been so distant from each other at times. I'm glad we can have this chat without you slapping me. She raised a hand.
You're skating pretty close, Buster.
Marshall jerked his head back away from her, playfully. Thanks for being so honest with me. But I need to ask you some questions about last night.
You pervert!
Not about that. Jen frowned, maybe realizing this was serious.
I thought we were going to talk about this later.
Your feelings, sure. But if you were at the event, I need you to tell me what you saw.
Okay. I saw a load of toffs getting wankered on whiskey and wine, then doing the gay Gordons badly. What specifically do you want to know?
Did you see Dr. Baird there? Jen nodded.
She gave this speech. Made me tear up a bit. Talked about how she treated Rona Rattray for cancer, but also about her ladyship could afford for some stuff over and above what the NHS provides. The charity wants to make sure everyone gets that same level of care. Hence the charity, which is to provide a support network for sufferers and their loved ones. The event was to help fund renting a space in Gala. Paul dipped his hand in his pocket, probably just trying to impress me.
Did you speak to her?
Just to say hi.
Was she with anyone?
I mean, she spoke to a lot of people, but I can't remember seeing her talking to anyone specifically, no?
When did she leave? Jen looked away.
Not sure.
Come on.
I'm serious. I saw Rob, that was it.
When did you leave? She unclipped her sandwich tub again.
After midnight.
Marshall left a space, filled with a fumbling attempt at the second verse of the national anthem. She stared at him and swallowed hard.
We got a cab at midnight and went back to Paul's. Big mistake. Got into this big argument first thing this morning.
About what?
He wants to get Thea a tutor.
That's not a bad thing.
I know, but he's just an arrogant shit, Rob. It was pretty tough getting a cab from Cardrona to Clovenford's at that time in the morning, especially in the snow.
So you weren't getting bacon and rolls this morning?
Well spotted, genius.
She sighed, and it turned into a deep yawn.
I'm so bloody tired, Rob.
Not surprised. You were out on the lash until after midnight on a school night. Then you were back home very early after a night of shagging. She slapped his arm. Were you drunk?
I was a bit pissed, admittedly.
She looked at him, then glanced away again.
Might have started a food fight.
A food fight? Marshall didn't let on that he knew about it. Didn't let on that he was both disappointed and amazed that his twin sister had been the one instigating matters.
What happened? The numpties started going clockwise and dashing white sergeants. That's wrong.
True. Anti-clockwise, then clockwise.
Exactly. Everyone was falling over each other. Absolute chaos. And this red-faced arsehole with a kilt a couple of sizes too small for him started saying I was wrong. So I flung a spoonful of haggis at him. He flung some back.
Did you get chucked out?
Hardly. Thing with toffs, Rob, is they just get stuck in without caring who clears it up because it sure as hell won't be them. I found haggis in my bra this morning.
Marshall stifled a laugh. Was Dr. Baird involved?
No. She'd already left. Most people there were pretty wankered by this point. Dashing White Sergeants isn't exactly one of the more advanced dances. Third or fourth. Things got delayed. That arsehole Balfour Rattray was a bit wankered and did a talk. Kept going on about how much he loved his mother. Pretty weird, to be honest.
Did you speak to him?
A bit. Thing with Balfour is he was mentally abused as a kid by his father, and he took it out on the world. On you and me and everyone else. Aye, he was a dickhead in high school. But he said that's what high school's all about. Be a bully, get bullied, decide who you are, who you stand up to, who you ignore, why you do what you do. We come from the generation where a punch in the mouth might be earned or might be the answer. That's a bit much. You don't agree?
I don't know. Do you?
I think so. You're who you are because of people like him. Same with me. We're both resilient people. Be thankful for that. We're the sum total of both our DNA and our experiences, plus or minus. What didn't kill us made us stronger.
Marshall wished that applied to everyone. Did you see Dr. Rougier speaking to Louisa?
Opposite ends of the room all night.
Seriously?
Seriously? Why are you asking this?
Dr. Baird's car was found in the snow, half a mile away from the farm. She died just after midnight. Left about 10 o'clock.
Shit. Really?
Really. In that time, someone abducted her, tied her up and dumped her on top of a corpse.
So, when I was leaving,
Jen swallowed.
She was dying.
She tugged at her hair.
While I was throwing food around.
Looks that way. But it's not on you, Jen. Okay? We're looking for anything, though. You're the only person who was there who I can trust. Anything that can help us find our killer. Anything at all.
Listen, the taxi driver who picked us up said they'd already been there that night. Got into a shouting match with someone who was leaving. Big Audi. Kept moaning about Audi drivers.
That's interesting. Do you know who the driver was?
Dr. Baird drives an Audi, right?
No, I mean the taxi driver.
Sorry, no. But why did you ask me about Ben Rougier?
Because he told us he wasn't there.
Did he?
Jen shook her head.
He was there, all right. I wanted to speak to him, but he'd gone.
Was he involved in the food fight?
God, no. He'd slipped off early, too.
Shit. This wasn't looking good. Any idea what time?
Must be about 10.
Chapter 28. Elliot had to step aside to let an orderly push a poor sod in a gurney past. Looked like someone had been at his skull with a chisel. The A&D department buzzed like a broken fridge. Too many people and so much noise. Someone was screaming somewhere like they were being drilled into. Maybe they were. Someone else was singing the British national anthem but was still stuck in the days of a queen. Snowy days like this were hell. Car crashes and slips on pavements brought in the punters in their droves. No wonder all the staff looked like they'd been on a pretty aggressive hen weekend. Elliot grabbed Shunty's arm and stopped him entering the doctor's office.
Okay, sunshine. Here's how we're doing this. I'm good cop, you're a bad cop, she grinned. I mean, bad cop. He winced.
Sure, we should do it that way.
I want to see if you can, Shunty. Prove you've got what it takes, eh?
Shunty stood up a bit taller. God, the kid was a giant. Will do. He opened the door and swept inside. Some boy. Marshall stormed out of another office and disappeared into the throng. What the hell was he doing down here? Him and Jolene were supposed to be up seeing Baird's oncologist boss. The plot thickened. She knew that big guy was shagging someone, but she thought it was someone in the force. Maybe it was a nurse or doctor here. Elliot followed Shunty into the office. He stood over Rougier like he was going to smack him one, barely 2 feet between them. We know. Whoa, whoa! Rougier pushed his chair back and squirmed to his feet. What the hell? He clocked Elliot. Who the hell are you?
Police, sir. D.I. Andrea Elliot.
Elliot held out a warrant card with one hand and dragged Shunty back with the other.
This is D.S. Rakesh Sayal.
Rougier nervously eyed the door. I spoke to 2 other police officers earlier. Elliot nodded.
Colleagues of ours. D.I. Marshall and D.S. Archer.
I think that was them. Rougier frowned, then shifted his gaze between them. What's going on?
Sergeant, why don't you be helpful and tell him what you know?
Right. Shunty stepped over to Rougier, towering over him again. We know about the HR case against you.
HR case?
Seems like whoever investigated it missed the point of what you're up to.
What I'm up to? What the hell are you talking about?
Shunty prodded him in the chest. Don't deny it.
Don't you dare touch me!
I didn't.
Don't gaslight me!
Gaslighting? Shunty laughed. You should know all about psychological manipulation, right? Stalking Dr. Baird is just the start of what you're...
I wasn't stalking her.
Oh?
Seriously?
Oh. Cool. Shunty turned to look at Elliot. We can get ourselves out of here, ma'am. He's just told us the truth and clearly isn't involved in her murder. He turned back to Rougier. We need the truth out of you now. You were stalking her. Admit it.
I wasn't.
The HR case would beg to differ. Rougier shifted his gaze between them.
You want the truth?
He let out a deep breath and seemed to deflate.
I took the rap in that case.
Shunty folded his arms. Sounds like bollocks to me.
I wanted to help her.
You put a permanent blot on your record to help her.
Right. I wasn't the instigator. Told your colleagues. She kissed me twice, came on to me, sent me signals.
Messages?
No. She was careful. Paper notes. I haven't kept any of them.
Convenient.
You're trying to finger me as her killer, aren't you? Fuck it. I'm not being Mr. Nice Guy anymore. I took the fall to save her career and her marriage. You know what it's like to do that? To pretend you're the fucking creep, eh? To have everyone think you're this weirdo loser.
I do, actually. Shunty smoothed a hand over his face. I had a situation a few months ago that, well, it turned toxic. I'm sure you can understand what I went through.
What the hell was the big oaf talking about?
And so much for being bad cop. Elliot pushed away between them, forcing Rougier back against the wall.
Listen to me, you sick bastard. You lied to us. Told us you were at home last night. Went to the gym, eh? Why do we find you attending a burn supper where the woman you were stalking was just before she was murdered? I didn't.
Rougier couldn't focus on anything. He seemed to crumple like one of those imaginary love notes from Dr. Baird.
I didn't kill her. Maybe. But you probably know who did, eh? Whoever you paid to bump her off.
Elliot grabbed him by the arm.
You're now the lead suspect in the case, Sunshine. Get your glad rags on. What? We're taking you into the station to formally interview you.
She looked him up and down.
We'll let you get yourself changed out of your scrubs into your civvies.
Rougier stood there.
I want a lawyer.
Excellent. Do you have a lawyer?
I do, as it happens. Give them a wee tinkle, and we'll make sure whoever it is meets us there.
Elliot opened the door.
We'll be waiting out here.
She held the door for Shunty to leave, then left the room herself.
Some boy, him.
Shunty looked at her, shaking his head. So much for you being good cop.
Aye, that's not my strong point. Let's settle for worse cop.
Chapter 29. Marshall sat on the toilet and got out his phone. Elliot hadn't responded to his text or called him back. She was a sneaky devil, always capable of hiding stuff from him. He gave the cubicle door a good stare. He'd got her with that number plate trick back at the crime scene. She thought he was useless, someone without her experience of solving crimes from the youngest age. Experience came in different shapes and sizes. And it hit him. This was pretty much the only place he would get peace. Down here in the hospital basement, where no mobile signal could reach. Well, not quite none. They could reach you in a Wusu's lair. He needed to stop calling it that, especially to her face. He hadn't even needed to go to the toilet, just to think and process things. And there was so much noise inside his head today. He needed to get a handle on just how stupid his sister was being. Turned out he didn't have the monopoly when it came to idiotic behaviour in the Marshall clan. Hell, the family motto should be whatever the Latin was for bloody idiot. He Googled it, but of course his phone was offline. He hoped Jen told Thea, and soon. Poor kid had been through enough. Actually, poor kid nothing. She was more mature than either parent, which was the whole problem. Aye, those two were living embodiments of being a bloody idiot. Marshall got up and flushed the toilet, then walked over to the sink. His phone rang. Jesus, was nothing sacred. He checked the screen. Jolene calling. Bollocks, he'd left her upstairs on her own. He stepped over to the sink and answered it. How's it going?
Just wanted to give you an update and see where you were.
Next to impossible to wash your hands one-handed, but he tried as good as he could. I'm down in the basement.
Why?
I want to check on the PM to see if we can tighten the timeline any further.
Right. So, I'm stuck here.
I won't be long. How did it go with Rougier's boss?
Didn't get anywhere. He didn't attend. Doesn't really know about her and Rougier.
Even though it was an HR issue?
Well, that's the game he was playing.
Okay. Can you focus on Rougier's alibis, please?
I've got people doing that already.
He's our main suspect now. I expect you to be keeping on top of all that, okay?
Okay, Rob. I'll see what's what.
Click, and she was gone. The joys of managing people, like shepherding kittens. Marshall set his mobile down and gave his hands a good wash this time, dried them on his trousers as he walked through to pathology. The door was wedged open, and lowered voices drifted through. She's just impossible. Pringle. Marshall stayed in the corridor, listening. He really should have just walked away, but something kept him there. I just can't seem to get through to her. Jim, she's your daughter. Owusu, sounding distracted. Though nobody knows about her, right? Absolutely right. I've wound them up about it, but it's a constant challenge. I find it all so difficult, the whole thing. Weird hearing him talking without the constant whistles and coded language only he understood. Weirder still hearing him talking about his daughter, Kirsty. Everyone thought he was just a piss-taker, but Marshall started to worry he was losing his mind and convincing himself she was real. Or he could just be trying to wind up Owusu too. No, she was the one person who called him out on his nonsense. Shite. Marshall had left his mobile in the toilet. He rushed back and found it sitting on the edge of the sink. Unlocked, his screen showing Cruenta Stultus. Took him a second to remember. Latin for bloody idiot. The Marshall family crest. Well, Google Translate's version. Whether that had passed muster with anyone who actually spoke it was anyone's guess. Still, it was proof that he was one, though, leaving a phone full of sensitive information unlocked. He pocketed it and went back through, trying to ignore the trickle of sweat running down his back. Pringle was in the doorway, scratching his cheek, eyes almost crossed as he stared into space. Then he saw Marshall and seemed to change entirely, growing taller.
"Aha! Dr. Robert! Come into Dr. Owusu's lair."
Marshall followed him into the freezing cold space.
"Jim, I keep telling you."
Owusu was standing beside the corpse of Justin Lorimer, resting on a slab.
"I hate this being called my lair. Makes me sound like some kind of ghoul."
"I totally get it, Bellew. You're welcome to kick me in the ghoulies the next time."
She looked up, rolled her eyes, then went back to slicing away at the corpse. Marshall joined her, but kept a good distance. Lorimer looked almost peaceful, as though his death hadn't been an ordeal like so many. Almost smiling even. Incredibly unsettling, worse than a brutal stabbing or car crash. Dying with a smile on your face. Marshall looked over at her. "How's it going?"
"We've narrowed down their times of death."
She took a deep breath and let it out as a rasping sigh.
"I say narrow them down, but really, it's just the same information as I had at the crime scene."
"So, a few hours apart?"
"Correct. 2 at most."
She waved a hand at Justin Lorimer's corpse again.
"He died first, around about 10 o'clock.
She couldn't seem to bring herself to gesture at a former colleague's body, even though it was hidden in one of the storage racks.
"Her death is a bit trickier, eh? I'd say between midnight and 1.
Marshall nodded. "That fits with what we found." Pringle tilted his head to the side.
"Oh?"
"It's all in an email to you, sir." Pringle patted his pockets.
"I don't have my jiggery-pokery doodah here with me."
"You haven't got your mobile phone?"
"No, my computer. Can't remember how to log in on my phone. And besides, I don't get reception down here."
Pringle looked over at Owusu.
"Is there anything to indicate if they were done by the same people?"
Marshall had to stop himself frowning. What the hell was the point in him being here for hours if he asked such basic questions?
"Possibly."
Owusu walked over to the corridor.
"Kirsten!"
Footsteps slapped closer.
"What's up?" "You're timing the spotlight, dear."
Kirsten stormed in, face like a blizzard.
"You need to have a word with your staff, Bellew. Someone's left the toilet in an absolute state."
Owusu waved a hand at Pringle.
"It's probably a copper like him, eh?"
"Not funny? My waterworks might be a complete disgrace, but I give you my deepest and truest testimony that it wasn't me, because I'm touching cloth right now and in dire need of an imminent departure."
"Jim!"
Owusu waved over at the door.
"Get out of here!"
Pringle strode out. Owusu shook her head.
"I'd apologize for him, but he's nobody's fault but his own."
Kirsten stood there, her face as cold as the icy air. Seemed to thaw when she spotted Marshall between the corpses.
"Hey, Rob."
"Aye." Owusu shut the door and stomped over to the body.
"Anyway, I didn't get an update from you before you rushed off earlier." "Right. We found her car, so I was supervising to make sure it was done to my exacting standards."
Kirsten stood by Marshall and seemed to shiver. The hairs on her arms were standing to attention.
2 things.
She held up her thumb.
First, Trev is an expert on knots.
Marshall laughed. "Knots?"
"Big sailor, so he knows his knots. As he put it, as the bonds on their wrists and ankles were basic granny knots, closer to shoelaces than a reef knot.
Any conclusions on that?
Well, you're not dealing with a master craftsman, are you? Someone tying someone up wants to make sure they're not getting away. Zip ties are at least a proper knot, not those.
Makes sense.
Marshall scribbled it down. Hopefully his brain would be able to decipher not amateur at a later point. Next, the blood toxicology came back when I was up there. Both victims show signs of alcohol. Hers was below the drink drive level. His was way above it. But I don't think he was thinking of getting behind the wheel. He was pretty pissed and maybe wouldn't have felt much when he died. That tallied with what Marshall knew. He was a heavy drinker last seen in a pub, whereas she was someone hosting a fundraiser who maybe nursed a glass of bubbly all night to appear sociable.
Okay, that's all good. What about other substances?
Nothing.
No coke, weed, ketamine, speed?
Nope. Not even prescription painkillers.
And her?
Both of them. Marshall looked over at the door. He wanted to talk about how Pringle had been insistent this was a drugs case, despite there being no sign either was a user. Sod it. That was one for Pringle to hear himself.
You said earlier that his death would have been euphoric, and if he was half cut, that probably adds to it. But what about her?
Hard to say, Rob. She was dumped on top of a corpse. That's going to have been a gruesome death, though her system would have been flooding her with euphoric substances towards the end.
Those last few hours must have been brutal. Feeling the ice of another body next to you, hoping someone would find you. But the snow falling would... It'd kill off any hope she had. Then her endorphins would kick in and her death would have been a form of euphoria. Jesus Christ.
Marshall locked eyes with Kirsten.
What's the second thing?
Second thing?
She seemed to notice she was still raising her thumb.
Oh, right. I was going to say that we've got nothing from the crime scenes.
Nothing?
Nothing. Kirsten shook her head. No prints or hairs. Certainly nothing we could potentially tie back to the murders.
So someone abducted two people and killed them, but they didn't leave any traces?
Big load of nothing. No prints on the bonds either. The car might be better, assuming they forced her out of it. Trev's taking it up to Edinburgh to run a full assessment.
But you're not hopeful?
If I'm never hopeful, then I can't be disappointed.
Kirsten smiled at him.
But it's not the first time someone's been bound like that, is it?
Precisely my point. Pringle was back in the room, rubbing his hands on the wall like he was drying them.
I've asked Dr. Donkey here to focus on the other crimes where someone was tied up, to see if it's someone escalating to serial murder.
Marshall leaned against the desk and let the cold steel rise up through his wrists.
I don't think that's going to yield anything.
Why?
I tend to go on evidence. There's nothing to suggest this is related to.
I think we need to at least investigate.
Sir, I have been, and neither of them has.
You haven't really tried yet, have you?
There's no winning this one. Easier to just do it than to argue about why he shouldn't. I'll get on it, sir.
Marshall stood up tall and sucked in a deep breath.
I'll head back to base and do some digging, sir.
That's illegal.
Marshall frowned.
Eh?
Oh, digging. I thought you said dogging.
Nobody laughed. Pringle cleared his throat.
Okay. I think we need to work on the basis that Mr. Lorimer's death is gang stuff spiralling out of control. Maybe they didn't expect the snow and it caught them unawares.
Marshall stared at him. And what about Dr. Baird's?
Well, of course she...
Pringle yawned into his fist.
God sakes.
Is that the time? You don't have an answer for that, do you? Pringle's eyes swept across the room, landing everywhere but on Marshall. Could be she drove up and interrupted the gang members shortly after they dumped him. Or she saw them with the body, so she was collateral damage. Okay. Marshall folded his arms. But we don't have any evidence for that. There's a big time difference. 2 hours. Are you seriously telling me you think someone saw her witness a murder, then let her go to a party before killing her? Pringle glared at Marshall, real fire in his eyes. I've asked you to focus on this being done by serial killers. I want a list of potential suspects before you bugger off home for the night. More snow on the way tonight, so I suggest you pull the finger out. Okay? Chapter 30. Bugger this. Marshall got up from his laptop and walked over to the window. Snowing again, just like Pringle had promised. Cars crawled towards the centre of Melrose, but a numpty in a Nissan took it way too fast, not just for the conditions, but for the 20 limit. The town had a weird feeling about it, where it was dark, but the snow in the park made it seem like a perpetual twilight. He went back over to the desk and stared at the PNC query. Rows and rows of data, with each line opening up to another world of information about a particular case. Aye. This was going to be a long night. A long, boring one. He exported the data so at least he had it on his laptop for working at home. The office door swung open, and Elliot swung in, grinning wide. Evening, Marshall? She walked over to her desk and plugged in her phone, stared at the screen. There! Bastard thing died and I got into shit for it from Pringle. Reached into his drawer. Catch. He flung over a little black box. Spare portable battery pack. Never know when it'll come in handy. Keep it charged up. Well, thanks, Rob. That's, kind of you. He sat back, arms crossed. You seem in a good mood. Am I not always? Not if you've had a bollocking from the boss. What's happened? She brushed a hand across her lips. Just had a fish supper. What's the real reason? Had half of Shunty's battered haggis. Daft Sod thought it was vegan. I mean, it's awful. Come on, spill. We've brought Dr. Rougier in for questioning. Marshall felt his eyebrows shoot up. Wow. You think that's a mistake? No, it's just... Wow. Don't give me that. What do you mean? Just not sure we've got anything on him, have we? We'll get stuff. That old chestnut. Tunnel vision. The end justifying the means. Case being led by the desired destination, not by the evidence. Cruenta stultus. Do you need any help from me? Do I look like I need help? Elliot burped into her fist. Classy. Just waiting on his sodding lawyer to come in. She checked her watch. Thought he'd be here by now. But, bloody lawyers, eh? It is snowing. He's coming from Gala, not the Sahara. Elliot sat behind her desk and picked up her battered stress ball, then started tossing it in the air. Marshall walked back over to the window and stared out. Seemed even brighter. Andrea, why are you so sure Rougier's our killer? Because he's not talking. Marshall couldn't hide his laughter. Seriously? Seriously? Feel it in my blood, Robbie? Sure that'll stand up in court? Your Honour, our first witness will be D.I. Andrea Elliot's water. Come on. He's not talking. And when he does, he's lying about his whereabouts. That's not enough. Okay, but say this HR issue was an affair. Wait. Marshall felt a throb of pain in his brain. What the hell are you talking about? Rougier said he took a fall for her.
That doesn't make any sense. Rouget told both of us she was the aggressor in the matter, that she hit on him, twice. But suppose she ended it, and he doesn't take no for an answer. Like you said, he was trying to woo her, like he was in a Hollywood film, and Hugo found out. They had it out. Hugo realised what was going on. He got someone to kill her. Or Rouget did. God. She had Rouget sitting waiting to be questioned over this with absolutely bugger all to go on. This wasn't going to explode in her face, was it? Andrea, this whole theory seems pretty far-fetched to me. Robbie, I'd put actual money on one of those two paying some numpties to do it for them. Stands to reason.
20 quid it's neither.
Deal.
Elliot got the note out of her purse and slammed it on the desk.
Let's see the colour of your money, Marshal.
Thank God she'd reverted to surnames. Marshal walked back to his desk and found his wallet in his coat pocket. There you go. He got out 2 tenors and put them down. I don't really need to put the cash down. She'd just come over and take yours from you.
Why are you so confident?
Because your theory doesn't cover why either of them would kill Lorimer.
Who says they did?
True. Someone did. Same MO, same van, same people.
Coinky dink.
Andrea, this really doesn't seem like a coincidence.
Come on. It could be. Hitmen aren't evil masterminds. They're stupid people who are just luckier than average when it comes to killing. Like that Robert Carlyle film about that hitman in Dundee. Not the brightest, was he? So good he was lucky, and so lucky he was good.
Marshall laughed. Andrea, you should write a screenplay. You've clearly got the imagination for Hollywood.
I'm serious.
She looked in.
What's your take on the husband?
My take? Hard to get a read on him. Marshall sat back in his chair. You spoke with him too, right?
Aye. Me and Shunty. Some kind of wake thing going on there. Party food and bottles of wine. I was the one who finally persuaded him to see his darling wife's body. So...
She stared at him, tossed the ball, and caught it without looking.
What do you make of him?
Well, at risk of upsetting people, I think theirs was a marriage of convenience. Separate rooms, both workaholics. Co-parenting, basically.
Tell me about it. Had a nanny, for God's sake.
Still haven't spoken to her.
Oh, we did. When you and the Golden Girl were off chasing up any number of leads on Lorimer.
The Golden Girl? Jolene?
God, don't tell her that.
Elliot slumped forward, touching her forehead to her desk. Even her best mate got a nickname. Classy. What's your take on it, Andrea?
Like you say, marriage of convenience. Hugo's old enough to be Louise's dad. Not that I'm judging, but still.
Do you think there was something going on with the nanny?
What makes you say that?
You mentioned her.
Nice-looking lassie. Tall and thin. Willowy, they say, right?
But
we've got nothing to suggest he was at it with her. Still, their marriage seems so contrived it...
Another burp.
Hugo told us he got an heir out of it, while she got money. An oncologist must be on a fair whack, eh?
Decent salary, for sure.
Know how much?
Depending on experience, you're talking 100 grand to 150.
Seem to know a lot about that.
Had the same thought as you, so I googled it half an hour ago.
She smirked. Call it 100 grand. Down here, that's a lot. Like being on 1 million in London.
Not sure. You don't get much for your money down there. 1 million quid would buy you a 1-bed flat in Islington.
Okay. But you catch my drift, right?
Right. I think so. She had her own source of money.
That's it. And is he likely to be on that much more?
Named part in one of the 3 biggest firms in the Borders. Offices in Gala, Melrose, Peebles, Duns, Berwick, Kelso and Carlisle. Marshall was counting on his fingers and was sure he'd missed one. Probably takes home 3 or 4 times what she does. And he lives on an estate in Lauder like I do. What's wrong with that?
Nothing, it's just... doesn't feel right to me.
Elliot dug a pinky nail into her teeth.
Tell you what else doesn't feel right to me. She went to a function for her charity last night, while he worked.
They were sticking together for the kid, right?
Right. When Pringle called me up and told me, that was my initial take on it too. Thing is, his wife's died and all the family were round at his mother-in-law's house. Hugo's not just taking work calls, but making them.
She slapped a hand to her forehead.
And bloody Shunty asked him if it was an open marriage.
Marshall laughed. Sometimes he just had to admire Sayal's bluntness. What did he say?
Didn't really answer, but it made me feel like it was at least half open, on her side.
What are you saying?
Say he wanted it to be an actual marriage, but she was fed up. Didn't want to divorce for the sake of the kid, and she was shagging Rouget behind his back. He found out and was hurt.
Enough to kill his wife?
Seen it happen, Robbie?
Well, at least it wasn't an educated equine reference. Were donkeys equine? Marshall didn't know, but guessed they were, and he didn't want to ask her.
Hugo's not really got an alibi for her time of death. In his office last night. Had some lads around who can't find anyone there later than 7.
Marshall could see that, the logic, but it all fell apart. Okay, but the problem I've got is why kill him too?
Lorimer. I'm thinking it's a coinkydink.
Cute. Not. This again. Marshall sighed. It's a coincidence if, like yesterday, we'd picked up Rory Tate in that park, and there was another guy there trying to groom another kid. A coincidence isn't when someone dumps another body in the same place someone else has, on top of them. In that amount of snow, that's ridiculously preposterous. She sat there, breathing hard and slow.
Right?
Thinking wasn't her strong point. Analytical reasoning. She went on gut instinct and would blunder in without a care for what she trampled on. But her fingers were drumming the table.
Wouldn't mind a word with you. One of those on-the-record ones?
Sounds ominous. Elliot got up and walked over to his desk, perching on the edge. She looked around at the door, like they were being listened in on.
Have you got the guest list from last night?
That's the word. She shook her head, dislodging her long fringe.
Changed my mind. Have you got it there?
He pulled out a sheet of paper, and she had a look through it.
So Rouget was definitely there?
Aye. Lying to us isn't a good look.
Never is, Robbie. What are you working on?
Marshall wanted to pursue what this word was about, but decided to just play along. Besides, she knew a thing or 3 about local gang crimes. Pringle asked me to work up a criminal profile. He was raging. Never seen him like that, Andrea. No whistling or benefarts or weird phrases, just fire.
He's a DCI. What did you expect? He had to do stuff to get where he is. Have you got anything?
All I've got is a list of all cases where the victims were bound like Louisa and Justin. I found it as an MO in quite a few assaults and abductions, but also in autoerotic suicides, robberies, thefts, but most of those are incidental. The victims were tied up to facilitate what happened, an assault or a robbery, especially the accidental suicides.
But
I'm thinking that with Louisa Baird and Justin Lorimer, the binding was the beginning, middle and end.
The whole Burns supper.
Right, exactly. There was nothing fetishistic about the knots or the binding. Very utilitarian. Wrapped around a whole bunch of times and tied in a granny knot. Ankles and wrists. No gags, no blindfolds or hoods. No fuzzy handcuffs even. Good enough, but nothing to base any behavioural analysis on. Elliot was nodding along with it. So you don't think there's an escalation path? That's precisely it. With deliberate murders, you'd expect there to be a few cases where people had been tied up and dumped as warnings, maybe even a near miss where someone was found and pulled through. Or a murder where that happened by accident. Exactly. That would be easy. An MO of some guy in Glasgow or Aberdeen or Newcastle, say. We could pick him up, question him, might get a result. But you've got nothing? I've got a lot of knots. The whole thing doesn't feel like a granny knot so much as some elaborate thing used by sailors. Meanwhile, Jim's asking you to dig deep into it. Precisely. The cases I've found are all... He's going on this assumption it's a drug gang. They take people out into the wilds, rough them up and let them walk back. But what they don't do is tie their wrists and ankles. Nobody I've found matches that. And Jim's all excited by it. Only joy he seems to get these days is when a case looks like it might be a serial killer. I feel like a trophy wife to him. Elliot laughed. You're nobody's idea of a bit of eye candy on the arm. He joined in laughing. Couldn't help himself. No, but I'm this exotic creature he's come across. A profiler turned cop. I can do both, and he sees it as an opportunity to seem more important. And the trouble with him having a hammer is suddenly every problem looks like a nail, she frowned. At least, I think that's how the saying goes. Exactly. He's seeing this as a serial killing, but this doesn't have any links to the world where daft kids get in over their heads to the local drug gangs. Not everyone who learns a lesson tells the police how much smarter they got as a result. Sure, it won't lead anywhere, but still, there's maybe something in two unconnected victims with the same MO happening on the same night. Oh, I agree, which is why I'm doing this, and it's why I'm betting against you. Elliot checked her phone. Bingo. She hopped up to her feet. Lawyer's here. Time for me and Shunty to haul Rougier over some very, very hot coals. Be careful with him. Come on, Robbie. Shunty needs to be... Not him. Rougier. Right. I think he knows something. I don't think he does. He left the Burns supper about the same time as Louisa. He lied to us. He's got a history of stalking her. That's a lot. She walked over to the door and left Marshall in silence. Just the swishing of cars on the street and Elliot's strong perfume mixed with chip vinegar. He felt a lot like he was trapped between two officers, his boss and her, a dick and a hard cop, or someone who thought she was. She was right about something. This whole case didn't add up. There had to be a connection somewhere. But looking at old abductions, was that going to provide it? The door opened again. Not Elliot, but Kirsten, smiling for once. Hey, you. Hey. He leaned back in his chair. How are you doing? End of another day. You're finished. Finished anything active? She nibbled her lip. Wondered if you wanted me to stay over. I'd love to, he winced. Trouble is, I've got work to do at home. Well, I have too. Let's go. Chapter 31. On the screen, watching Rougier and his lawyer chatting. Couldn't hear a word from the mind. Client-lawyer privilege and all that shite. Shunty sat in the observation suite, shaking his head, his long fingers gripping his thighs. He looked up at Elliot, his forehead all twisted into knots. Don't you think we should have been speaking to him by now? Have patience, Shunty. Elliot shifted her focus to stare at the screen again. He was right. Time should have been up.
I want to let that creepy bugger simmer on a low heat a little longer. His lawyer's just reminding him of his rights and telling him to say no comment to everything, like that helps anyone. She looked at Shunty. And I want a word with you about being good cop or bad cop, not both, and not shifting halfway through, okay?
Consider the word had. Shunty pointed at the screen. I've got a concern over this. We're missing a smoking gun.
We'll find spent shell casings, though, and do some detailed ballistic analysis.
Elliot was fed up with the analogy already.
Come on, let's in there.
Shunty hauled himself to his feet and towered over her. Christ, he was really tall. Why do you think we'll get him to speak?
She opened the door and held it there. Because somebody knows something, and I'm determined to find out who.
I don't follow that. Shunty crossed to the other side of the corridor and politely rapped on the door, then stepped inside. He would never follow her logic, not in a million years as a serving officer. The one thing Shunty didn't have was intuition. No amount of experience would hone that into something that made him a proper cop. Elliot followed him into the interview room, but didn't take her seat, instead standing in the doorway and glowering at Rougier.
Evening, Ben.
Out of his scrubs, Rougier was a sight. Aside from looking like he'd been in a POW camp for weeks, rather than an interview room for an hour, he wore green hiking trousers and a red polo shirt. A baby blue coat hung from the back of his chair. His lawyer wasn't someone Elliot recognised. She offered a hand.
Maddie O'Neill.
Edinburgh accent. Edinburgh suit, too. Probably from Harvey Nicks. Too much makeup on, and her blouse was a button too low. Not a trick that was going to work on Elliot, or Shunty. Poor thing had grossly misread the room. Actually, Elliot had no idea which way Shunty swung. That situation he'd alluded to earlier could have been a boy or a girl or an ostrich. Who knew with kids these days? Shunty was leaning forward into the microphone. And D.I. Andrea Elliot is also present. She took her time sitting down. Shunty sat back to whisper. We are recording. Little light blinking away tells you that. Elliot smiled at Rougier, holding his stare. Pretty intense for a young lad. Hard not to think of him as a kid. He looked so fresh-faced.
Thank you for agreeing to attend this interview, Dr. Rougier. You're free to leave at any point, but I've got to stress there's a reason you're here, and we're doing this on the record. We believe you have information material to the murder of Dr. Louisa Baird.
Keep it that side of the line, that he's here to help, not here to defend himself.
Hopefully your lawyer will have briefed you of your obligations and our expectations in a situation like this.
Rougier gave her a brief nod.
Do you know a Dr. Louisa Baird?
No comment.
Okay. Do you know a Justin Lorimer?
He frowned.
No comment. See, Ben, we're trying to join the dots here. It's tough, because all I see is someone who's lied to us.
Me? Bingo. Didn't take long to break him.
Aye. You?
How have I lied to you? First, you told D.I. Marshall and D.S. Archer you went home last night, via the gym. Members of their team have been investigating that alibi, but have so far drawn a blank, and with good reason. You weren't there. Then we found out you were instead at a Burns supper, so I'm sure you can understand that it's pretty frustrating to be repeatedly lied to. He didn't say anything, just scratched at his neck.
Were you present at the Burns supper last night?
No comment. She smiled.
Okay. We know you were there. Your name's on the guest list, and we've got CCTV of your arrival and departure. No comment. Got there at 7:22 in a taxi, left at 10:03. He looked at his lawyer and got a wink in return. I was there, yes. Man like yourself, Ben. I bet you're on a decent salary, despite not being in the job long. Pay a fair whack of tax, sure. But the thing is, you've deliberately misled us and made us waste taxpayers' money. Worse, you've wasted time, and time is more important. Because the time we wasted checking your alibis was time that would have been better spent finding out who killed Dr. Baird. Don't you want us to find our killer? Of course I do. So why lie to us? I just forgot. You forgot? Well, I remember everything I did last night. Went home, fed the kids, had a glass of wine while I watched an episode of the American version of The Office. DSIL. How about you? Worked until the back of 8, then I got a takeaway and watched that film Coda, the one about the Deaf family. Won the Oscar for Best Picture last year. That's a lot of detail. Elliot let a slow breath go. And yet, Dr. Rougier here can't remember where he was. Okay. I was at a burn supper at Blainsley Shawmain's farm. Excellent! See? That's helpful. Confirmation of your movements on the record. Elliot left a gap. Said burn supper was held in aid of charity. Were you just there to support an excellent charity? Rougier shrugged. No comment. Because the charity that benefited, which is a great cause I have to say, was founded by one Dr. Louisa Baird. Rougier swallowed hard. No comment. Isn't your attendance at an event she hosted in contravention of the HR issue you've got on your record? No comment. I mean, the HR issue is officially on your record, isn't it? Only we've got to seek a warrant to gain access to it. So if it's not, and it's all just hearsay, now's your time to correct that and save us a bit more time. No comment. Saves us a job if you were to just admit what happened. No comment. Okay, so you admitted to being at the burn supper. That's a start. But you're not exactly forthcoming about what happened afterwards. Why the silence, Ben? Why the lying? He jerked back in his seat. Because it looks bad, doesn't it? How? You think I killed her? Do you want to admit to it? No! If you prefer to deny it, Ben, this is your chance to clear your name. Elliot leaned back in the chair until the metal creaked. You can tell the truth. Move on with your life. Maybe even help us find who killed her. Why do you think I know anything? You were there. Either you're connected to it, or you're a potential witness. That doesn't follow. But you spoke to her, right? I didn't. Okay. But you saw her there, right? Rougier looked away. Hard not to. She gave a speech. He exhaled slowly and deeply until it sounded like there was no air left in his lungs. You want the truth? Fine. I loved her. Dr. Baird. He nodded. But that's all in the past. The affair. Not even that. Just a couple of kisses. That's all it is. All it was. And she tried it on with me both times, not the other way around. And you didn't resist? No. I'd spoken to her at work a few times. She was nice, kind, good at her job, and pretty. Talk to us, Ben. Tell us what happened last night. I left around 10. Got a cab, got driven through the snow to the station at Stowe. The village was beautiful, all white. The CCTV on the train and in the station will show I was there, either Stowe or Edinburgh. We're checking that, of course. Good thing is, we can now do it at the time you were there rather than the time you told us you were there. Look! Rougier thumped the table. I didn't speak to Louisa. I learnt a harsh lesson the hardest way. I didn't want to go anywhere near her. Attending a burn supper she hosted is a strange definition of nowhere near her. He stared at her for a few seconds, then looked away. Ben, you left just after she did. That's not true. No, it is. We've got it on CCTV. Your taxi went just after her car, mere minutes. Okay, but the way you phrased it, it's like I deliberately left after her. I'd booked that taxi in the afternoon so I could get the train home. Shunty scribbled something down. We'll check that out. Good. It was Big Man Taxis or something like that. Rouget stared hard at Elliot. I swear I didn't know she just left. Elliot rested on her elbows. I'd love to believe you, Ben. I really would. Problem is, it appears someone forced her car off the road around that time. They tied her up, ankles and wrists, then left her to die in the cold. Snow falling on her. That's a brutal way to go. Rouget frowned. They say it's a peaceful death. Euphoric. They say it's the same if you're dumped on top of a corpse. He shut his eyes. Shit. Come on, Ben. Did you see anything? No, I swear I didn't. The taxi took me to Stowe railway station. That's it. All I saw was snow. See, the thing I'm struggling with is why you'd get confused about that. Most people just tell us the one truth. You're on your second now. How am I to know there's not a third or a fourth? I swear, that's what happened. I'm not accusing you of killing her with your own bare hands. But you could have paid someone to do it for you. Someone you told when she was leaving. So they knew she was on her way. So they could trap her, abduct her, tie her up, kill her. No! Who was it? Who did you pay? Nobody! Must be eating away at you. As a doctor, you have to pledge the Hippocratic Oath, right? Do no harm. Arranging to have someone killed might be considered harm. Believe me. Rouget was blinking back tears. I didn't have her killed. Right. Elliot got to her feet. Come on, Sergeant. We're done here. Shunty looked a bit spooked by it, but at least he followed her lead instead of jumping in 2-footed, or giving Rouget a nice hug. He leaned over and spoke into the microphone. Interview terminated at 18:42. He pressed the button and got to his feet. Elliot chased him out of the door, but gripped the doorknob of truth and turned around slowly. Here's the thing, Ben. I know you're lying about something. I don't know what, and I don't know why. But when I turn this doorknob and walk out, I will investigate the what and the why. Mark my words, I will be back. At the bare minimum, you'll be nicked for obstructing an official investigation. So whatever wee secret you're sitting on, it better be worth it. I'm telling the truth. I swear I didn't kill her. So why lie about going home and going to the gym? I never. It's an honest mistake. It's what you told colleagues, wasn't it? Rouget shut up again. Aye. He was hiding something else. Elliot twisted the door handle. The lawyer charged through first. She wasn't impressed with her client. It just left Elliot and Rouget in the room. I'll tell you. Elliot shut the door and turned around. Tell me what? What you're lying about? No. Something that might help. Why not do it on the record? Because I don't want anything getting back to me, Rouget sighed. I saw Gary Hislop at the burn supper. Elliot felt her stomach wound throb at the mention of the name. And who's he when he's at home? You tell me you don't know. I'm asking you what you know, Ben. He's a local gangster, or so I gather. Did he wear a t-shirt reading Local Gangster? Don't be so facetious. How do you know he's a gangster, Ben? I work in A&E, okay? I've treated a few people who work for him, and I've treated a few other people who have got on the wrong side of him. They know not to blab, but when they're out of it on morphine, it's a stronger truth serum than 10 pints of lager. So, you're telling me an alleged gangster's doing the gay Gordons with a bunch of toffs between courses of haggis? So what? I saw Hislop speaking to Dr. Baird. A lot of people spoke to her last night. For a while. Seemed pretty heated. Look, I'm telling you in good faith what I saw last night. People think I'm a stalker, but I really liked her. She seemed to like me. Good women like her being dead is a tragedy. Her poor son, Toby. She nodded at him. Thanks for telling us that. I'll see how it goes. May I leave? Of course. You might be able to catch the train to Edinburgh soon if your lawyer's happy to give you a lift. Rougier opened the door and ran down the corridor. Shunty was waiting outside. You just let him go? For now. Dig into his story, would you? Already got the team on it. Someone other than McIntyre, I hope? I have other people, yes. Shunty glared at her. What did he tell you? When? Now. Nothing. Just asking me the train times back to Edinburgh. Had to look it up on my phone. Chapter 32. Snow was falling, landing and lying everywhere. Their street was like something from a Scandinavian furniture catalogue. Marshall got out into the cold air. Thanks for the lift. I was going to get a cab home. Kirsten waved over at his car. Please, don't even think of taking the roller skate tomorrow. I'll see how the road is in the morning. Marshall looked over at the house, saw the lights on, and heard raised voices. So he crunched over to the spiral stairs leading up to his lair. Aye, it worked better when the lair dweller used that word. I'll need to see what I've got in the freezer. Told you we should have ordered a pizza. Bit sick of pizza. She glared at him. How can anyone be sick of pizza? The state of my guts just now. Marshall crouched low in case Latan made a run for it, then unlocked the flat door. No escaping Moggy, so he stepped inside. I really need to improve my diet. She didn't follow him in. Wait, was that you? What was? In the pathology toilets. Marshall kicked the snow off his shoes, then nudged them off. Laces still on, which was bad form. Don't ask, don't tell. Jesus, Rob, you need some prebiotics, or probiotics, or a bowel transplant. I definitely need something that isn't a pizza or a fish supper. Marshall hefted up the monster of a cat and carried him over to the counter, then tipped out some biscuits for him in his bowl. Here you go, matey. He knelt down and started transferring the little presents from the litter tray to the bin. Someone has no issues with their toileting. You're right, though. Slim pickings in here. Kirsten was at the fridge. I'll order as a takeaway. Hopefully they'll get through all that snow. Marshall finished washing his hands and reached into his wine rack, the only thing in the place that was well stocked. Speaking of prebiotics, do you want a Malbec or a Poulian? Not sure, Rob. Kirsten was staring at him like she wanted a chat. Word is you were at school with Balfour Radtree. Marshall left the wine decision for later. What paired with a curry and pizza weren't necessarily the same bottle. You've met him. He helped pull Baird's car out of the snow. And he just told you about me? No. Trev mentioned your name, and he seemed to know you. Mentioned my name? Marshall sighed. Look, Balfour's a posh idiot. Was at our school for a couple of years before he got expelled. He bullied me. Some people are shits in school and in life.
Don't I know it? Thing is, don't have to dampen my emotions or shut down anymore. Used to be I saw Balfour as a threat, mainly because if it wasn't mental torture, it was physical abuse. But now, I can see him for what he is, or was. A sad little boy who wasn't loved at home. So he took it out on the world and I happened to be in the way. And others. He was only at school for like a year until he went elsewhere and got sorted out. No long-term harm done.
Sure there's no harm?
Of course not. I've had 20 years to get over Balfour bloody Rattree.
She walked over and held his hand. But I know the family. His brother Dalrymple was in my year at school.
In Gala? She nodded.
Dal had been expelled from a couple of places in Edinburgh.
Same as his brother.
Real wild child. Kind of behaviour that would catch up to him sooner or later.
Didn't even know Balfour had a brother. When I spoke to their mother, she was giving us this chat about believing in the NHS and state education. But that's only because both of our sons were expelled from fee-paying schools, right? She raised her eyebrows.
Sounds like inverse snobbery to me.
Hardly. Look, me and Jen came from what people would consider a broken home. But I was willing to be the better man. Unlike little Lord Fondleboys. Her face twisted.
Seriously?
Marcia was blushing. I'm not proud of the name, but it was the late 90s. Different times. Wokeism wasn't a thing. Political correctness had come and gone mad, then gone away again. But I'm serious. I overcame all the shit our dad had put us through by him not being in our lives. I tried to be a grown-up and treat Balfour with derision. My granddad told me to ignore him. I did, and he went away. Pricks like him thrive on attention, so starving them of it is the best defence.
For a guy who's fucked in the head, you seem to have it all figured out.
He walked over to her and cradled his arms around her. Hey?
Hey? Go fuck yourself, you old slag!
Peace hadn't exactly broken out down in the house. Marshall heard footsteps thundering up the internal stairs.
Rain check on that then. Kirsten hurried through to the bedroom. I'm going to the toilet, assuming it doesn't look like a nuclear test site.
Marcia walked over to the door and opened it to a crack. Thea stood there, bottom lip quivering.
Can I come in?
Thea, I'm kind of busy just now. I texted your mum that I have company.
She didn't tell me. Please, can I come in?
She had that look, like she needed to talk. Marshall opened the door wide. Come on in then. But he really needed to get that door at the bottom of the landing to lock from the inside, so neither of them could angrily stomp up the stairs and interrupt anything. Thea stormed in and perched on the sofa, arms folded, legs crossed, pouting. Silent. How great it was to have absolutely no privacy. Marcia walked over to her but didn't sit. You okay there, Toots? She skilled at him.
You haven't called me that in years.
Sorry about that. You okay?
Haven't you heard?
Marshall felt that tingle at the back of his neck. Heard what? Like he didn't know.
Been arguing with Mum.
Thea huffed out a sigh, then slumped back in the sofa. He doubted she'd ever heard of the Ramones, let alone could hum a bar of Blitzkrieg Bop. But she wore a t-shirt with the band's logo splashed over the front.
Turns out Mum's shagging Dad again.
Seriously?
So you didn't know?
Marshall sat in the armchair. I found out today, by accident.
Jesus! Everyone knows except for me.
It came up in a case, Thea. And believe me, I was pretty pissed off when I found out. Just pretty pissed off? Aye, really. Your mother's... He ran a hand through his hair. Let's leave it there, shall we? He smiled at her. How are you feeling about it? Fucked off, to be honest. They split up because I found Dad in our hot tub with that floozy. How Mum described her, not me. Not exactly sex positive, is it? And now I found she's shagging him again. Going to burn suppers with him. I get it. Do you? Your granny. She's not that dissimilar to your mother. Bad luck with men is how she puts it. Bad luck? Thea spat it out. Bullshit. I agree. You make your own luck. People who believe in luck see their own responsibilities for their actions. Totally. The shit I've been through because they can't sort out their nonsense. Going to a new school, hating it, going back to the old one and everyone acting weird to me. Jesus. The toilet flushed and Kirsten came through. Oh, hey Thea. Didn't hear you coming in. She sat next to her on the sofa and mirrored her defensive body language. Leg crossed, arms folded. How are you doing? Hey, Auntie Kirsten. Didn't know you were here. Kirsten seemed to flinch at the use of the A word. Just having some food with your favourite uncle. Thea grinned. Is Uncle Steve coming around? He will do, once he starts to exist. Marshall laughed. I'm just explaining to Thea that adult life is a bit messy. Kirsten's eyebrows flashed up. Isn't it just... Thea recrossed her legs. My bloody parents! Kirsten nodded. My folks were a nightmare, always moving in and out. Mum took me to London for 2 weeks once in a school term to stay with someone she went to uni with. Absolute nightmare. But they're still together and things are a bit more stable. It's not easy, is it? People do things because they think it's what's best for you, but you don't get any say in it. Right, exactly. I mean... But Thea didn't say what she meant. She just sighed again. What would you say to them? Thea thought it through for a few seconds. It's simple. I love you both. You love each other. Let's just live together under one roof and stop all this bullshit. Or stop it. Marshall missed the black and white truth of being a teenager. Shagging someone equaled love, love equaled marriage, and marriage equaled happy family. Nobody mentioned arguments about whose turn it was to run the dishwasher or driving to let the other drink at family gatherings. Not that Marshall had ever been in that situation himself, but he'd seen domestics escalate from the scope of dishwashing into something much worse, at least twice. It's sadly not that simple, Thea. Isn't it? They can shag all they... The door thumped open, and Jen stomped in, dolled up in her purple dress with those purple Doc Martens. She looked like she'd fallen in a giant glass of Ribena in Willy Wonka's factory. What are you lot doing? Marshall frowned at her. Are you looking for the great glass elevator? Eh? She scowled at him. You're all just sitting around. And why is that a problem? Because it's Grumpy's birthday dinner. Marshall slumped back into his chair. Ah, crap. He slapped a hand across his forehead. I forgot. Useless sod. Jen pointed a finger at Thea. You're coming, Missy. Fine, but I'm going like this. Whatever. Jen play-punched Marshall's arm, but there was menace in her eyes. I'm not driving. She stormed over to the door. Come on then. Outside in 5. Thea got up and followed her, shaking her head. Exact same body language, but Marshall couldn't decide if it was nature or nurture. He looked at Kirsten. You're welcome to come. To what? It's my granddad's birthday. Dad's dad. Wow!
she grinned. Aren't you a bit old to have a grandfather?
Well, I don't have a father, so having a granddad wasn't too bad. He's a daft old coot and is still clinging on. He'll be 90 next year. Look, I promise it'll be short and we can pick up where we left off when we get back.
Rob, of course I want to meet him.
Chapter 33. Not that she was hungry after that fish supper, but all Elliot could think of as she drove home was food. Not for herself, but what she was going to feed her kids and husband. Because let's face it, the useless sod wasn't going to bother cooking, was he? She loved Dave, but he could be bloody lazy. She came up to the old Melrose roundabout, and the snow was buggering up the traffic. Queues in most directions and nobody taking lead. Her indicator flashed yellow on the virgin snow to the left. She flipped it to the right, then cut into that lane and palled around the roundabout. Not the conditions for a bit of cheeky driving, but she did it anyway, and powered south on the A68, heading away from home, but she needed to. Her phone blasted out of the dashboard. Shunty calling. She hit the answer button. Evening, Shunty. What's up? Boss, just ringing to say I've caught up with Jolene. Rougier's alibi checks out for last night. He left just after Baird did. She reckons the taxi driver shouted at Baird on the way in, gone to a honking war. He got to Stowe 12 minutes later, almost missed the train to Edinburgh. Spoke to the cabbie yet? No. Why? Well, if they got into a shouting match. You don't think? No, but I'm the kind who dots my I's and J's, Shunty. You should be too if you want to get on in the job. Okay, fine. I'll see where she is with. No, you take charge, okay? You. Get your guys to sort out. You've got a team. Use them. Will do. Elliot took a right turn into Newton St. Boswell's, winding through the old village until another right turn by the old school. Boss, are you sure we should have let Rougier go? She thought he'd gone. You thinking we should have kept him in? No, but... Aye, I'm sure. Before we spoke to him, you were insisting he did it, so I don't understand why.